Yeah, it's Christmas time. Happy Chrysler. The first interview of the month. So I threw together something extra special today. I've made some changes to the set, as we can see.
I see there's no Kwanzaa ornaments. That's,
Man, fuck Kwanzaa. That's not even a real holiday. And then I have a little trippy thing in the background, just there's movement. This is just a procedurally generated thing that somebody put on YouTube for 10 hours. Anyway, I guess this one I'm really excited for. I'm going to introduce the guest here. This is Receiver K, Mister of Connections and Kisser of Snoots.
You shouldn't be excited for this, but thank you.
Oh, I'm always excited. I'm always up there, ready to fucking party.
I've been wanting to stroke my writer ego ever since my first interview, and now I get to talk more, and I can actually talk about One Kiss because people should have read it by now.
It's over.
It's over.
Read One Kiss that suit. Read Missing Connections now.
And I'll probably bring it up again, but to everyone who is watching, I'm going to be posting this everywhere anyways, but I'm like a couple days away from getting my first copy. Once I've verified that, physical copies will be available. Just so there's no jokes about it. I'd be okay with the jokes, but I'm not making any money off of it. It is just the price of production and shipping.
I mean, yeah. It's fair.
I don't need co-op coming after my ass. That's the main thing.
Of course. Starman said a very similar thing when I was talking to him about it.
Yeah, because unlike him, I'm not using Snoot characters primarily, but they are in the bonus chapters. So, I mean, if they fucking get a couple shekels together and really wanted to, I feel like they would start just blasting people.
I think, isn't co-op like liquidating or something? Now, are they liquidating?
Companies are weird. Then you could just say the next person who has the rights could be a dickhead, especially if it's someone bigger. I don't know.
All you gotta do is purchase it first.
Ooh.
That IP can't be worth very much. Like what?
You can get like $12 together.
Yeah, something like that.
My dream is for Kevin to pull a Turo de Pigs or Turo de Pizza and just outright buy GBH license. That would be awesome. That'd be the fucking dream.
That would actually be the best ending ever.
It'd be so fucking funny. Because at this point, I'd say we can argue that Caveman is the original. They came out first. They hit the market first with their product.
They're pulling triple doubles. I mean, it's hard to really fault their writing. I've said this before, but as many nitpicks as people have for like Snoot Game, that was very quickly with a bunch of volunteers. Very good considering that. Even beyond that, even. And then Wani was plagued in its development. It's amazing we even got it.
Yeah, like Wani had a Halo 2 level development hell. It's amazing it came out that good.
There were so many bad actors. Jeez, I had to sit down for like a good 2-3 hours reading the whole, lit and on document or whatever.
Just to see who you should avoid.
Just to like get an understanding, because it was the first time I'd heard about it, of course. And wow, yeah, that sounds like nightmare. It sounds like just hell. I can't imagine getting worn down day in, day out, having to clock in for your, after actual job work, and then seeing some fuckhead who's like, yeah, so I wrote like 3 chapters ahead. You guys can work around that, right? And it's just dog shit. I couldn't do that.
You're having to do that now.
Luckily, Devlog is extremely good as a prod. Oh. Yeah, no, you're trash. You're trash. You're bad.
I don't know.
I mentioned Devlog, though. Devlog is extremely nice. Like, it's a good pace. I can shit on the people in there. In fact, someone's calling me a gay AI in the YouTube chat right now from there. But they're all good people, and it's easy work. Even working on, we can mention it fully now, right?
Oh yeah, we can bring up that
a Columbo mod.
Yeah, we fucking love Columbo with this bitch.
aside from just having to find the time to do it, I mean, you saw I hammered out that one scene pretty quickly. We just need to like get stuff in place.
Yeah, we just need to get like an organization together to actually get people moving.
Hmm.
I know, like, I'm working hard. Some would say hardly working, but I am the primary programmer. I have to learn everything from scratch, though, because I've never touched code before in my life. I just
Like ever? Not even like
never,
Scratch
never
type
touched
shit?
it. Nope,
Oh wow.
not even Scratch. And so I'm just figuring it out as I go, and I think I'm doing all right considering. And you know, a lot of this new community is very forthcoming with information on how to do things.
Yeah, and luckily, like I said, you can kind of just look at how a mod does something.
Yeah,
But,
I've been pilfering code, of course. That's like 90%
legally,
of programming. Well, yeah, I just go and I'm like, oh, this is the thing, and I'll talk to whoever.
I copy and paste it, and then I change the comments on it so they don't know.
No, and then I talk to the motherfucker who made the mod, and I'm like, hey, do you mind if I just steal your assets? And they're usually like, oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, luckily I think because Snoot and Wani already are open source in how they use their content, as long as you give credit back, I think the mods are technically the same. I don't think anyone can like copyright a line of code in a mod.
Yeah, I mean, if people want to use the Columbo sprites after this comes out, fucking more power to them.
Yeah, that's one of those things I feel like
I'll
as
leave
long as
extra
you
sprites
mention,
in there for
hopefully,
you.
if you mention every mod, maybe in the credits, like with help from, lines in these mods, that would be enough.
Yeah. I mean, I'm crediting the work it came from the very least, but yeah, I've been hard at work learning, educating myself on how to do specific things. This background I've put on is distracting. It's taking up my entire other monitor. Otherwise, the screen in the back stops working. I'm sure the stream's probably started enough to show you the set. What do you think of it?
Oh, I think that's really cool. That design of me, that's really cool. Who made that?
I wonder who looked in the mirror.
I was losing my mind. I was losing my mind in that call yesterday because I don't have an actual Photoshop program. I'm too lazy to go buy or pirate one, so I'd use an online one, and it kept freaking the fuck out, and it wasn't letting me like adjust the size of shit after a certain point. So I had to keep saving it in batches. And I had to save it first where my little guy was a certain size, and then I had to save it where the shirt was a certain size, and then I had to add the lean and then the boots. And I lost progress like 20 times. Someone commented I was screaming like that guy from Dark Souls 3.
Oh yeah. We were talking last night, weren't we? Just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, let me just grab myself a cup of hot cocoa. JPEGs. Images. Go into the image folder. Where is it? I know there's a JPEG. There's maybe one. No, that's not it. It's not. Damn it! Why do people lie to me?
Perhaps it's too easy.
Yeah, people just decide to lie to me about these things all the time. I asked for. Oh wait, no, I didn't write PNG. I said JPEG. So
a friend in the community who's watching just sent me a free, free legal download of Photoshop. How fortuitous!
How opportunist.
Yeah, of course.
This is how I use my clout for evil. Just like on the Devlog server. I think the only other time I've used my clout accidentally was I was watching Kumo's stream of Devlog Chapter 2. And I requested Kevin Dorg to make something as like a joke, and I thought just got lost in torrent or whatever. Dude was doing like
he
live
will.
drawings.
You see, you made that mistake. He will fucking look for it.
And now, yes, we have the "You're My Little Pogchamp" or whatever, Rebecca.
That will be joining us eventually after I figure out my hot cocoa situation.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
Again, that's the PG version.
Yeah. Anybody else want some hot cocoa? Yeah,
I got my lean.
All right.
Give me.
I got my eggnog.
Give me. Give me. Back.
We've got an update on the current state of Syria in here. Not
Oh,
that
yeah,
he's politics, but he's just making it known, I guess.
Yeah, to date this interview for future generations. This is currently going on while the Assad regime is about to fall.
Yeah, Hom's got taken over. Everyone's
that's-
evacuated.
I'm gonna make a bold play and say that they're gonna do a comeback. Assad was always welcome in this house, and I don't abide these heathens.
I respect.
He takes over the world.
Yeah,
You got to full send these type of things, you know.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure there were people in 1945 Germany, like, or 1943 Germany, whenever it ended, being like, "Hey guys, we gotta hope."
Exactly. It's not over yet. It's not over yet.
It ain't over till nope. Those are tanks. Shit.
You can hang out right there, I guess. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
I
That dude's
guess
fast
we should
at
start
drawing.
fucking talking about what made you start writing?
You say when I start writing?
Yeah, when did you start writing?
Yeah, I kind of answered this before, but it was more in like I kind of wrote on and off stuff, like shitty little fictions or whatever. I guess I can elaborate a bit more. In like third grade, when I met my best friend, and I'm gonna call him Neo for here, just so we don't get doxxed. We hit it off pretty quickly, and we started making like OCs for this little sort of universe we had. And we were real into like superhero stuff. Him more so than me. He's like a superhero nerd, even to this day. But we made sort of like this universe where it was sort of the underbelly of superheroes, kind of like Hellboy, Blade type shit, because that was big at the time. They're not quite the mainstream hero stuff. And we made a bunch of characters for that. Sort of had a loose connection of like what the fuck it all meant together. And then he moved away for a bit, and I sort of continued the ideas on my own, kind of writing for it. I bet if I was able to find the like manuscripts of what I did write, it's probably bad. I mean, even maybe impressive for at the time.
Would you pick that back up if you could find it?
It's funny you say that, because technically we did. We did a, very recently, and I also mentioned this before, a TTRPG campaign based on that original universe. Probably like 2 years ago at this point. Took about a year and a half to finish. And it's funny because our original, OC, these are us, self-insert characters are literally just background characters in the universe, which I think is very funny. But they're there. And honestly, probably, I think if it were to be adapted and written down, I tried starting to write it, but then I got, sucked into Wani. It could probably, adapt extremely well. It's I feel like at this point it's a little hard sell because everything in the superhero genre is so saturated. I mean, even aside from Marvel, because that's not this thing's flavor. They got The Boys and Invincible, which I guess have kind of laid off recently.
Yeah, just a little bit. They just whenever something becomes bloated, the crowds look for something new to latch to. For a while over there, it was like sci-fi stuff. And then nothing else but sci-fi gets made, and then nothing else but superheroes gets made. So it's going to be Detective Time soon.
Exactly, in cycles. And superheroes are falling off, so maybe one day far in the future, Neo is actually getting into animation. If he can, suck enough dicks, perhaps we can get an adaptation.
Is he sucking stocks?
Well, isn't anyone when there's millions of dollars on the line?
I suppose.
When you can make a dream come true.
All I'm trying to say is that eventually, Son of Columbo, I will star in it. Man.
You gotta find Peter Falk's next heir, their next of kin.
No, I'll do it. It'll be me. I'll do it.
But yes, if that were ever able to be adapted, that was we have recordings of it. They're never going to see the light of day because they're super fucking annoying to listen to. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get our shit together. There are good moments, but then they're interspersed with us just being retarded. Anytime someone rolled a 21, you can expect us to at least for a solid minute be at least don't got that in it. Wasn't I plus 10? No, I'm not. Just stupid shit like that.
Yeah,
but in between, there are actual character arcs and cool moments. I was able to show my sister some of the non-retarded stuff, and it made her cry.
Well, damn it! Now I need it. I need it for my personal collection, my personal vault.
I have thought in the future of it would take a long time, but doing like a director's cut of all the sessions. They're about, and this is also impressive. We were able to do sessions for maybe, you know, once per week, almost consistently for a year and a half. There were one or two times where we couldn't, and if I'm being honest, that was because one of our players was just kind of bad with timing. We could have, for an entire year and a half, done once per week, which is unheard of for TTRPG stuff. And then, as it went on, we actually kind of got quote-unquote production quality, where I got voice mod at some point and figured out how to work that. So we had like background music that enhanced it, voice mods, and each session was close to like, I can't remember, like 6 to 8 hours. Very long time.
Oh, so are you good for a full session of that here then?
Yeah, I could do that. I mean, as long as I have something to talk about, and I kind of just woke up, so I'm
really? You're not supposed to let the audience know that. Listen, I'll tell you where my production quality comes from. It comes from walking Reed in that closet you saw earlier.
I live the writer lifestyle. I wake up at an absurd time. I bang women minus banging the women, and then I write. That wasn't the implication, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Sorry. The start's always slow. Yeah, it will build up into something majorly autistic. Don't you worry.
Yeah, and I could talk about the campaign or whatever that forever. But aside from if anyone I know who doesn't know him in the Wandy community sees this, would be like, wait a minute, no, it can't be.
Scaly. Oh no.
Dude, that's exactly what some of my friends would think. I can already imagine some of them would be okay with it, and then there's this one guy who'd be like, I can't believe he's gay and retarded now.
Not just now. It's been a while.
And then I'll be like, and then I'll full mask off like Kira mode, like, you don't understand.
Put up your 3 terabyte file of Olivia pictures.
They're all cool enough where I think they'd have to reconcile it, and that would be a mental struggle for them. But I have wondered what would happen. I accidentally, when Wani first came out, I didn't mark it as private, and some of my friends got it recommended on their Steam feed, like, why the fuck did you recommend this game? And the running joke is, well, I got a lot of layers. What can I say? I'm a complex guy. I'm actually, in my friend group, known as a very edgy dude. It's all performative. In fact, it's kind of bitten me in the ass, where they think I'm far worse of a person than I actually am. Only my best friend Neo's really like, Receiver isn't like actually that horrific of a person, right? He's like, no, this is totally something that Receiver would agree with. It's like, no, you just advocated for like Jim Crow Part 2, dude. That's wrong.
I mean, Jim Crow. That's why is my brain day retarded today? I'm usually far more talkative. What the fuck? Jim Crow, more like fucking Jim Raven or some shit.
But yeah, I guess I'm not too ashamed of my friends realizing that I've started writing this stuff, especially since now with Devlog it's sort of become like, I did share with them the fact that I'm writing something and I'm getting paid for it. So, that adds something to it. That adds some legitimacy.
Pretty cool.
Pretty fucking cool, man.
Yeah, no, that's amazing that happened.
Yes, and I can't be certain. I want to say it's primarily, obviously because of Wani Kiss, Zach saw that I could consistently write for a long fucking time. But I think it was Arlock, actually, who may have recommended me. I can't be sure. He must have mentioned it somewhat, because I think Zach reached out to me mentioning something along those lines. Because Arlock is also, he's a contributing writer. He kind of pops in and out. That dude's always doing something like else entirely. He's got like 12 fics on the back burner. He's going to make a visual novel of his own. He still has Torii game to finish.
Yeah, he's got a lot. I'd love to sit down and pick his brain for a while, but I don't know if that's going to be able to happen for me.
I'm sure if you ask him, he'd be willing to, honestly. I mean, he's a pretty open guy.
I
think...
Let's stop in Mike. Well, I guess the last time I tried to talk to him, I invited him to play Halo 2, and I said, hey, your boomer ass got Halo 2, right?
It always surprises people how old he is.
What, he's like 32 or something?
He's like 38, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, he's
37,
Oh, he's
38,
not-
yeah.
virtually a corpse, right?
Yes, basically. He's in the grave. He's also literally Inko, but he can mention that on his interview.
Excuse me? My brain.
Just lost something else I was going to say.
This is-
Professional podcast only.
Yeah, professional only. Well, like, we talk to the degree that, you know, like, we exhaust regular topics, and then we don't talk enough to where we can just start talking about random bullshit. And, you know, we want to try and focus on you as a person, your process for doing things, and why you create, and why you're the way you are. Why are you the way you are?
Extra chromosome, perhaps. I think I was going to try and bring up something that I accidentally started spilling all of yesterday and then had to leave because I would have kept going. I'll probably remember it again.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I guess aside from sort of tie it back into the, you know, when I started writing, I guess I technically, started writing back in 3rd grade. At some point, there was an 8-year interim where Neo was gone. He was in another state. We had literally zero connection. We had missed connection, in fact. And I ended up writing for some sort of contest. There wasn't really a prize, but there was a ranking, and it was some story. It was called I don't think this is doxy, The Last Crusader or something. Had nothing to do really with it. Was kind of a generic fantasy story. And it ended up getting in some of the top spots, top 10 or 5 or something. So that was kind of gratifying. And then from there, I don't think I wrote shit until, and I mentioned this recently on the roundtable because I was at first ashamed of it when I first was interviewed. I wrote some fics for Undertale, and those were pretty bad. Those are orphaned now. Those aren't on my profile because even aside from cringe Undertale, they weren't quality, mainly because they were my first fics, but primarily because I made the smart decision of putting it in 2nd person because I was so cool and quirky.
Oh, so you used a lot of you. You wrote
It was
you were writing a fucking letter.
you.
You wrote a letter and published it.
It wasn't even a letter. That would have been something, that would have been more respectable. It was you're the main character, and I don't. It reads bad. There's no situation, even in when I was in taking English classes, high level English classes. There is literally one example of when you 2nd person is used in a narrative, and it was literally just for the introduction of a single book I can't remember the name of. There is no long-standing piece of fiction, and I'd like to be proven wrong, that's good, that is written in 2nd person.
Well, I'll have to...
It is a funny, conventional, narrative breaker, but that's about it.
I'll have to get read on that.
Yeah, you'll have to fucking, after he's busy watching the downfall of Syria and editing.
Exactly.
Yeah, Bad Apple should be out by Monday.
Woo! The completed or the next part?
The next chapter.
Nice.
Chapter 3, baby.
I might get my, because my sister's, if she hears this, she's gonna fucking beat me for ragging on her again, but she sucks at reading. She can't read for shit. She can't sit the fuck down and read. And she says it's because it's that's the electronic screen. I just can't. So we listened to Inko Noted because Humo narrated it. Once you're done with Bad Apple, we'll probably do the same because that fic, that's my first.
I'm done with the first go through when it was a stream, but that's lower quality audio. It's just worse.
We might just wait just to do it because she's probably gonna fucking put it off anyways.
Nah, I mean if you want it, who knows? Maybe I'll do yours next for the stream. Woo! Knows? Maybe I'll start missing connections. I seem to be right now because my brain is short circuiting, probably because of poor diet.
Shit, that's me.
That's my fault.
Then
trying to keep up with Fabian last night really killed us all, didn't it?
that fucking guy. What were the
I fucking love
Carlo
this
path?
Oh, he's hilarious.
Mom.
I'm actually surprising. I'm doing pretty good right now, despite having like seasonal allergies. Those are kind of on the mend at this point since stuff has stopped blowing around. And then I did last night in the Devlog server. I think someone popped in, one of you, to hear us. Was it you?
Yeah, me, Jack, and Jam were in there.
Yeah, I went
Fun
to
time.
I went to
Yeah.
fucking bed after you left.
We were
I
a
was
lot
tired.
more on point. We were a lot more. Well, there's recordings apparently, and I think Zach said he's gonna find some poor fucking schmuck Indian on Fiverr to edit them. So
Yeah.
maybe they'll be, you know.
I'll
listenable
enjoy
one
those when
day.
they come out. I don't usually stay up super late. I don't know what happened to me. I don't know why I'm 20 years old and unable to stay up past 11.
But we had a lot of fun. We started. A lot more people were sort of riffing GVH instead of just reading the lines in a funny voice. So we have a totally new narrative going on.
Mm-hmm. You got any highlights?
Fang. I think I titled the like stream channel session. The Devlog players present if GVH if Fang was bipolar, and that's kind of the vibe that you get from it.
Yeah, I gotta say, I was a fan of Class of '09 Faye. That was
Yeah.
really
Oh, I see. That's the riff you went with. Listen here, Becky, you
It
bitch.
kind of naturally developed because when you read GVH normally, we kept having to stop because we were doing like, haha, like you're a bitch, Trish. You know, I'm important, and then we'd stop and then we'd read what the line actually said, and it's like, do these people even fucking like each other? Are they actually supposed to be friends? Like, it's just the worst writing possible. I brought it up at one point where they keep non sequituring each other, where like Fang will be like, okay guys, band practice, and then Trish will say some shit totally unrelated as if, and just skip past what the fuck Fang said, and Fang will have to repeat themselves. Like, I don't think that was the intent, but that's how it reads.
They acknowledge Faye, but they also are like, whatever, she's on her band stuff again. Let's just ignore her.
Yeah, and it's like the whole conflict of the game of like, you know, Trish, mainly Trish, let's be honest. I mean, Reed's kind of phoning it in too because he's a fucking nerd, but Trish doesn't want to do the band stuff anymore, but she's not fucking nutting up and just saying it.
Yeah.
Like, come on. Like, she's being like this passive aggressive bitch. Like, I got bug stuff and school stuff to do, and Fang's like, guys, this is really important to me. Please. Yeah, they're not friends. It's bad.
I gotta babysit Mango for the 19th time in a row. I don't know, Faye. I don't think it's gonna work.
Seriously, like they'll find any excuse, and then of course, you know, the like conflict or whatever comes out of nowhere during the battle of the bands. Very cool, very very.
The only willing exposure I've had to GVH was I got invited on some like poser guy's stream where he went through it, and like we weren't even paying attention to the story. We were just talking.
Yeah, it's bad. It's
a
really
fucking bad
not.
story.
It sucks too because it always wraps back around. Like once we're done with the chapters and we're doing our sort of debriefing, it always wraps back around to the fact that there was potential there. As much as we shit on the like.
Well, didn't they have to do like an
mainly
emergency rewrite because?
Yeah, they had to get rid of that
main
pedo
writer?
person.
Yeah.
And then they had to like slice everything that they touched essentially, so that you know, they can't be associated and we can't use their work. So, yeah, I'd like to think, as shitty as it is, that person probably had a better script, even if they're a bad person. But like, no matter what, even if you had to start from very scratch, it would suck, mind you. But like, I'm like the sole writer on Devlog right now. First 3 chapters were done. I edited those, so I didn't touch the first one. First, second, and third chapters I worked on, and then 4th and 5th are me. Probably going to be that way continuing. It sucks. Like it's a pretty, I'd say brutal pace, but I was writing about as much in like a single week for Wani Kiss, so it's understandable. I can't imagine with a team of supposed writers they can write something so bad, and then have like the final pass person be like, "Yeah, this looks good."
That would be a nightmare to deal with like every week.
Oh yeah, I mean, same situation with like the Wani stuff, where it's like there's just a lack of communication and really control because everyone's a volunteer and wants to do their own thing. I imagine in co-op it was much more of a just total breakdown in communication. They were probably scrambling more than anything, rather than trying to get their eggs in order.
Yeah.
Yeah, like basically.
I mean, bringing it back to what we're doing, I don't know if how I'm trying to direct things is necessarily good. Where I kind of just assign scenes.
I'd only
good
say.
or bad.
I mean, that's about what that's what a lead does from my experience. I mean, you're orchestrating the other stuff as well. I think the only thing that we could do for Columbo Mod is get every scene possible that we need in order and what we need from it, and then start doling those out.
Yeah. Which,
And
I
then,
mean, we need to get
get 'em
together and
done.
talk about it a little bit, but, other than that, I think we're making a good start.
Well, because we primarily have the outline. Past that, we just need to see if there's anything else we need to add.
I mean,
Oh yeah, that guy in the chat saying it's bad. Boo. No,
Yeah.
You literally wrote everything I have in the mod right now, dog.
Yeah, well,
He just doesn't get
trash.
it.
We don't discriminate.
He just doesn't
that-
understand. Does he know?
Does he know?
By the way, receiver, I was always wondering, with GVH, if you could change something about it, what would you change?
It would be a very sweeping change. It'd be something where I'd need total creative control. I don't think there's any one thing where you can fix it. Like, even if you fix the dialogue, I feel like there's other parts of it that just don't work.
I would give Stella
A lot of it
back her
feels
shoes.
static.
Yeah, that actually makes
There you
sense.
go.
But I like the music. I think the music is...
The music is the best. Literally, we would be talking shit the entire time for the talk along yesterday or whatever, the redubbing, the abridged.
Yeah.
And then we'd okay, everyone shut the fuck up. There's a song now, and everyone would go quiet. It's so good. But if I had to change anything, it would probably be just getting character arcs in order. There's a persistent persistent undertone that they're trying to start these narrative threads that never come to fruition. Feels like, again, everyone has this sort of there's a motivation they have, but it's really undercooked. You don't see them developing it. It's just there's a slight foreshadowing, maybe, and then suddenly it's dropped. Like Trish not being interested in the band. It kind of just feels like she's being a bitch, but then it's this undertone of no, actually, I'm really disinterested in just doing it at all for no real reason. That should be overhauled. Nazer, Fang, and their parents should be overhauled. That's really muddled, and the parents only show up at the very end. There's
Those are just
our
bad
parents
things.
just it's our parents just don't get you, and they're on vacation right now. And then it's hey, our parents who are on vacation and don't get you are on the phone right now when the world's about to end. They get you now. Very cool. Now that makes me feel like that was a satisfying arc.
They were on vacation for how many months? At the beginning of the school year,
Well-
the meteor comes at the end, right?
That's the other issue with it is the meteor starts affecting shit way too soon. The timeline is nowhere near it doesn't tell you how much time is passing between scenes. It doesn't even give you a remote indication. But there's the implication that the meteor starts affecting technology months, literal months in advance. That's just not possible. There's no way something meteoring through space is going to be affecting radio signals on Earth. I said that they should have gone with solar flares or something. That would have made more sense. But even then, it's months of time. Their parents are on vacation for a long time, but eventually the excuse is, all flights are grounded because of the meteor. But it's still too long
You're
of a time frame
pterosaurs.
where
They
that
can
doesn't
fucking
make sense.
fly.
I don't think
Yeah,
they can fly even in that universe.
No, they can. There's a whole thing I remember about them being able to fly. You can get a flyer's license.
Oh.
Ugh.
Even worse.
Even
Gliding,
worse.
that makes sense. Flying? Hell no.
Yeah, at least Snoop Game had the whole lore of older vestigial. They can glide,
They can
Yeah.
get maybe a little bit of lift when they jump, and that's about it.
Yeah,
They
they
can
can
use it for
hop a
active
good
arrow.
distance using their wings, or they can glide a good distance.
I mean, if they could do a good distance, Nazer wouldn't be crippled.
Along with character arcs, of course, the way the game presents Naomi is so creepy. Obviously, they're they're the bashful nerd or whatever, clearly crushing on Fang, but then they do the creepy stalker thing, and the game forces you to go along with it. There are options that are genuinely wow, this is kind of cool.
If
No,
they-
it's not!
If they wanted
Yeah.
the Naomi romance, there was a better way to fucking do it.
Oh, there really is. I mean,
Not the
if
fucking,
they
I got
really-
your measurements from your brother.
Well, it's also really weird. It's even if they wanted to go the "Hey, I'm in love with you" as a final text, that should be way closer to when the meteor happens.
Yeah.
Because Naomi does it right when the meteor is news, and again, months away. So it doesn't even make sense from that point of view, especially later on when Naomi's the one doing calculations of well, if the meteor were to hit, so clearly she knows when it's going to hit, if it's going to. So it just doesn't make sense. And then she continues with the weird stalkerish behavior. not good. Not a good look, though.
You know how many near
No,
misses
not
with meteorites
forever.
we've had, like big extinction meteors we've had in the last couple of years? There's been
Yeah,
like
that's
4
the other
near
thing.
misses.
The
They
like
don't-
Yeah.
the month's time period or whatever, like everyone is they don't have confirmation it's going to hit, and yet everyone is acting like it's most definitely going to. But there's no real like social upheaval because of that. It's just people like kind of disagreeing about it. Like we're all gonna die. It's like, well, we don't know that. It's like it's
Yeah, like
confused.
even given
looters.
let's use an example from real life. If we know there's going to be at least a substantial meteor impact, like I'm talking like the Siberian impact, people are gonna freak the fuck out.
Where's
Yeah,
my
especially
fucking
once it's
looting? Where's the looting happening?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like near the end of the game, there's no sign that anything's falling apart. Like school is still in session, I think, and like people are being respectful in society. Like
Yeah,
come on.
that
It
weirded
might
me
just
out
be
a
because
lot
it's
at school.
Canadian, but you know,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
still
like-
unrealistic.
Like, oh, is it perfectly natural reaction-y?
Society would go into a full upheaval, even if it's going to be a near miss, because just that's how the mind works. If we know we are doomed, we freak the fuck out and spend our last moments
I think I
freaking
might
the
be
fuck
like
out.
bleeding stuff together, but I was watching a podcast where they were, I think we're talking about like 9/11 or something, and it's like in an apocalypse movie. The thing that makes it real is like when you can't get a connection out to you miss a connection, fuck me. When you can't get a connection out to someone via like internet or phone,
Yeah.
so like your calls fail. Everyone's
Like,
literally everyone's phone fails at the same time at the beginning of GBH. That would immediately send up red flags, and yet everyone's like, "That's kind of quirky."
Yeah, like if that happens, it'll be a similar event to the false nuke alarm in Hawaii a couple years back.
Yeah,
Oh,
It
where
was
that one
just
guy
general
like,
fucking
well, I'm a
great.
virgin. I'm not. I'm gonna. Oh, I shouldn't bring that one up.
and again, just massively out of time scale. The meteor is like barely registering on their radars or whatever at that point. It should not be fucking stuff up like that. You guys are fucked. if
You'd
it
maybe
is.
get like a
That's
little
gonna
bit
have
of
some
interference.
powerful. That's gonna have enough. If it's fucking you up already that far away, it's gonna at least have enough like EMF radiation that you're going back into the fucking Stone Age. Like I'm not a scientist, but you're fucked.
Yeah, like if it's that strong of an EM interference, it's a check love.
Yeah, like you're utterly fucked. And just I can like talk shit on it for so long because it wasn't thought through clearly. I think the time scale, they had a floating time scale probably in their own development, and they weren't really thinking about when stuff took place, which is always an issue. So maybe they think it takes place over the course of like 2 weeks, but it's more like several months.
Yeah, which that is another main issue of the story. There are two massive time skips that it blows the timeline out. Like, time skips should only go as far as a week.
If you're gonna do a bigger time skip, I mean, I think there's narrative purposes for it. But in a game like this, literally no excuse.
I mean, in
And
my,
Yeah.
they show like a slideshow of like them doing friend stuff during one of the time skips. Like, could I have played that? Could I have actually liked these characters, please?
Yeah, like
I mean, I
used-
made one massive, huge fuck off time skip while writing Megaloboxing, but that's just because the first chapter was to establish that this kid's kind of spiteful.
That's also fine in like a narrative. It depends on the medium. The problem with a visual novel is if your medium is visual, I'd have to really sit down and think about when you would. The only reason I can think of like a time skip is say end of Snoop game, like I guess any one of the endings, like E2. Yeah, there's going to be a time skip where shit
Where
happens.
you had to go off anyway to somewhere else.
Yeah, like that.
Whether it's
This is the
military
ending.
college.
Exactly. We're not going to show you the entire thing, but here's what happens. That's the only acceptable time. But like for like the final act of a game when it should be endearing you to the characters, you're fucked. You are so your project's doomed.
Well, at least the community around the project didn't let it be doomed, even if they fucking are spiteful.
We were trying to do some math on it the first stream. We think that they may have made their money back just barely, but it's really hard to say because
It was fucking close.
Well, because we don't know exactly. Like we were really ballparking how much money they got in loans from the government, but they sold a lot of copies. They sold a lot more copies than you'd expect. I guess that's not accounting
a few
for
100,000
losses
or
on
what?
refunds. I want to say like 400,000. Like it was a hefty amount for like $30, $40 a game.
You know, that would have been a success if the game was good. Because then people would be refunding it.
It would have been a success. Again, if they did make a profit, it would have been very narrow. Because we were kind of ballparking, trying to figure out. Yeah, marketing.
They got the state of
PlayStation
in 2020 or whatever.
Yeah, PlayStation probably did the bulk of marketing. I don't even think there was much beyond that. Otherwise, they just did trailers.
Dog, I wasn't even aware of GVH until like after I played Snoop Game, because when I got the link, when the link that Reed does shows up, I didn't click on it. I said, "Nah, fuck that. That's probably some bullshit. This is a 4chan game."
That's
Next.
Hilarious. I didn't do it my first time. It's actually like a really missed opportunity. It was a misconnection that they don't force you to click it, because it's a funny joke. But if you save it, quote unquote, for later, you never see it again. That was.
Yeah, my brain immediately went, "This is some 4chan bullshit. This is probably going to
GVH has
my sister."
Co-op has the funniest chance of doing anything by just nuking that video, and then it just ruins the joke forever.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how you get back at us, guys.
Nuke your goddamn trailer you made.
And it's one of those things where we also got into this at the sort of debriefing, I think both times when we were done with the chapter, of there's no universe in which co-op ever would have been grateful for 4chan in any regard. Because, of course, admittedly, the whole project started out of spite. It ended up mogging theirs quite a bit. It ended up being free on a much smaller timescale. Like, there's no way to look at it gratefully, even if it did get more interest in GVH itself. Even ignoring all that stuff, it's like a culture war thing. It's like they detransed our character. They had no chance to be happy about it.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I understand that point, and I would probably get pretty angry too if somebody just like grabbed whatever IP I made and
I think there's a way to be graceful about it. I don't think co-op
is gonna.
I don't think they had. I don't want to say any right to. That's not the right word. They had there was just no reason to expect that of them. There's no possible way to spin it where people who worked on that project are going to look at it gracefully. And I totally get that. It's just an unfortunate situation.
Yeah, it really is.
I mean, they could have offered some jobs.
You know what? I take it back. There's one thing I can change about GVH's development. Main writer's no longer a pedophile. There we go. I saved the world.
A lot of stuff there.
Isn't that what happened?
Well, they were a pedophile. Then they
same writer, but not a pedophile. Got it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, not that they are a pedophile. No, that they aren't. And then we get to see what would have happened otherwise.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where you got to be grateful for as it is. Like, we got Snoop Game. I think, honestly, if it comes down between having to choose good GVH, but no Snoop Game, or what we have now, I'm going to choose Snoop Game. I mean, I think, ironically enough, the community is better than co-op ever could have cultivated, even with a great game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I agree, yeah.
I mean, it's still like a somewhat thriving Katawa Shoujo community in existence.
And I mentioned I think that's primarily because the audiences of both games are two different demographics. GVH is like teenage Tumblrites, and Snoop Game is grown-ass men.
Yes, there you go.
So we're able to sort of actually cultivate a community, and for the most part, I mean, obviously bad actors and all that, we're able to keep drama sort of out of it, keep it thriving. There's no drama that tears it apart every 2 weeks.
Looking inside of the Snoop Club, whenever there's a bad actor show up, everybody collectively just shoots them.
Yep.
And
I mean, there's general negativity or whatever, but that's gonna happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, well, Rita's just sent something to me, and I'm not going to address it right now because it's kind of funny what he just wrote.
Oh, no. Oh, I see.
Oh, man.
Why would you censor that? It's part of the original cunt.
Whoopsie daisies.
Pivoting back to my writing because it's a short pipeline after that.
Yeah.
Undertale shit, bad, orphaned. I also did some fics that I think were probably pretty good quality for what they were for Tales from the Borderlands of all things. See, I usually start writing for stuff when I think there's a vacuum at the ending. So obviously Undertale, you don't get to see the happy ending, not really. I thought that's pretty gay. Wrote for that. Tales from the Borderlands left on a total cliffhanger. Borderlands 3 flubbed it. Telltale's dead. We're never getting a resolution for that. It's so
Yeah,
dumb.
no.
But this was before that. This was when we were still hopeful. This is when there was the Tales from the Borderlands forums.
Whoa. So what was that like?
It was very simple. It was like the actual site itself was pretty bad because I doubt they expected to create a real community. It was essentially just
Exactly.
one-off posts. You couldn't see people live typing like on Discord, and I think there was a delay on when you could see posts. So they probably had some sort of auto mod or even a manual mod that had to check stuff. But there was like two, shipping camps. There was I was going to call him Troy because it's Troy Baker. Reese is going to get with the Laura Bailey. How am I forgetting her name? Fiona or Reese is going to get with the other bitch. And that was like the kind of two camps, and that's all that people really cared for. So I wrote some sort of after stories, kind of. I think I ignored the vault ending because it was just dumb. I don't like it. Like, what are you gonna go from there? You got teleported to some weird fuck off place. I didn't want to deal with that. But I wrote a couple of those. Those are pretty good quality. Orphan those. So again, these aren't deleted, but they are gone somewhere far and away.
Somebody else can
They're
start
still
writing
on
for
AO3.
them.
If they wanted to, yeah, if they could go find them, they're still on AO3. And then the only ones that I've kept on my profile aside from that are for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, specifically Purple Haze Feedback. I don't know if you guys are familiar with JoJo in general or what that is.
I know that Purple Haze had to be written out of this story because the author was afraid he was too powerful. Or
It was actually he was more along the lines of Rocky was going through some like tough mental stuff at that time, and he couldn't imagine having a main character betray the cast like that. But yes, I do think it had something to do with his power set. Like it's a little broken. I think he could have figured something out. Honestly, I think there would have been a good
Demonic
opportunity.
Venom
some other
or whatever.
fight. I think he could have had a pretty good scene in like the Ghiaccio fight, White Album. I think it would have been something. I'd have to dig up. I have some notes to
Plague
it.
to plague.
They could have used him here. Well, Ghiaccio has like a suit that's like airtight or
yeah.
whatever. Yeah, so I feel like there's a point where he could have used it on him. It didn't really do anything, but it like acted as a distraction.
Well, no,
that would have been better than nothing.
His suit isn't airtight. It brings in air through the back of his head.
No. At one point, he does make it airtight because during the fight, he like takes oxygen in and freezes it so that it slow thaws, so that he can breathe underwater.
I forgot about
And-
that. It's been so long.
Yeah, JoJo is so fucking weird. Anyways, Purple Haze Feedback is a light novel. It was written not by Araki, some other Japanese author, entered into a contest, and like not canonical, but like accepted by Araki as like, yeah, this is pretty cool. He like did some designs for the characters in it. Very good story. I think there's a audiobook version by like River Dude Dubs or something. Pretty good. It's a after story of what happens to Fugo after. Obviously he like technically betrayed the family by betraying.
Yeah.
And it essentially follows his like sort of redemption mission, his chance at redemption with another original character, Sheila E. and Canolo Morolo. And they're pretty cool. It's great. There's like one part of it that I think is like, okay, well this guy knows JoJo, but that's a little non-canonical. There's like a point where like flashing back, Fugo shows his stand to someone who doesn't have a stand, and he's like, that means you have potential. That's not how that works. Other than that, it like perfectly fits in canon. There's like actual character arcs. The characters and like stand abilities are interesting. And it like wraps up the story well. One thing I didn't like about Part 5's anime is obviously Fugo doesn't have much of a backstory in the actual manga, unfortunately. But they could have used the one that they had in Purple Haze Feedback, where instead of getting molested, which I think was just, you're not going to do anything with that. Why do you have to do that to him?
Yeah.
I see you adding
The
that.
train scene.
Adding what?
they-
Huh? You said-
Instead, he had like a relationship with his grandmother, and his grandmother dies. And the professor's like, you can't fucking leave, you little shit, and he beats him with a book because of that. That would have been better. There was like actual character shit there, but you know.
Yeah.
Anyways, I wrote some romance stuff for Ugo and Sheila E. I was going to originally do a third part. I never got to it. So technically that series is unfinished. Still in my AO3. Duke Beavington read it, and then now also references that along with Misconnection.
Nice. You're such a story. A storied writer, apparently. Many things that you have decided should be forgotten that I will find and then won't let you forget. I will find...
I'm a very story-minded person, even aside from... Those are the things that I've physically written and put out there. I've already mentioned the stuff that never got published, but also, in general, I'm a very critical person when it comes to narratives, including when they're bad. I'm very, very critical of shit that's bad, and why, and, like, you know, the how and all that, and what could have been done. I also, along with TTRPG stuff, I wasn't the DM for that superhero campaign, but I was sort of like a co-DM with the main DM, Neo. I'm like, hey, you know what would be really cool if we did this, if we planned this, which, you know, some people had issues with. I also DM some of my own stuff. So I have a mind for stories outside of writing. I'm just glad that I'm also able to share that with people in written form. Because there are some people who are great storytellers, they just can't sit down and put it, you know, pen to paper.
Yeah.
I mean, I've met a few like that. I mean, I mostly, I'm despite being signified as a goose, I tend to do parrot what other people say. You know, be like, hey, I heard this awesome story from a guy, and you can kind of see this in me, I'm sure.
I will say, if I mentioned this before a couple of times, if I didn't have a campaign fall through because a friend, just sort of a falling out, unfortunately, still hoping that that works out. If I didn't have that campaign fall through that I was doing, I would not have gotten into Wani and Snoot. I may have, like, tangentially maybe entered Snoot Club or something, but I would never have started on Wani Kiss, and I would not be in the community right now.
Oh, you just had all sorts of extra free time open up because...
Yeah, basically, because I exactly, and I'm like, fuck, I'm not writing for a campaign anymore. And I think I blew through Snoot Game really quickly.
A quick 7
showed it to my
hours.
sister. Like I binged it over a couple of days, and I like showed it to my sister. And I'm like, hey, so don't freak out. It's kind of a scaly thing, but it's not okay. I swear. And they loved it.
That's
I only
what
showed
I
them
did
a
to my
new
brother.
4. Yeah, you kind of have to introduce it that way. I showed it to Neo too. I'm like, hey man, I know.
Now
And he's like, I know you would not introduce. I know you. You would not show this to me unless there was a reason. I'll try it. And
My brother now makes fun of me in front of all the fellers at the function, being like, "Oh, you getting ready to pound that Stegussi?"
fuck. Neo is like far too busy of a person. He's like doing actual real life shit. He's actually very inspirational. He's doing way more than I am at this point. He's like in school for animation right now. He's like got it a like full-time job. He has a bunch of other shit to do. So I don't blame him for not being main part of the Snoot community. But every once in a while, or every week or so, we'll get together and he'll be like, "So what's going on in the Snoot community?" Because he does have that investment because he likes the games. And then Wani came out like literally 2 weeks after I finished showing Snoot Game to my sister. And then I got it, obviously the day it came out. I binged it over the course of 2 days at work. I got paid to play Wani.
That's amazing.
It's great. I could never get that because I work blue collar. I'm out
Same.
in the field. I'm out in the windy fucking Kansas fields.
Yeah, I got really lucky. I always worked remote, at least as far as this story is concerned. Doing like customer service. I got really lucky. I had 2 shifts in a row that were essentially like dead. Like no one calls in. And now that's my full-time job. That shift. So I could do it, whenever I want. I write during work.
Oh man, that's
I-
great.
I sure do hope your supervisors are understanding of that. I mean, I'm sure they are. I'm sure.
Oh well, they don't know.
I'm
It's
sure
one
they
of
do
those things
Facebook at
where-
work. Hopefully, they'll never find this.
They're gonna find me on Facebook. My legal name is Receiver K. Yeah, but it's one of those things where it's kind of by design. The position is made to be I'm dedicated. So I'm dedicated to this subsect of people. They don't have much going on, so I don't think they fault me for fucking jerking off or whatever, doing whatever I do on company time. I lock in when it matters. At least I hope that's how they fucking see it if they ever look like, hey, what are you doing during the day exactly? I'm like, my job.
Researching company products, of course.
I am looking
Looking
how
at our
to do
catalog.
my job better. That's what I'm doing. I'm checking my emails 20 times a minute just to make sure I don't miss anything.
Yeah. I'm sure in that sector people actually do check their emails. Not so in my sector.
Funny because like even when I do my job, it's one of those things where I'm beholden to like an entire like NOC team, Network Operations Center. So like if I fucking send something to them and they don't see it for like until the end of my shift, I'm like, well, fuck, I did what I can. Like I guess like there's my task done.
Yeah, exactly. You gave your your message out there to be like, I need help with this.
Mm-hmm. So I guess it's also good in that regard where like I do my job. That's I think all they really care about. Everything else, it's one of those situations where it's a by design. I think kind of. I don't want to say like they don't care, but it's slow. There's like a speedy process, and so I get to write my fan fictions during it. That's pretty much the only reason I was able to put out 2 chapters of Misconnections back to back.
Oh, that's beautiful.
It's great. I wish I could do something similar creatively, but all I can think of is occasionally a poem will enter my brain and I'll write it down with my little notepad and they'll be like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, writing measurements."
I would never do Neuralink because I feel like I'd be like the chimp that fucking died like 2 days after getting it installed. But it would be really cool if I could just, while doing anything else, mentally dictate a fic. Because that's already how I think. As visual of a person as I am, I'm also very like thoughtful of how it'll be put down on the page. So while I don't really plan my fics out, I don't have a document or anything, which honestly would probably help me because I sometimes forget at the last minute I'm supposed to add something. I already have like a conception of a moment way ahead of time how I'm gonna phrase it, and then I just fit it in from there.
And that's something special. I just kind of raw dog it. It's very emotional.
Yeah, other than that, especially with Devlog, which I kind of do by order, like do this chapter, here's the outline. I kind of wing it pretty heavily. I just, especially for some of the chapters where it's like you gotta hit like these like minor beats, but then I have to fill it out with like I gotta come up with 20 jokes for the different routes. And they have to be funny and not character breaking. It's a little daunting, I'll say. To anyone thinking of getting onto like a mod team for writing specifically, I'd say just consider how much time you can invest first of all, because I feel like that's people's primary issue, and then what your role will be, because if you're like sitting down and having to do that much writing, you should probably have the chops to do it already. I'm not saying you need a fic out there, but you probably need some sort of like proof to point back to that you can do it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree fully. You should have some more proof in the pudding for creative endeavors if you're trying to sign on to somebody else's work. Otherwise, if you want to just start making a mod, it's actually not that hard to start.
It's free to make your own mod or your own fic. So it's one of those things where I only mention that because recently I had a friend in the community who was contemplating getting onto a mod project, and I won't name them, of course, for writing, because they were having issues writing their fic. They didn't know where to go from there. I'm like, that's probably the last thing you want to do. You can't like wrap your head around your own fic idea to finish it. I don't want to say you're going to be dead weight, but you're going to have a lot more issues trying to work with other people in writing. It's already a weird enough prospect. I'm not very used to like co-writing in that, I got to sort of like obviously I can't live write for shit, but like writing alongside someone else and like sort of trading off like that's new here. I barely used my storyboards before to get ideas for fics. I mean, all of Wani Kiss, save the bonus chapters, was like, oh, I already know I'm going to do this, basically.
This is happening.
Yeah, basically. I'm like, I've said it before. I was really unenthused with certain parts of One. Retrospectively, I binged it in 2 days. I was going to get depression afterwards, no matter what. But being a critical person, it made me think of what could have been changed. Primarily, I think the fact, just Inko's character in general, he didn't have enough foreshadowing on his egotistical tendencies for E1 to feel fair. So I fucking loved Inko Noted when I binged it. I also binged the shit out of that one day at work. And that was awesome.
Yeah,
and then from there, I was just like, wow, there's a lot of shit left on the table here. What the fuck was Ben and Mia's problem? Bruh? What's Damien and Liz are kind of there? So that's all stuff I knew I had to address.
There's literally a chapter called We Forgot About Liz.
I said that yesterday, yeah. Someone pointed out to me in the Wanikiss thread, they were like, hey, why does Liz keep referring to her uncle as Uncle Ferris? Aren't they on a first name basis? I'm like, someone else said that too, but I saw where she called him Uncle Ferris. And it's true. Apparently Kate Manon had no consistency on that because at 2 different points, she says both. So, and it's during the We Forgot About Liz chapter.
Yeah. Whoops. I mean, things slip through the cracks.
Again, that's one of those things where reading the Lit-Anon document really gave me perspective of wow, they were fuck. I'm surprised they got
I can guarantee you things will slip through the cracks for me.
On the Columbo mod?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'll get notes of, hey, can we change this a little bit? I'm like, oh, yeah, sure thing. I can get that done right away. And it just doesn't happen.
Well, that's why I try and, in the actual scripts, if you notice, I do the hashtag comments or whatever. So you'll actually see those when coding.
Yeah, I mean, I see that, and that's very helpful. Because it does put it in and makes it so it doesn't activate.
Before we put out a final product, just because this isn't
Yeah, I'll just pass it amongst you, and then you can fucking make
We'll beta test it, yeah.
I mean, I've shown it to other people, being like, hey, this is coming together swimmingly so far. I need to add the fucking extra Naomi sprite. All right. I could probably just fucking put that file path in and just throw it in my actual Snoot Game folder and then break the mod. I'm sure somebody's done something like that before where they brick their mod because they put it in the wrong folder.
Oh yeah, Trish Route is fucking rife with that. I actually like Trish Route, by the way. I don't know if anyone... Apparently that's a really weird opinion in the community. I liked it. I think it was very rough. I'm excited for Purple Game, though I haven't played the demo, so maybe that's misplaced hope.
I haven't touched it.
I thought the ideas of Trish Route were very interesting in the... Jesus Christ, what a dark start. Spoiler alert for anyone, but it's an old-ass mod. It's being remade anyways. Fang shoots up the school immediately, and then Anon develops a relationship with Trish. And I think the route they go with how manipulative Trish is very interesting. I think the final good ending monologue is a little weird and kind of confused. Honestly, it's the only thing I would change, because it's kind of hard to keep track of what the fuck they're talking about. And I'm a pretty high-speed dude.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're able to keep up with some of the most crazy shit I've ever heard, frankly.
Mm-hmm. From our good friends,
yeah. Not naming names, but the Renaissance Man. The Renaissance Men are coming.
Renaissance Man. It's actually one of those things in my fix that I'm always very careful to do because I don't want to sound unhinged myself, out of nowhere. There's 2 points in Wanikiss I can think of where, I was very careful to make them complex as they needed to be, but, not try and muddle it, and that would have been the umbrella scene, and then maybe 1 or 2 later points where, Olivia's working through some other shit. I didn't want it to be either too simple and then Anon's like, you gotta do this. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Or, getting so into the philosophy of it that it was impossible to keep track of. I think I did a pretty good job, but even in, misconnections, when I have Anon trying to make a point, I try and balance it with the fact that he's, borderline retarded. Because you gotta do it that way.
I mean, you gotta stay true to the character, yeah.
You also kind of have to keep in mind there's a way to write something where it feels written. This is the author trying to tell me something versus this is the character trying their best to get a point across that they believe in. And it's a hard balance for some people. I can't think of anything, not that I would name names, in the Snoot community that I've read that feels like that, but it's an up-to-taste thing. I've had people criticize Wanikiss Mainly that I didn't change the first few chapters too much, but that was by design.
I mean,
Like I said, it was a redesign. It was a rewrite essentially of Wani, and
and
I don't have any issues with the first few
in that
chapters.
scenario. There's not a lot of change room anyway. Like,
Exactly.
it's pretty
Well,
like
also
like,
it's
Anon
Anon.
will fucking railroad you, and he's like going with the flow entirely.
Exactly. Anon just, he hops into the situation. He doesn't actually start changing shit till later, so that causes later changes.
Yeah, until
but
his
not
fucking
immediately.
tendencies come out of the arcade.
As far as anyone considers him, he's just a bald, skinny like Inko is. So not much is going to change in those first few interactions.
Exactly. I do gotta ask though, what parts of Wani Kiss do you find to be your favorite to write? Like just divergences from Wani, or like having basically what is a Tumblr and a 4chan user both going at it?
Expanding on the shit that, for one reason or another, Cabanon just couldn't or didn't. Like, obviously Ben and Mia, I think I was able to tackle their arcs a lot better. I had to take some liberties with what the fuck was actually going on in their lives and how they interacted, but I feel like Cabanon would have done the same if they gave them any more credence. There's no way to make Mia sympathetic in the main story of One. So I had to make some changes for that. I think her whole deal especially expanded in the bonus chapters, which, while they were nice to do, I didn't want the bonus chapters to be necessary. And I feel like that's something I did well enough in. So that was really fun. Kind of, to a lesser degree, Damien and Liz, I kind of had more moments with them that showed that they weren't just supporting characters. They kind of had their own shit going on, and Damien actually had his own stresses those entire 4 years. Harlock recently pointed me out, because he's doing his rereading, in Chapter 8, Gator Fever, instead of dosing himself with lean, Anon just gets really sick and has a severe fever dream. That was very fun to write for, especially the ending where it's him talking to himself. So I made it really purposefully confusing with the syntax.
Yeah, I got to read that part as well, and when I saw the little baby there, Amber, I was like,
Yep.
oh, that's going to be very interesting, because he has no idea what that is. He's like, oh,
Yep.
hello, hallucination.
And it's so funny. I made multiple references to the possibility that I don't know. I never wanted it to be oh, Anon wakes up, this is all a dream or whatever.
Yeah.
But I made an allusion in the very first chapter that, he has his mental break after he's ridiculed at his school. Timeline's slightly different. Obviously, it takes place over summer break because he starts the year fresh. But there's an allusion to the fact that he had just snapped out of a light fugue state, and he had somewhat dreamt of the events of Snoop Game. And then obviously Amber shows up in his dream world, and he's like, "What the fuck is
It's
going
the
on?"
multiverse trying to reach out and correct an issue. Trying to
Yeah.
stop a connection from being missed.
Well, this was all before I really had the conception to make what Arlok eventually did as Tory game. I thought I might eventually get to it. I'd have to see how Wani Kiss went, of course, and how I was feeling. And then Arlok reached out to me, and he's like, "Hey, man, you're wanting the Inko at Volcano High, can I do that?" And I'm like, "Oh, fucking absolutely, dude. Take that off my plate. Jesus Christ." Yeah. He doesn't like being called it, but he's the Inko guy. And I've said it before, it's not to, demean him. It's because he gets Inko in a way that I know I could. I would not have wrote Tory game half as well as him. That's for certain.
And I'll be honest, the reason I even found out about Wani Kiss was from Arlok, who recommended, hey, after you're done with Inko Noted, go check this out, Wani Kiss, then come back and read Tory games, so that way when we do a crossover thing, it's more understandable. And I was like, oh, that's really cool, I'm going to go do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Literally every time I can. I'll always, when people ask for thick recommendations, fresh off the rip, they have no knowledge. It's usually Bad Apple, Inko Noted, because obviously those are a matching pair of E1 sucks, but it could suck less. And then I have to self-plug Wani Kiss, but I also say, and Tory game, because, they're very, separately, they're really good. But I'm proud of mine, and I know Warlock did well on his.
I mean,
but yes, all those Snoop Game references, I also made a reference.
You danced around
Oh,
and let
yeah?
somebody else take the name I Want Snoot.
So the I Want to Kiss That Snoot. I did accidentally take that title from someone on the Discord, and it was without being on the Discord. So I've apologized to them before.
Shuan?
Not
Shuan.
Shuan.
Shuan made one called I Want Snoot.
Oh no, I'm talking about there was two co-writers who literally days before I posted my fic, unbeknownst to me, again I was not on Discord. I'm going to maintain the fact that I didn't do this on purpose. Had been toying around with the idea of in on Olivia fic. They eventually changed the title, but they were working with like I Want to Kiss Those Snoots because theirs was going to eventually become polyamorous, and then I dropped mine and took that from them, which while I feel bad about, I think I did it justice. I don't feel too bad about taking the title because I saw it through, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think it'd be hard to imagine my fic with any other title. If I also had taken the idea of Inko at Volcano High, I would have had a significantly worse game. I was thinking of like Maw game or Beak game. Tori game is just better. It sounds better. It makes sense. It sort of riffs off the inverse of what I did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool that
It
happened.
does work pretty well. I like it. I enjoyed reading that. I need to get back to reading it. I'm behind. I'm behind on my reading. I need to actually read a lot.
I also, me too. Like I said it yesterday when we were talking as well, but I know I'll get sucked into something, and it'll like if it's good or bad, it'll ruin me mentally for a good day. So I really got to pick my battles with that if I have writing to do.
Oh, don't worry. I'll get back to my work so you can enjoy that more.
And then I'll be like, "This is trash. I quit."
I mean, that's kind of what I expect. I think somebody actually like DM'd me and told me to kill myself after that. So you know.
I also made one reference to Reed later in the story, or I don't remember if at that point Tori game had started, but I made a reference when Anon and Olivia were doing a sketch page right before he proposed to go to the winter formal or whatever with her. He mentions the pink raptor from My Nightmares, which was just Reed. That one's more subtle. Retrospectively, now that the two are canon to each other, it's a little weird, but Arlok had some fun of his own when Inko has his own quote-unquote lean moment. Don't want to spoil what actually happens. They ask him why he asked where Olivia and his kids were. So apparently there's a little like multiversal shit happening to both of them, you know?
Yeah, some
The universal
maybe
time code's trying to repair itself. Oh boy!
Even in my epilogue, I had it where like they're all together, the kids are born or whatever, and he looks at Amber's sheet, and it's like the MC Escher stare room, and he's like, well, that seems really familiar. I don't like that.
Yeah. Man.
There's already a weird supernatural element to my fic anyways, so I don't feel too weird about it. They're more than anything tongue-in-cheek references. I don't think anyone's too bent up about them. But
Yeah, exactly.
retrospectively, it's like, I didn't actually expect to make it canon to someone else's fic. Which, Arlok may have already started Tori game by the time I did it, but I am so fucking happy. When I read the chapter of Tori game that was basically just my bonus chapter drama of worms, I was fucking screaming.
It's great. Gotta love that
That's-
work. Gotta love when
that's
people
awesome.
appreciate work. They're like appreciate you enough to think about it. Fuck words. I'm a poet, I swear.
I think that, and then me watching Arlok's creator spotlight with Humo, that got me back into like the community itself. Because I'd originally joined Snoot Club just for the mod jam stuff, and then I put my story into storyboards, thinking it was more of like a library preservation thing and not a like ongoing. You're supposed to ask for help and like talk to readers. And then I left because I'm like, well, this is take up too much of my time. I gotta focus on writing.
Exactly.
That got me back in, and then I basically immediately had my creator spotlight, and then I mentioned Columbo, and the rest is history.
And then I walked into your DMs like, so you too
I will
like
say-
an Italian detective.
Yeah,
I
you came in
feel-
with like one more thing.
One more.
thing.
I do have to mention it because I know they get a little bashful about it, but I feel like it's absolutely necessary with what I've already mentioned. Farian was originally a reader and commenter who helped a lot on Ben and Mia specifically. I'd like to say that I would have gotten to the same point regardless, but I just can't be sure, because he and I had a really good back and forth originally on what Ben and Mia meant to each other and how they should be integrated in the story, which I implemented immediately afterwards. It let me start their arc off early, so it didn't feel like it was like ham-fisted or rushed or just a botched job. I thank him a lot for that.
Every now and then somebody brings him up. He actually got, as skittish as he can be, he got around quite a bit before just to talk to people.
Yes, and I'm glad to see he's more and more a part of the community. Dude's fucking smart.
He's a fucking
no other way
interesting
to-
fellow.
He's great to talk to. There's
Yeah.
I've said this before.
every time I talk about him, I'm gonna borderline start glazing him. So
I've said this before, but the only reason that interview wasn't 10 hours long is because I had a tummy ache. Just
and that interview,
knowable
goddamn,
horrors.
again, great. I listened to it. I couldn't listen to it live, so I started listening to it at like 3 a.m. I stayed up all night listening to it. It was awesome.
Really?
That's-
You just binged it all in one go.
That's one that I showed
did.
my family because of how interesting he is.
Mhm.
And
That's
then that
a good
has
one.
them
That's like a
questioning
good
my
one.
choices in life every occasionally. They're like, so what's wrong with you?
Like, oh, why aren't you a Renaissance man? Huh?
It's not even that. It's just like, what is your obsession with this group of people? I just think
We're all
they're neat.
autistic the same way.
We like dinosaurs.
You see, it hit the autism just right, and that's all that needs to be said.
I'm here. It's Christmas time. I have the little Stego woman and the little burrito behind me. Oh no.
As much as people love, obviously, the characters and stories, fixed, extended as they are, it's the community that keeps people here. Because I never really got to the Undertale or even Tales from the Borderlands community.
They kind of spook you off.
It was more like
It's hard to
they were a little
establish
cringe.
presence. It's hard to establish presence there.
That too,
without
like I
being
was saying,
because they
with
have their big
grown
actors
men.
already. Oh yeah. You can-
With like grown man, we're able to again like actually create a community and keep it from fucking imploding. So people are able to get together. They're able to stay together. They're able to get to know each other's names. Oh, I recognize that guy. He wrote this, and it provides a more stable environment.
I was 17 years old when I first played Snoot Game. My, how the years go by.
Right. I mean, I got to see Snoot Game first, and I got to be aware of GVH from a machinima video made by Protein Pill. So I was cracking up at the Dino women playing music, and then the breathy vocals and all that stuff. I was laughing my ass off at that stuff, and then when it came out, I was like, all right, I'm not completely. I played GVH, but I got a lending link for it. I was like, oh, look at this lending link. Let me play this for a bit. I'm like, all right, the music's actually pretty good, and the animation is rough, but it's there. It's serviceable.
At
got
Blindsight,
that.
I was talking to Blindsight, and they showed me what happens outside of this frame. They're constantly breaking models, and they
Oh
just
my
like
gosh.
change where the frame is to make it so you're not seeing that.
There's a lot
Yeah.
of issues.
Like
And for
when
me-
she's looking at her phone in the car, for whatever reason, like her arm turns into a U below frame.
That's so crazy that happens. But yeah, I got shown what Snoot Game was. And I was like, oh wow, I really like this. And then I heard about Wani coming out. I'm like, wait a minute, that's the 4chan guy that makes the visual novels. I'll keep my eyes on Wani and see where this goes. And Wani came out, and I liked it a lot. And I was like, wow, okay, well, I'll keep in touch with this and see where it goes.
Yeah, it's funny. Like I said, I watched Dunsville's video on Goodbye Volcano High because it was recommended. And I don't know if I'd known about Snoot before. I probably heard it like offhandedly mentioned, and I thought, well, that's some 4chan cringe. Never gonna touch that. And then he offhandedly mentioned Snoot Game, but he said he wasn't gonna do a video about it, which I think is still true. But I'm like, well, fuck, I'll look it up. It's free, I'll check it out later. Campaign fell through. I'm like, well, to avoid killing myself, I guess I'll play this game.
Yep.
Try something new.
And then I killed myself anyways because E1.
Oh no, that was your first ending?
That was not my first one, luckily. I'm not a bad person.
Okay.
I think I got E3.
Yeah.
Okay.
And only because I guess I appreciate it now, but like some of the choices are a little. I get them all now, but like the cables.
The malicious cables.
Is this really gonna change my future because I don't trust this motherfucker? This dude's cracked out as hell. Come on.
Yeah.
But I get it. It is an issue of trust. It's
Yeah, like it took me a little bit to understand. Oh, I need to let Faye talk it out. And
that one too. Holy shit. Those two scenes, the umbrella scene as well. It's like, wow. I would fuck this up massively because I'd want to help too much. I wouldn't let these fuckers talk, which is
Yeah, same here. I'd just be like,
it's made me reflect more on how I interact with people. It got me real existential for a while after I played Snoot Game. It actually made me like, it made me try and be more social than I had been. I had been kind of just existing, and then I decided to start going to like these weekly events with my sister, just to sort of get out there. And I met some cool people because of it. But it made me realize, like, wow, I'm kind of like, I can't just fucking sit around and do nothing. God damn.
I fall into that trap of just sitting around doing nothing, but
I still do it more often than not. But at least I'm social with all my friends on the computer.
I'm the old fucking computer, guys. Try fucking out. Wait to play it with the sunshine. My feelings towards my computer are varied, as it contains many friends info alike.
I just like it because I get to play Halo with people again after like a decade of not playing Halo with people.
I will say also, I do appreciate sort of the position I'm in as a recognized Snoot writer, that there are far more people who appreciate the work than like the one or two, haters, which is...
Yeah, exactly. Like, you're going to get a lot of people bookmarking and being like, wow, this made me have to sit down for a while and think about things.
Yeah, and it just sucks you have to balance that, because mentally, you're going to read one mean comment and you're going to get one guide. I know I get one guide every time, and then it takes me like a bit, and I'm like, okay, no, not only are they wrong, but,
Yeah.
And I don't have to say I dismiss every criticism, but usually when people criticize, it's like stuff that was intentional and for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, well, I have to write it this way, otherwise there's no climax. Like, what do you want me to do with that?
Unfortunately,
Some people...
I thrive on hate, so,
Some people just, when they read stuff, don't give it enough, like... They don't give the author enough credit, and fair enough. Apparently a lot of, like, good fics are imploding recently because people just don't know how to finish them. Not naming names, but, like... You gotta, when you first start a fic, you gotta go into it with a blank mind. You can't even really compare it to canon, because I can do whatever the fuck I want with these characters. I usually play it pretty close to the cuff, but, you gotta sort of understand that the author's gonna try and do something, so as long as they do that well, maybe it's not what you want, but, there's something there.
Like, I've seen people write Anon as, like, what if he was actually very, getting tired of giving excuses to other people and just decided to say what he thought was on his mind. Or a very big and strong Anon that's able to essentially hold his own ground. And so if he gets pushed around, he's able to push back. And
Anon's an interesting case, because I've also said this before, where he is like a litmus test. And I think it's sometimes to the game's detriment, because sometimes people who play Snoot Game will project a little too hard onto him and miss that he does have his own character. But he has enough leeway that when someone writes Anon, you get a glimpse at that person. Now that's a bit telling in my case. You're going to notice things that Anon maybe doesn't do in actual canon that he does, probably because I do.
So you
Similarly
you're a weeb, is what you're telling me.
No, in fact, I'm like so not a weeb that the few times he talks about anime, it's all normie shit, save for like one reference.
Yeah.
So I pulled back a bit on that one, but like I don't know if they want me to mention it. There's a certain pup-eccentric fic that's very insightful into how the writer is in a cool way. Like it allows you always got to write what you know. And if you do that, it's going to be better as a result. 9 times out of 10, I'll say. So people being able to have this tiny bit of leeway with Anon where you tweak a little thing, like, yeah, maybe in canon he wasn't going this route, but now he is. It lets you sort of explore more, and it's always appreciated, whereas with Inko's blank, but he's blank to the point where, like, yeah, I get that's the point of his character, but it's too much. You can't really do much with him.
What do we have on Inko that makes him interesting?
He likes fashion.
Camera.
He likes fashion. He has a camera. Yeah, exactly.
Well, see, that's what, like, writers like Arlok do with Tori Game really well, is they not only accentuate... Yeah, he actually does have these likes, by the way. He's not just barely existing outside of what we see.
Yeah.
He does like fashion, he likes photography to a large degree, larger than the game really even shows, if I'm being honest. And then, like, he does sort of have this, like, vacuum he fills with, like, YouTube or SnootTube, you Snoot, others' opinions in lieu of his own. But you really have to, like, make that a point of the character rather than something that's offhandedly mentioned like Wani does.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's someone who formulates his opinions off of other people instead of formulating his opinions on his own.
And when you make that like a central part of the conflict and something he comes to realize, it's interesting. As it is in the base game, it kind of just shows, I don't know, maybe he's like a normie. It kind of feels like the roles for Wani and Snoot's relationships are flipped, which is not... Yeah, it's not a new thing at all. It's, that's why Tori Game and Wani Kiss work so well, is that Anon and Olivia are the shit poster 4chan people. Inko and Fang are the people sort of trying to figure themselves out, who have these interests, but what does that mean? You know?
Yeah, what does it mean to be who I am?
What do you mean?
Like,
How do I need to, fulfill myself as a person?
Yeah, like Anon and Olivia are the shy, neat 4chaners. Inko and Fang are the people who are really struggling with nihilism. What am I?
Exactly. And it works really well, because, in Snoot Game, Anon has, on the rooftop scene, when you don't interrupt, he's like, well, why do you know so much? How are you so confident or whatever? He's like, because I know who I am. He really doesn't, because he's still ashamed of who he is at that point in the story. He doesn't share his anime, like any of his real interests.
It's
namely
just
anime.
like, I'm me.
Yeah,
That's
he knows
that's
who
how I'm
he is.
sure of who I am. I am me.
Yes.
I'm
Even if I'm
me.
cringe and ashamed of it, it's me. Where... Oh, fuck, I had a point with that. Oh, yes. Well, it kind of segues into... It's always funny.
Mm-hmm.
There's quite a few people who have admitted to me that, like, yeah, I've heard it's a good fic or whatever for both Tori Game and Wani Kiss, but I don't like non-canon pairings, which I think is severely limiting yourself. I think that's pretty close-minded when you consider, like, it's a fic, dude. If it's well written, like, it's not going to ruin your canon,
Yeah.
I'd almost rather they say that they thought it was mid, and I don't want to say disregard that, but usually when people say it's mid, they don't have an elaboration,
Mm-hmm. Talking about the staying silent things, Olivia's is actually the opposite of Fang's, where, like, she knows, like, who she is and what she did and why it was wrong.
Yeah, and
she just needed somebody to come clean, too.
Olivia also understands the quality of her work. She knows she's a good artist. She'll, like, kind of down-talk herself a bit, but it's mainly in the context of this, like, view that everyone is going to hype her up too much, so she tries to offset that. Whereas Fang, for good reason because of Trish, kind of doubts their own ability. And I was going to say, it's always funny when people do get into the fics, and they are first chapter, a lot of comments saying, like, I don't know, I think Anon and Olivia are just going to make each other worse, that's a way to look at it. But I think, it kind of goes to show that people didn't really think about the pairing before Wani Kiss and Tori Game, where I think we both did a pretty good job of showing why that's not the case. Maybe you have to say you got to take a few liberties here and there, but that's with any story. Technically speaking, Snoot Game is like... Snoot Game wouldn't happen. Without sort of putting Fang in more proximity than they need to be, and the whole read mix-up, even with that, Anon has a choice to walk away if you were really committed to his whole fly on the wall thing. You have to understand the story's gotta happen, and everything
Story
else
do
you
got a
can
story.
sort of look at.
Yeah.
I've changed the television from the trippy visual because it was bothering my eyes to something a little calmer.
And Farian says that Anon has a better idea of what he isn't, as opposed to who he is, which is yes. Yes. It's a little
knowing
weird.
who you are is a big component of knowing who you are, because it does let you narrow things down of who you are.
Because that's why I think Tory Game, I'm going to keep jerking him off, Arlock. One of the very first things of when I'm double fisting him, brother. When I said, when I first thought of, like, Inko at Volcano High, one of the very first moments that came up to mind was the rooftop scene. How's that going to differ? And the immediate thought was, well, he is in the exact same boat. They're kind of fucked in that, aren't they? I knew that would be a point of, like, camaraderie for them, not a, like, it's so over. But to see that done by Arlock is really great. That's why that moment works well with someone who's on the same page, as opposed to Anon, where, yeah, he's offering support, but it's still kind of him just giving her the answer without giving her the solution, if that makes sense. He kind of tells her what the, like, here's what you got to do. You got to know who you are. I know that that's not an easy thing to do, but it's better to see the two develop together rather than one already kind of get their shit.
Yeah.
Not everybody has all their ducks in a row.
Yeah, because I imagine that's a point that would just make Inko break. Him truly understanding how fucked he is due to his upbringing.
Well, it works in Tory Game when he kind of understands he doesn't know who he is, because at least he knows someone is on the same page, and at that point he's gotten to know that they're not such a bad person. He kind of has his own foothold in the group because he's not an immediate dickhead like Anon. It provides unique theming to it that I knew Arlock would knock out of the fucking park if he got his hands onto it, which is why I didn't guard the idea. I'm like, fuck, please do it, dude.
You know, I was caught up before that scene. I actually haven't read Tory Game all the way through. I need to. I need to do many things. I need to actually...
Yeah, same.
I gotta catch up on None in
as
the
well.
Chamber. I need to do Sweet Memories. I gotta do Tory Game. And there's like a whole myriad of new stuff coming out that I need to catch up on so I can, see who's coming up,
I'm only keeping up with a couple fics right now. One other one I want to shout out, just because I think it's a wild card. I do recommend it to people, but I recommend it with the caveat of it's not a traditional Snoop fic.
It's all in the card?
No. It's Bodhisattva, A Gator Too Far, by Falling Sun. It is... The premise sounds weird. I've told him this to his face at the Creator Roundtable. I'm like, it's one of those fic ideas that I have no reason to believe could ever work, and yet it does. It's a primarily OC fic. It's not OCX Olivia. I have to point that out. Some people immediately prejudges that. It's not what it is. It's essentially E2, ending E2 Olivia right after the fight, getting isekai'd, that's the term, it's not really the case, transported to the real world. And then having to grapple with that and like figure their shit out while also trying
Oh, that's awesome.
It's great. You gotta read it.
Yeah.
It's a concept where it's like, I'll try it out. But it's how the characters are.
So it's all other humans. It's just all humans except for Olivia.
Yeah.
Yes, the unique part about it is, unique. The whole thing is fucking unique. But the main character, the main OC, Charlie, they're not a self-insert, which is always a plus, because, that's main people issues with OCs. Not a self-insert. It is a well-written character with a phenomenal supporting cast. All original, all having their own shit going on, while having to deal with a fucking baryonyx being real. And they know, and literally right before it had happened, wished that E2 Olivia had gotten their shit together and saw how much of a dick they were. Like, it's, the game is in the universe, and spoiler alert, a big, point of contention is, when the fuck is Olivia gonna realize she's a video game character?
Oh god. Never come to that realization.
He's teasing it. He's teasing it in the storyboard. I think it's gonna happen. I'm interested to see how Olivia is gonna react. It's really good in that not only does it sort of more explore... The main character, Charlie, is a very good parallel to Olivia. They have a lot of similarities in how their lives are going, and you could say that's sort of the cosmic reason they were thrust together. But it does it in a way that isn't derivative. It's unique and explores both of their issues simultaneously, and they sort of help each other. It's really good. There's a lot of parallels between Wani's story and their own, but they don't make that the point. That's not like the, hey, do you remember the umbrella scene? It's different. It's God. I didn't have much of a chance to gush about it on the roundtable because Falling was actually there, but I fucking love it so much.
I read like one
That's
chapter of it.
cool. Yeah, it's a similar premise to another fic I've read, which I really like. I mean, spend a little bit because it's one of those fics where the guy's he's fucking busy as shit right now.
I went ahead and put it in the YouTube chat for everyone to see. It's a bit of a weird word. Bodhisattva gator too far.
Yeah,
It's a similar premise to Displace, which I like. It's a fish out of water in its most truest extent.
What's the premise of that one?
Anon, you know Xavier. Anon buys a red pill from him. He gets transported to pretty much an alternate universe where it's only dino people and simians, and he has to cope with that reality.
exactly.
Sounds really interesting.
Like,
Yeah.
humans do not exist in that timeline, so now the human exists.
That's
They
cool.
did exist.
They did, yes, they did. But
Did.
now we're at this point.
See, the student community is so fucking like original, and those are the type of fics where you can't go into it with a canon mindset because it's going to diverge pretty quickly in
Yeah,
certain
exactly.
regards. So if you go into it like E2 the only way, and then we get transported to another world and start learning shit, you gotta have a suspension of disbelief. Those type of fics where it's like I don't think in that way. I think in like canon plus how would I do something different or how would the ending go from there. As I've said, people who can think in terms of like weird out there shit like that and then nail it usually, those people have like an insane amount of respect for me.
They're
Yeah,
It's beyond just understanding the characters. You need some fucking ancient weird mystical force in your brain to be able to get that shit.
They're a blessing to the community. People who
Yeah,
can think so
absolutely.
abstractly like that.
And again, because they're such wild cards usually, it's hard to get the majority, I'd say, of the community to read it. But Bodhisattva Gator too far. I haven't read Punch Drunk Gator. I'm waiting for Jake to finish it because it's real fucking close, and I'm already bad at procrastinating, so I want to blow through it in one go.
Same.
Yep.
But once that's finished, that'll be the
I
next.
guess I'll put Jake on blast. Jake, I gave you money. Where's my Yujiro roasting the fuck out of me a fic?
You're one of the reasons I'm killing you.
That's funny.
I'm going to kill you!
But yeah,
Emily!
I've also read Up to Date with Displaced, and I really love the idea of, like, I'm here now. I need to be very careful on who sees my face, because if the wrong agency sees my face, I could be in very deep shit really fast and lose my contacts. I think that's an awesome idea, and, like, you're almost trying to play it like a survival map, where you're like, okay, these people are my contacts, they're my friends, I can talk to them about stuff. Not everything, but just enough so that I can keep going the next day. And then if the wrong person sees me, oh no, I have to retreat right away. I need to hide. I need to find somewhere to disappear off to. Otherwise, I might get kidnapped or sold on the black market. Like, that's cool. That's a really neat thing to learn about.
Yeah.
Wild premise. Again, I have a lot of respect for people who can even think of that, much less make it work in like a what's going to happen next kind of way.
Yeah, it's exciting. It isn't it?
It's bizarre because I mean this in the best possible way because I don't know how it's going to come out. I'm thinking of it as I say it. Bodhisattva is written in a way that has literally the barest possible connection to Wani. It does it well because Olivia is there and it takes that into account. But on its own, it is a extremely compelling story. Paralleling Wani or not, every single character is introduced for a purpose and has their own motivations and sort of like character to them, that it is a majority original work. It's really impressive.
Yeah.
Oh, in the VC chat here where we're sitting, we've had a Fred Durst jump scare.
Fred Durst.
Unfortunately for you, it's going on screen.
Come out the fucking chainsaw.
Man, I remember when the Insane Clown Posse literally drop kicked him off stage. That was crazy.
There we go, Fred Durst.
Chainsaw.
Yeah, going back to this place, another thing Monkey Anon does really fucking well is panic.
Yeah. I love
Like-
panic going through all that stuff of like what will happen if I do
Oh,
this one.
not even that. Just how he writes Anon having a panic attack is very fucking realistic.
You know, I don't believe I've read Displaced.
Very good. Only 4
Yeah.
chapters out right now, because like I said, Monkey Man is busy, so there won't be a new chapter for a little bit, but what's there? Very fucking good.
I'd recommend it.
To add that to my bookmarks to the fucking ever-growing pile.
Well,
Nice. If you ever need read recommendations, I am the man. I fic rock like there's never been fic rocking before. So I have pretty good grasp of what the community does as a whole. Except for the Spanish community, they're fucking enigma to me.
They're... I think even if I knew Spanish more fluently, they're just way too chaotic in everything that they're doing.
Oh,
But,
I love their soundboard though, it's great. One of the best soundboards I've ever used.
It's crazy to see the recesses of the community, like stuff like that. I don't want to say that that's like in a negative way, but like, you know, there's obviously the top contenders, like None in the Chamber, Bad Apple. So like the ones that like people name drop everywhere. There's the authors who are like constantly working. They're, you know them instantly. Like I always mispronounce that. Aka Bracadabra, Karma Chicken Baby, you know, AOC, all those people. And then there's like one-off ones like that. I'm definitely, probably if I'm gonna start another fic, especially since there's only 4 out right now, I'm probably gonna do one like that.
Oh,
Yeah,
As
those
interested
fucking
as I
massive
am to
ones?
read. Yeah, because like, oh god, again, it's like such a time commitment, but mainly I have people on my bookmarks who I promised to read their fics because they just got started. And it's usually people on like the Devlog server or other friends like tangentially like met through Snoop Club storyboards like Meister T.
I've seen of him. He's joined a VC call and immediately dipped out because he wanted to look at the chat. Is that common for him?
I don't know. I don't actually voice chat with these people, surprisingly. It's all through text, which is such a unique way of communicating. And yet I feel really close to these people.
Yeah.
I get you there. I don't hang out in the text channels a lot. I'm very much voice focused. It's easier for me to communicate this way.
Yeah, I am like is the same way I am in a VC call. I am mainly lurking in the background, seeing what everybody else says, but I occasionally tune in with the peanut gallery.
I refuse to be the peanut gallery, but yeah. I mean, you know, I lost my point, but I much prefer talking with you in a VC call as opposed to over text. That's why I don't fucking send a lot of DMs towards you.
Yeah, I mean,
I wait for
outside
your,
of like
your time to come.
outside of
and you pop in.
texting to a purpose, VC's definitely preferred. Like, because I can communicate in text, but unless there's like something we're working on specifically, we can go back and forth pretty quickly on. That's the reason the storyboards work, is because it's just another recharge getting together to like say, I like this work. Maybe you could do this. Well, what if they did that? You know, and it sort of has a momentum from there. You get to, in a different way, indirectly see how people are by their suggestions. Same thing with like the litmus anon. What people find interesting in a story or how they would do something says a lot about them.
Yeah. I definitely think there's a lot of fun that can be had, or settings that can be changed up, where it's like, what if Anon grew up in a different setting? And then you just get to see the growth from that, and then it's very interesting to see what conclusions are drawn from that.
What if Stella was a Nurglite, as some people say?
But I'm really happy that we've gotten this far, and we managed to now have an entire community of people that are like, hey, do you want to just talk for a little bit and kind of figure out how we can build this together? I have not seen that in a lot of places, but here, in like the snoot clubs and all that stuff, it's very tight-knit, I must say.
Mm-hmm. And it just goes back to like the fact that we're able to sort of maintain the community without it imploding on itself is a big deal. So, you know, much as I don't deal with the majority of them, shout out to the Snoot Club mods for keeping that place, like, you know, running, I'll say.
Yeah.
You know, not a bunch of bad actors ruining everything for everyone, you know, mostly civil, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
The channels are there for a purpose, and you kind of understand what their vibes are. I guess I
Yeah.
mainly appreciate the storyboards.
Yeah. And I'll be honest, I like being able to get recommendations for other video games from other people, so they help me get interested in settings and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll give that a try. Let me take... Ooh, Stalker? Yeah, I'll take Stalker. Let me try OG Stalker.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like not so autistically focused on Snoot Game that like Snoot and Wani that's all you could talk about. There's a lot of other open channels. People that's not their entire personality, luckily. So
Yeah.
I went in there and I started talking about Metal Gear and I got like a 3-hour rant from some guy. I think his name was Solidus Fan. Chill guy, chill fucking guy. I like him. He's great.
Someone did like some Metal Gear Solid. They did like a text post. It was like the Metal Gear Solid 4, like I think intro monologue. You know, like War's changed. That one, but changed for Snoot. And I replied back with like an edit of the boss's speech, and it was some of the most fun I'd ever had.
Oh my gosh. I gotta admit, Cubic told me about Stalker, and he's like, yeah, this is the OG stuff. This is how you play these games in this order. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go play Shadow of Chernobyl, and I'm gonna go see what all these characters are about and what the setting's about. And when that happened, I immediately got addicted. I was like, oh my god, the scavenger in me is loving Stalker.
I'm gonna have to pile drive the toucher.
Why are you pile driving the toucher?
He said the Stella about being a nerdlight.
Where did he say that? I'm not seeing that.
Oh, you should check out the YouTube side of things.
Oh, hold on.
Therian, I am going to touch you, and I am going to name you weird shit. Cause guess what, fucko? I can do it.
Actually, he's. I don't know that you can anymore.
I think he's untouchable. Fucking goose giving diplomatic immunity.
Diplomatic immunity, diplomatic schmoody. I'm gonna name you weird shit now. But it'll be when you least expect it, so get
You
ready.
guys mind, since we're trying to go for 5 hours
Oh, yeah.
anyways, 12 hours, 13 hours, if I narrate the Snoot has changed and then my response, I still think
Sure. Let me boost your volume a little bit.
Alright.
There we go. Go for it.
Snoot has changed. It's no longer about story, character development, or emotional moments. And it's an endless series of proxy battles fought by 4chaners and Redditors. Snoot and its consumption of fan art has become a well-oiled machine. Snoot has changed. Fanfiction critics hate fanfiction, and fanfiction art soy inside their bodies, enhance and regulate their abilities. Compassion control, information control, emotion control, brain cell control. Everything is monitored and kept under control. Snoot has changed. The age of fanfiction has become the age of gatekeeping, all in the name of averting people from creating what they want. And he who controls the brain cells controls Snoot. Snoot has changed. When the brain cells are under control, Snoot becomes routine.
Powerful.
I don't know why they posted that. I think they posted it in response to like some weird shit on the Buru. Let's see here. There's a post to it. Yeah, it was some weird drama.
I'd be remiss if I didn't ask if there's anything you want to have displayed right behind your head there. Just so I'm not
there's
filling it with ducks
unfortunately-
and psycho art, you know.
Yeah, no, not right now. There's no like. There's a couple like minor pictures on this, but there's no like main piece to it. Fuck. Whew. And then I responded with a edit of the boss's speech, which I think is pretty funny. The foibles of fandoms in the march of time can turn friends into enemies just as easily as the wind changes. Ridiculous, isn't it? Yesterday's Snoot bro becomes today's hater. And this flame war? Think back when I was leading Snoot. 4chaners and normies were fighting together. Now consider whether normies and 4chan will still be enemies in the early 2020s. Somehow I doubt it. Haters change along with the times, the flow of ages, and we shitposters are forced to play along. I didn't raise you and shape you into the poster you are today just so we could face each other on Reddit. A poster's skills aren't meant to be used to hurt friends. So then what is a hater? Is there such a thing as an absolute timeless hater? There is no such thing, and never has been. And the reason is that our haters are human beings like us. They can only become our haters in relative terms. The subreddit must be made whole again. The Snoop Bros must be reunited. I will devote my skills to that purpose. They are my family. I may be a KHB NEET, but I still have a family. Look at this fang tattoo. This is proof that I was once literally him. I gave up my social life and mental health for this fandom. There's nothing left inside me now. Nothing at all. No hatred, not even regret. Yet sometimes at night, I can still feel the pain creeping up inside me, slithering through my body like a snoot. I've never talked this much about myself before. Thanks. Thanks for listening to me. I feel content.
I fucking love Metal Gear now. This is a recent.
I fucking love Metal Gear 2, dude. I know. I saw you playing. I saw you streaming. I couldn't watch him because I was doing other stuff. But I saw you streaming Metal Gear Solid 5.
Phantom Pain is great, and I saw that you fucking did all of them. Got S ranks on every mission.
Yeah, I still got 100. I'm 2 achievements away from. No, 3 achievements away from 100% of the game. I was a dumbass, and I just kept like restarting the game because there is a certain element of once you've gotten so far, you're so powerful, and then the enemies constantly have gear on that it doesn't get boring, but it's a different gameplay, you know.
Mm-hmm. And you missed like the early game trying to actually sneak and fail.
Yeah, I mean,
or you have to worry about the guys fucking screaming when they go into the air.
Because you could still, because then you have like the wormhole, you just instantly fucking get people out of there.
And they don't alert other people when they go.
It makes a noise still, but it's like all it does is make them run to it, and then you can just knock them out. Yeah, it's different. I like it, and I've been trying to
like they'll try and shoot the balloons down.
Yes, that they will. Especially on like the harder missions, they like fucking aimbot onto them.
The easiest solution is just not to be seen.
I have gotten better at the actual stealth part. Yeah, once you kind of realize the mechanics of like, okay, so they're blind, deaf, and retarded when I do this, but not when I do this, it helps.
I mean, he's making a new stealth action game. I will be purchasing it when it comes out.
Same, but I like Kojima. I don't think I mentioned this before, but I fucking love Death Stranding. That's like...
I haven't touched it.
I know that people shit on it. Like, it's walking simulator, postman simulator. It is, and it's fire!
I played a game that was spoofing Death Stranding where it is literally just walking simulator. There's no story behind it. You're just out delivering fucking packages. And that's still
and the thing about it is, you do need to have an appreciation for, like, Kojima writing, as I'll call it. So, if you like Metal Gear and, like, the weird, wacky bullshit they talk about, it's good. You need to go into it expecting when there is a cutscene, it's going to be pretty long. But you need to want it for the story as much as, anything else about it. The gameplay is fun. As much as people want to shit on it, it is more complex than just fucking walking around. You need to balance your cargo, you need to plan shit out. There's fucking, like, the BTs that'll fuck your shit up if you're not careful. It's, like, stressful. And as you go on, you unlock more and more. It kind of automates it, makes it way easier to do stuff. In that same way, it kind of ruins the gameplay. Like MGS5, where eventually you can get like a cargo cannon and zip lines and shit, where if you set those up, you basically traverse the map instantly. But you can also hold yourself to just delivering normally.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
it's like a whole social media aspect to it too, where like you help each other out. Now, like it maps the routes all the players took, so now it's easier to like fucking path around starting late.
Yeah, the online features, you get to use other people's structures, you kind of get to see where they walked, which does help. If you're kind of like struggling up a certain hill, you'll see how they did it. It's great. I really like it. I like the theming around it.
No,
like
I'm talking like there's pathing being built by just routes that players took. It wore down the grass in the online aspect for the people who were playing near you.
Yes, yeah, because it shows the footprints as well. It can also show you like going up a hill. Some hills are too steep.
No, I'm talking beyond that. Like it physically changed the map.
Yeah, no, a lot of stuff does that. Like it's really cool. it's just awesome. And it works towards the theming. I like the theming of the game being, like human connection is integral to our not only survival but thriving. I like all the characters in the cutscenes. There are like visible character arcs. Weird Kojima bullshit still happens.
Die Hard
It's
Man.
great. Die Hard Man. Heartman.
I mean,
Dead
Grenades. Sand.
Man.
It's really cool. The lore of it is cool. Like past the initial what the fuck is happening in the trailers, there is a story there and there's coherency. It is a weird out there world, but it's all the more impressive they can give it actual rules that make sense.
I watched like a Let's Play on it. Jacksepticeye playing it.
So yeah, I can't fucking wait for Death Stranding 2. But that's just literally all of that fucking glazing to say that I really like.
Yeah, he actually bought it from Kojima or not Konami. Like it's fully his now. They won't let go of Metal Gear though.
No, they never will.
It's too much
Which is unfortunate.
Not if they keep fucking burning it into the ground, dog.
Well, yeah, if they do another Metal Gear Survive, they might kill it. But
and then he'll buy it. No, he won't. Exactly. He's done with it. He's done with Metal Gear.
Yeah. He wants to make movies now.
No,
which is very funny.
He's making a very action game. It's great.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He'll make a new Metal Gear, not Metal Gear. But it's very funny to see that, Kojima fucking loves movies. He gets all these, famous actors to, do mocap and shit, and they're long cutscenes. Again, I don't blame you if you don't like the long cutscenes. I look at it as it's part game, part movie. You kind of just have to. I never really like when people are like, oh, PlayStation players are paying $60 to play a movie. It's like, yeah, that's part of the experience. You don't have to like it or think it's worth it, but I do. And I like God of War. The 2016, 2018, that one and Ragnarok. I think Ragnarok was a bit rushed, maybe a bit movie-like. He plays fire. I like the story.
Yeah, I didn't really get into the PlayStation games where they were like that. I mostly keep to the classics like Minecraft. At this point, I think is a classic. I like sandbox. I like making my own thing and kind of fucking around with people.
I don't play modern games too much anymore. I think even the last one I played. Probably one of the ones I mentioned, like Ragnarok.
Yeah.
Oh, Spama blew up my fucking house.
Like, where did that come from besides playing modded Minecraft with the homies?
Exactly. But I gotta say, thank you, Oates, for showing me Metal Arms. That was fun.
Oh yeah, that game predates me by a year existing, but that was my childhood still because we just kept our original Xbox with a copy of that game. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Metal Arms, I highly recommend it. Receiver, go into the Dolphin emulator, grab a copy. It's on Vim still. Play Metal Arms. Yeah. It's because nobody can figure out who fucking owns it.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of places. There's a lot of properties like that where they're just kind of stuck in who owns it? Hell, and then you do find them and they're like, no, you're not.
This is my IP to sit on forever.
Yeah, but I will say, Metal Arms on Dolphin emulator, very stable, but the cutscenes work perfectly. So, if you ever want to just boot that up and have some fun, I give it a good recommend.
Yeah, you can read the textures on it.
Just shit on PlayStation, because as much as I do like some of their games, they are creatively bankrupt with the whole sitting on properties thing. It also just goes to show in the Snoop community that there's these wild out there ideas that, are related to Snoop, but not, so adherent to them. I know, and I've talked to people who have good ideas where if they just didn't want to make the same properties ad nauseum over and over again, there's more than enough ideas in the universe that aren't derivative to make new shit. People just don't want to, because what if it fails? Yeah, well, your stupid, shitty fucking sequel remake is going to fail too.
Bankrupt is bankrupt. It doesn't matter what you use as a base.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If you're worried about a game failing, maybe you shouldn't be making games. Maybe you should make it out of passion. But no, it's all money now.
seriously.
Triple
I mean,
A has no
indie games are still knocking it out of the park, but unfortunately, to say, just there's things a bigger studio can do that indies can't. So
Yeah.
there's always
Yeah, like take extra time to shrink wrap horse balls.
Oh my gosh.
Fully textured Alex Vance inside material, you know.
I think there's going to be a point after which, because Cat's already out of the bag, GTA 6 is in development. I think they've got a few more years before it genuinely starts impacting people who are going to give a shit.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
because the more you look at Rockstar, the more you just realize they've been wasting time on stupid fucking shit like shark cards in GTA 5 Online while letting
And they
Red
fucking
Dead 2
let-
Online languish.
Yeah. I actually liked Red Dead 2 Online. It was great.
I loved it, and then like you realize, fuck, there's like no content.
There's no
I
extra
like being a
content.
cowboy.
I should be allowed to own a homestead in this. Why the fuck can't I have? I mean, I guess the camp exists, but that's not the same thing.
This would be a lot of stuff you could do. Yeah, like there's the barest outline. Of it. They just added a bit more.
Let me add a fucking spoiler and rims to my horse, please.
But no, they need to make the 20 billionth GTA 5 expansion because people will pay money. Not even money for the expansion. I think those are all free. They'll just pay money to fucking blow
the
to the
shark
progress.
Yeah.
Now at this point, if you haven't already played GTA 5 online, RP, whatever, for years, you just might as well not even start. Unless you want to shell out hundreds of bucks.
It's insane.
I'm going to take this quick little downtime. I'm going to go get some coffee, and then we can continue.
All right. All right, so this is probably where I'll dip out just because I got to take care of some stuff. Thank you, Oates. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah. I like having people around. It's just nice. I like having you on.
Yeah,
I will not let you be a ghost. You're not gonna go away ever. You're not fading in the background. You're not allowed.
I'm more like a poltergeist in this case.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Well, you have a good one. I'm gonna pick up some people. All right, bye.
Bye. Buh. So, Siri, you like jazz?
You like jazz?
You like jazz? You know what? This is a perfect opportunity for me just to fucking pull up a Ronald Reagan speech and say it in the Mickey Mouse voice and goddamn destroy my vocal cords. I feel like that's appropriate for right now while we're waiting. Actually, you know what? I'll do a different speech. Hold on. Let me think of it. Who had like a really significant one? George Bush.
Yeah, probably post 9/11 address.
All right. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, members of Congress, and fellow Americans.
Are you doing this bit again?
In the normal course of events, President
He didn't learn his fucking lesson.
Report of the State of the Union. Tonight, no such report is needed, and has already been delivered to the American people. We have seen it in the courage of the passengers who crushed and rushed terrorists to save others on the ground. Passengers like the exceptional man named Todd Beamer, and would like you to please help me to welcome his wife, Lisa Beamer, here tonight. All right, I'm not.
Oh shit, is that Mickey Mouse Reagan?
No, that was Bush.
Oh.
That was the second Bush.
I see. It's a political satire. You're saying that Disney owns America. Very poignant, dude.
No, I'm just okay at the Mickey voice. And I really like reading presidential State of the Union addresses. It's really interesting.
So we can kind of keep just, I guess, going across anything that comes to mind.
Yeah.
You guys have any, I guess, particular stuff about Wani Kiss? Because at this point, I mean, anyone who's listening...
You went to Comic-Con with them.
I did take them to a Comic-Con. That chapter was inspired. Again, you gotta write what you know. I don't know everything I wrote about, like the car stuff. The little bit that I did write for me, I had to look up and stuff. A few other things I wanted to make sure I got right. Comic-Con, that was inspired by me going to, I think, Kamea-Con 2021? And there was a bitch dressed up as Kale stepping on people. That was real. I think there's pictures of it somewhere still.
You know what? I'm glad that one was real.
Yeah. That's that was
were
a
they
very
paying her to step on them?
They were. I don't remember what I said in the fic. It was the amount it was. I think it was literally like $20 to get stepped on.
No, I'm talking about in real life.
What do you mean? Yeah, no, in real life, yes. Like I don't know what I put in the fic. I think it was $20 to get stepped on, maybe even higher in real life.
You know
I
what?
think it
Who's
was
to say-
$30.
For the real events here, how would you know this?
I'm actually gonna.
No, in the fic.
I might have like tried to split the difference.
All right, so
I
in
sent
what
the picture
scenario
of
would it take for you to get stepped on by a cosplayer? What would have to take place first?
Like
What
how are
would
we
you need
talking?
to happen?
Like, I get paid, or what do you mean? This is a universe in which I want to.
In order for you to get stepped on, what would need to happen?
It would have to be very funny. It would have to be a good bit, which I think is already a pretty low bar. I think in general, getting stepped on, as long as I'm not having to pay for it, is like a funny thing you could point back to. I could also try and use it as an in and then fumble them. So, there's that.
Yeah. So you do it for free if I took you to a comic event.
If I didn't have to pay, yes. That's the caveat. Is they're doing it out of the kindness of their heart.
Damn, well, I didn't expect that to be that easy. All right, so you want to go to Comic-Con, Nebraska?
Oh yeah, sure, man. I don't see anything wrong with this. I don't see any ulterior motive.
Yeah, obviously not. Of course, I will be in a giant goose mascot costume.
I still won't see your face the entire time.
It's all about branding. A very goosey arsonist. What do you mean, bro? Do you want to go too?
I think he's questioning me doing that for free. Hey, bruh. It's a meme, I swear! I swear it's a meme. This isn't anything deeper.
Step on me, mommy? What a conversation to get to. All right, let's fucking keep going. Smolders at you. Let me reopen it. Let me be a fake fan real quick and not just go off the top of my head because it's been a while since I've read the first couple chapters.
It'd be like that.
It do be like that. I really liked in Misconnection how you fucking had the coffee guy. I really liked his personality. I liked getting a read on his personality. It's great.
Hell yeah. I think I'll still bring it back for one or two scenes. I kind of just did it, obviously at this point, in the missed connections. For anyone who is listening to this and doesn't know, E2fic Anon ended up missing his connection because he went to Reef City Continuation instead of Volcano High. Still entered the naval service, ended up getting injured the same, came back and was like about to fucking drink himself to death, basically, just waste away. Met Fang again. I do use primarily OCs, not even to a big degree, and they're not particularly like inspired by anyone. They are more or less mouthpieces for like, well, what the plot demands. Not anything too ham-fisted. Dawn in particular was I had started playing Coffee Talk, and I kind of liked the concept of it. And I wanted a nice little scene where they're in a late night coffee place, and there's just a dude there who listens.
So that's just like a cool game you had. Yeah, I can see that. I like how you write just like extra characters coming in. I like how fleshed out you make them.
I had a lot of fun writing the Raggedy
But
Gang
you know
the few
what?
times I have.
Yeah, I also like how you expanded Aidekin a little more, so he has more of a relationship with Anon.
Yeah, it's very light, but it's compared to Wani. I don't want to say that like Inko didn't have a reason, but
it's not as deep of a relationship in regular Wani. Like, yeah, this is you're going out with my or you're about to start going out with my favorite student because they don't even get together till after he dies.
Mm-hmm. It's one of those things where it also helps that Anon already has these sort of self-doubts about himself, and Yadikin extending that olive branch means a lot. Not only to Anon, but to the audience. Whereas with Inko, it's like, well, this is kind of the only dude in my class other than Ben who gives a shit about photography. Why wouldn't I invite him to this event? It's not that, like, cynical, but you can kind of see it that way.
Yeah, I get what you're saying there. With Aidekin coming over for dinner, for instance, just that, and then he's like, "Oh, you're here too, huh?"
Mm-hmm. I also knew I had. I don't remember. At one point, someone pointed out the. I don't know if it was before or after I did it. I think someone pointed out the fact that Yadikin didn't have to go all out on destroying the painting himself. Makes sense as to why he would.
He got to live
longer. Yeah. So. That wasn't my original intention. I kind of just wanted it to be more, like, Inko's very passive in the moment. He just kind of lets it happen, which, I don't blame him, but, like, Anon is dumb, so he, like, doesn't catch what's happening and, like, tries to be a hero and then realizes he fucked up, which I think is, in character, funnier and allows him to, you know, have a hand in it. So it's not just Yadikin.
It gives him some of the meaning from the event. And it also is like a good bonding moment, I think, for the two of them to understand, you know, that Olivia needs certain things done to help her understand where she should be standing with herself.
It also gives Anon a bit of agency in not only realizing that, like, as much as he likes her work, Yadikin's right. This is only ever going to drag her down. She can always make more paintings. I'm going to do something about it. I'm not just going to sit by.
There's plenty of photographs of this, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure if they want to revisit it, somebody has something saved somewhere. Is how I would look at it if I was to rewrite Inko in any way. Because Inko has the photograph, like it has a good photograph, I presume, of it. So the fact that the original painting doesn't exist anymore doesn't mean that the memory's gone. But the symbolism of destroying the painting is the important thing. Even if she wants to look back on it, she's mature enough to think about it again. He has it there.
Yeah, and I kind of have in the fic overall a theme of gratefulness for everything that happened, good or bad, which I think definitely is part of me bleeding through it. I think it's important to have that sort of thankfulness for everything. I am religious, so it sort of stems from that. But even in a secular view, you have to realize that you've gotten to the point solely because of yourself. There are outside factors, certainly, but good or bad, you sort of have to take that responsibility, which Wani did have as a theme. I just took it to the extreme of, well, even the bad shit got you to the good point.
Yeah. Everything's a part of the hero's journey.
Because, again, as fucking crushing as it was, and as much as I still lament that I have a bunch of ideas dead on the table, the fact that I didn't finish that campaign or get very far at all and was able to get into Snoot and Wani means I've not only been able to make these, have a lot of people enjoy it, but then get to know a lot of cool people as well.
To quote a line from Bowie, it makes me feel things.
And that's very cool to do. At the end of the day, that's probably the main goal. Aside from I wanted to write it and I knew I could do it well, it's nice to know that it resonates with other people because that's kind of the point of entertainment and writing in general. I think there's people who say that they write out of spite, and I don't think that's necessarily the case. I
don't write out of spite. I write out of whimsy for the world at large when I do write. And so you can tell if I'm feeling depressed.
Yeah, and I think you can use the emotion of spite, but I don't think anything great was made solely of spite. I think what you take... There's somewhere you think that this is important. And in that measure, I think it's what you take in ultimately forms you. The kind of content you consume, all of that, and then what you put out is an extension of yourself. So that could either be really good or really bad. There's some
Are we
pretty.
Yeah, if I can hijack that message to just say a quote that I really think resonates here. Tom Lehrer once said, "Life is like a sewer. You get out what you put in."
Basically, where, like, because I'm thinking in particular, there's some pretty repugnant people in the community who have kind of been pushed out recently, who I think
But don't
try and
mind them.
act like, yeah, I'm not going to name them, but like people try and act like what they write isn't an extension of them or doesn't reflect them in some measure.
It does.
Those
You had that in
extreme
you.
cases.
That was in your brain.
It does. If you're able to come up with something, I don't think it ultimately like this is your deepest, darkest desire. I don't think Jake writing gut hooking Mia means he wants to do that IRL, but it shows there's something within him. I think it's funnier more than it is dark, and born from I think he was paid for it, so that
Oh yeah. Yeah,
$20
Yeah,
is
like,
$20.
money is a big.
Money is a
Big
huge contributing
motivator.
factor. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie and say that I don't have a dark side to what I like, but
Everyone does, and I think
everybody
it's just
does. It's what you decide to put out in the world that's more important than what you think on the inside. I think
exactly.
actions speak
It's-
louder than words, but still,
Well, you also-
still talking is an action.
You're also going to have all those errant thoughts. It doesn't mean you're a bad person. It's how you
Don't act on
something
them.
like that.
It's all
I'm
about
a
what you
really-
decide to work with.
I'm a pretty shitty, cynical, mean person, actually, at certain points. I just know how to direct that towards Neo. I'm like, you believe these fuckers did this? Overall, I don't let that affect how I speak to anyone within the community or even act towards them. I get it out in other avenues. Ultimately, I keep a general attitude of gratefulness.
It makes you easier to converse with. I think that you know how to direct yourself better because there's a lot of people in the community that just don't know how to direct themselves, and then I'm not a good person to come to for advice, but they still ask me, "Hey, how would you deal with this?" I'm
Yeah, and I think
I'm
the community itself kind of in small ways lends itself to people like that. Obviously Snoop Game is a story of someone maturing as a person and sort of coming to know themselves and like trying to be less shitty. I think unfortunately sometimes people come into the community who know they need to change, maybe even know that they need to change, but rather than taking that extra initiative, they just sort of fucking try and excuse it. I'm thinking of another person in particular recently on the Devlog server who's like, yeah, this is just my fucked up humor. I know it's wrong. It's like, okay, well then get out of here. Again, it goes back to agency. People need to realize just because you know it's bad doesn't mean you're allowed to keep doing it.
Yeah. Core. And along with that, there's plenty of people that come in here who need to change, but they think they've completed their arc already. No,
That too.
you're not done. Hop back in the oven. Spitter,
Yeah.
spitter, spatter, pit pot, back in the oven. You're
You're
not done yet.
Harp on it. There's also people who kind of just they take Snoop Fix too seriously. I'm going to be real. They try and look at it like it's some great literary work instead of a fan-inspired derivative of something we all like. I don't. Some people expect like the next War and Peace out of fic writers.
It might
It's a
happen.
little-
It might happen.
Don't
shut that down.
I've said it before. Tale of Two Snoots. So Wani Kiss and Tory Game have a combined word count, even at this point, without Tory Game being finished, higher than the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
But not of the greater expanded works of Lord of the Rings.
I'd have to look up exactly how much the
Silmarillion.
Silmarillion adds to that. But it's still impressive nonetheless, and I'd say that we did all in all pretty good, but even then, it's ultimately derivative of the source material. I think there's only so much you could squeeze out of it. For all my talk of I definitely expanded on the themes of Wani, added my own in there that I thought were important, like the idea of gratefulness, and still Wani centric. I think some people try and get too out there with their fic ideas. not gonna shit on them for it. There's just some fics that I see. I'm like, well, this would probably be better served with entirely original characters and not Snoot related, because you're trying to bend these characters too much.
I just took the setting and I'm abandoning everything else. I like Volcadera. I want to see what happens more.
Oh, that's fine. And there are other people who do original like stories like that, like Mojave of Clay Hearts, which I have yet to read, but it's a original story with his Dino waifu OC. I'm assuming it's good, I'm going to be honest, but that being said, not that I don't have high standards, I definitely do, but I can appreciate people's work for what it is. To sort of pivot to Devlog, early on, right when I started writing for it, I wrote, the very first thing I wrote, and that was like shown to people, was on the Reddit. He has, Zach that is, has the applications to CCC for each of the love interests. Well, and Theo. Sorry, no Theo route. No Theo route confirmed. That's not an admission. And it's, it's characterizing of how they wrote it in. Like, Becca, the majority of her script is just, I think, the Shrek script filled in to make it look longer because she doesn't think anyone will read it. And then, the other ones, they have their own quirks about it. And I wrote Abigail's, and she's like the prim and proper one. So I wrote it like a normal, pretty straight-laced, I'm trying to get into this school. There's a few characterizing things in there that maybe when other stuff happens, it'll like make sense why she said it that way. And he's like, great. Now the only problem is it looks like this one was actually well written. And I pointed out to him, well, I wouldn't say the others are badly written. They show things about their characters. So I have a pretty gracious view when it comes to that. You'd have to be really like dissonant with how you characterize or do something for me to think that it's out of character.
Yeah.
In certain fics, obviously, again, when you get into a fic, you can't think of canon. You can't think of canon because that's not what it's starting off on. If it beats canon, that's fine. There's another, puppet-centric fic that some people don't like the characterization of. And I don't see why not, because it's not supposed to be canon. It's supposed to be these characters with a twist on them. That's how I see it, and that's how it should be taken. So, I want to ask them if I could just name drop it, but they're already seeing this, so if I could, they would say so.
He's been
if you have a character,
guest.
Yes, if a character is a total dickhead at one point in the story, and they suddenly 180 without any visible character development, that's one thing. If they start off as a dickhead or kind of rude, and there's hints there, and they kind of show why, I'm fine with that. So that's kind of how I see it. Otherwise, I'll fucking, whatever the writer wants to do.
As long as you can get some fucking insight as to why
okay.
Change.
I have been mentioning Puppet Game by Farian. Woo!
Oh, did he? You?
Love that fic.
Yeah.
Yes. I love that fic.
He's allowed to. He's allowed to come in here at any time.
Yep, that's up to him. But yes, Puppet Game by Farian.
I can't drag
really
him unless
like
he gets into another channel.
I can elaborate a bit more now. Yeah, on that, people are kind of like weirded out by how rude Reed is, but when you take into account the effects like of what Anon's done in the story so far,
he's withdrawing from carfentanil. He doesn't.
Yeah,
anymore.
He's a fucking.
He's out
it's not played for a joke. Yeah, it's not played for a joke like Snoot Game, which is something we also sort of talked about when we were doing the GVH thing. Like, Reed is like, he's comic relief. He kind of does stuff for the plot, like he's like, hey man, you should have asked Fang for help. But he's like not much of an effect. If anything, he's a detriment to the group because he's never really like taken as like, well, you kind of like let Trish do whatever the fuck she wanted for years now, and you've kind of got us to this point. That's never like really played out. In Puppet Game, he's withdrawing. He's like blatantly combative. He's out of money, like you said, and yeah, everyone's just kind of like logically more like jaded and rude, and now hostile towards Anon. It makes perfect sense why he would like turn a blind eye to Trish trying to beat the shit out of him.
Oh yeah, something
I don't see anything wrong.
Attention. Look up Moist Lewis, MoistLouis.com. It's the.
Farian's corrected, and yes, I should say. It's not that it's a twist on the characters. the initial deal made them change their approaches and tactics, which, yes, is a more appropriate thing to say. I didn't mean to say that from the beginning they were rude, because it really was Anon kind of just being that much more of a dickhead to Fang in their first interaction. Also, he got jumped by Schizo, which probably didn't help.
I do apologize for the interruption, but something came across my attention. moistlouis.com. moistlewis.com. What do you think that is?
Fucking anything. I don't know, poor repair guy for all I fucking know.
It's the Museum of Illusions in St. Louis, Missouri.
Moist Louis. They need to fire whoever the fuck got that domain.
Yeah, that is a bad abbreviation. Because it makes you think of something else.
It's Wet Willie's older brother. It's Moist Louis.
But to that end, even if Arian had wrote it from the beginning that, I don't know, some other distant issue in their past made everyone a bit more jaded, that would have been fine too. All that to say is there's a lot of leeway in fanfiction that some viewers just don't give, or they go into it wanting something specific, and they'll probably even try and suggest it for several chapters, and then when you don't, they get hostile.
I wonder what else you could be referencing there.
I do wonder.
I wonder.
The boogeyman.
The
Voldemort.
cometh. The Renaissance man cometh.
Oh no, I was referencing the commentator in particular, who is prolific.
Yeah. Or you'll have those guys coming in Discord servers who like enforce their views on the canon. I'm like, okay, why don't you just write your fic and then
Yeah, it's also like people have really. That's what I was earlier going back to like how people perceive Anon. Sometimes people, because he's so much of a blank slate, but not in the boring way that Inko is, they project too hard on him, and they project character traits of their own onto him that are not shown in the game. Because Anon does have a character pretty well defined in the game. One of my favorite aspects of Anon, and something that is pretty obvious when I lay it out, but I don't think people really take into account, they kind of just take it for granted. At least I have had people. At the beginning of the game, it's very characterizing how he obviously is looking at the entire student body and like, oh, look at all these fucking meteor dodgers. You know, look at that stupid bitch. Oh, she's looking at me. That look. Go back to your friends. And then she does, and he's like, oh, he did. Sure, she did. Fuck, I feel faint. I need to go sit down. He's like jaded because of what's happened to him, but he desperately wants attention and connection. He doesn't want to miss that connection, you know? Even if it's negative, he like feels sick after he realizes no one cares. So that's why when Reed like gets him into the gang or whatever, there's like no pushback. He's like, fuck it, I guess I'm doing this now. And he's sort of like something I actually expanded on in Wani Kiss to have an actual conflict is he kind of just becomes friends with these people but ignores all the bad parts. He doesn't like try and help them out in any way. He just sort of lavishes in the fact, hey, I'm talking to people now. That's pretty cool.
Friends. Yippee.
Mm-hmm. Whereas in Wani Kiss, that kind of comes to bite him because he's avoided every negative like possibility with Olivia up until the Umbrella point where he's like, fuck, I should have seen this coming, honestly. Which the Umbrella thing makes a lot more sense compared to Inko.
I fucked up, my bad, G. I don't know what I'm talking about.
And then, you know.
It's wild that my Space Cadet tendencies would get me through those in real life if something like that presented itself with those exact past conditions.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I even made Anon. Anon kind of like rushes through shit early on in the fig. He's like, yeah, whatever, and it like fucks it up worse for him.
Yeah,
I think it's indicative of his character that he doesn't try and solve shit until the Umbrella scene.
I'm calling it now. There's going to be a Dino Girl Trinity by Caveman on. Because they love making trilogy stuff, you know what I'm talking about? No, main version?
I hope Exit 665 is not only good now that they have time to focus on it, but that even if it's not what the Snoot community came for, we support it, you know? Because the last thing I'd want is for it to bomb because people aren't interested because no Dino waifu, you know?
Yeah.
I will enjoy it. It has their very first type of waifu in it, the Axolotl.
Yeah, it has all the characters from their previous VNs before Snoop game. So it's a return to form. It's just
It's going to be like radically different gameplay.
It's not a visual novel. It's
no,
like
not in the
fighting
sense
game.
of it's a visual novel, in the sense of the characters they created before Snoop game is a return to form.
I just hope no matter what it lands well, you know? Whatever that means, they make their money back, the people love it. I've kind of given up on Wani bonus chapters. I don't think we're getting those, honestly. I don't really blame them particularly either. Kamenon probably feels pretty burned just by the development, not even the community. Maybe one day, but I think it'll be pretty far
It took a year
off.
for Snoot to get them, and it's not been a year yet, so...
I think now it's more likely we'll get them after 665
That's
releases.
what I'm thinking. If at all.
If not that, either a new VN or just no more anything that kind of style from Kamenon.
Or they'll fuck around and make some weird hybrid experimental thing that'll just be, really fascinating to play.
That or the next Dio game they do is an RPG. Who knows?
We don't really know the structure of Kamenon or much about them outside of some like main figures. So I'm interested. I hope one day we get a bit more insight, but that'll probably be
I hope
after
one day they
they
become like
stop
Valve,
working.
Maybe Gabe N will fucking cede control of Steam to Kamenon.
The fucking nerd. Oh no.
Well, I mean, you gotta think. After he dies, what's gonna happen to Steam? It's gonna get fucked.
Oh, it's gonna get fucked.
Gabe
by
N is the
shareholders,
saint of modern gaming.
Maybe then there'll be a chance for an actual competitive game launcher, not something retarded like Epic, but something better.
The best thing is that he finds a successor to give it to when he's dead.
Yeah, and maybe you already.
And
have
it's not his
something
son.
like
It's not his son. No, not him. He'd be bad. That not that Newell.
that. I don't know anything about his son. Is he really that bad a choice?
He's just his son would give it over to the shareholders. Is why I'm saying that. I want Valve should stay a private company. I think it shouldn't be publicly traded. I mean. Oh, that's my 2 cents. I'm not necessarily the smartest person in the world, of course, but that's what I think on it. Is that it should stay a private company as far as it can, even if that means that they don't produce as much stuff and they kind of sit on their laurels, having made objectively the best game service in the world.
Yeah, that's kind of what they've been doing anyways, and I'm fine with that if we get something like Steam.
It's really fucking... Steam is really easy to use. They haven't changed their UI in a fucking retarded way like everybody else does. They're like, hey, this works. Let's just fucking occasionally give out discounts and then fucking call it a day. They've decided to rest on the laurels, and I think they've earned it. They made something extra easy to understand for everyone. My fucking dementia-ridden grandma was able to use Steam.
Really?
Yeah.
You play?
Farmville. Some
There's
farming
Farmville on
game.
Steam?
I think
Oh,
there
okay.
is.
Okay.
Some farming.
There's Farmville's on Facebook. If some farming game I can believe. Probably like it'd be funny if your grandma played Stardew.
Hold on, I'm sure I can find it.
Yeah, let me just check my friends list. Let me see what Grandy's up to.
She's not on my friends list.
Wow. Bad grandson. Bad grandson.
She doesn't do a lot. It might have been this game. No, it's not that. No, that's not what it looks like. Farming Simulator 2017.
Damn.
No, hold on.
Okay.
I don't remember what it is. Hold on. Do they have Harvest Moon on here? That might have been it. They do, in fact, have Harvest Moon. I think that was it. Because Harvest Moon was coming out in, like, the 80s and 90s, too.
One other writer I have to shout out just because I was reminded checking Discord. Feels weird to shout people out for shit I haven't read, but again, that's entirely on me. I know they do quality stuff from everything I see and everyone who does like it. Pretty much anything Swanfather has done.
True.
I am
Spaceman Swan.
I may start a blood feud with him just because, haha, funny, Geese versus Swan.
That would be funny. He juggles like 3-4 fics at a time. It's insane. He's doing rewrites of one. He's doing a remaster of one of his fics. Guy's fucking cracked. He's another person who gets too down on himself every once in a while. But I think it's just because, Jesus Christ, like 4 fics simultaneously? God damn.
Oh, kind of for now, because going to another author I want to shout out. Smooth Rock. Read. Read Return to Monkey. Read We Live Together. Read Barrel Mouses. Going back to Swanfire, he is now taking over Barrel Monkeys. So what? Or Barrel Mouses. Fucking read. Read now.
I have seen Smooth Rock in some of the storyboards more often. I knew, what is it? We Live Together. I've heard that one before.
Yeah. We Live Together, Return to Monkey, and he's now co-writing Barrel Mouses.
That's too much fucking work. Like, god damn. Even before I started work on Devlog, which, all things considered, it's a sort of scattered workflow where it's like, Zach gives me quite a bit of time to write it. I usually do it well ahead of time, and then he works on the demos. We're just trying to keep 3 chapters ahead. So I usually I stress the shit out of myself for like 1.5 weeks, and then I get a couple off. But even aside from that, and then working on recently, proofing One Kiss, that's for the most part done. Missed Connection, and then just even lightly suggesting stuff and reading people's other fics. I'm like fucking, I'm out of it, man.
And then I come in, bumbling in, being like, hey...
Oh, fucking the Columbo mod. Yeah, you forgot that.
And then I'm like, hey, so By Dawn's Early Light had like a cool structure in it, you know? My gun appears in By Dawn's Early Light.
Luckily, for Columbo mod, you know, I know Columbo, and it's a good reprieve. Writing I don't want to spoil what scene I wrote, but writing the scene that I did, it was a nice change of pace from having to like heavily focus on developing new characters in Devlog.
You got somebody who we all know very well, and then another person who we have some characterization for what they were supposed to exist as. Yeah, it's just like you're writing Columbo, you're enjoying it. Just kind of, you know, you're writing a classic Gumshoe. You're writing actually the fucking mark of all gumshoes. The bumbling detective. They just don't. They usually forget to make him clever on the back end. Unfortunately, we need more like that.
So yeah, it's a nice reprieve out of everything, even compared to Disconnection, which next couple chapters I have planned for Disconnection. A lot of shit's gonna happen. Like, it's gonna be back-to-back scenes of shit happening, as opposed to the last 2 chapters I did. You can kind of think of those as one chapter. I had to get the quote-unquote boring shit out of the way. I had to say the obvious stuff that obviously the audience knows, but the entire point of the fic is, as opposed to most E2s, which are either misery porn or too fast, I want to show that it's not all fucking bleak. There is a road back, but it's a fucking long one. Every chapter, Anon faces the fact that, like, fuck, I gotta go to this AA meeting, you know, I've got friends finally, what does that mean? I still don't have
I
a
have to
direction
spend
in
time
life.
with people? Ugh. I have to get a job.
But
now?
he's cool at that part. He's more like, God, all of these people have done shit for me, so if I fuck up now, that's a spit in their face. Which is a genuine thing I think a lot of people who are going through stuff like that feel. Of course, that's the toxic way to look at it. That's, I'll say, unhealthy way to look at it. So he's starting to come around to maybe there's more to it than that. But that's like the main shit I wanted to explore. I didn't want to just do another E2 fic. Definitely not a misery porn one.
Yeah.
I tire of the misery porn.
Because I said it yesterday when we were talking. E2, as I've said in Snoop Game, that is exactly how I think the only way it can. Even aside from the fact that Nerd himself confirmed there's no them getting together after E2, the way it's written, yeah, it's just not going to happen. Anon's not changed. Fang has gotten worse, arguably, too, from all we see, and he doesn't want to try. So, I had to tweak my fic.
It's
for
not
me to even
E2. It's
mentally-
like the events never happened.
Yeah, for me to even grasp
There's
my head
no
around
back
it.
together. There's only together in the first place. Is how I
It's,
was looking at it.
because with that hatred from them growing together and then suddenly breaking apart on that beach, they don't have a reason to dislike each other. If anything, they're older and wiser. They understand that loneliness isn't the way, so they're a lot more forgiving to each other, you know? It makes it easier to write, but also more believable, in my opinion.
Like, I'll say it, your fake misconnections and Pay It Forward are the two most unique E2 fics out there right now. Just because how different they are. Like, Pay It Forward is honestly a complete alternate take on E2, and it's very fucking refreshing. Because this Anon, he actually learned from his mistakes and has lived his own life for a good bit. And Lucy, she's wanting to change because she's seen how that mentality she had back in high school was so fucking self-destructive. And here with yours,
Yeah, a big
These
part of it is
people-
they need to know that they fucked up in the first place, and you can't rush it from there.
yeah, like, and your interpretation of Fang and Anon is they've hit rock bottom. There's only up from here. As long as a hard road it is, they're still going up.
Also, Mr. Farian in the chat.
Yeah.
Who?
Hello.
Oh, he already added
Mr.
himself in.
Schmingle.
I've already been there. I've been in the bottom left corner this entire time. That's me.
Oh no, the set changed. That
What?
wasn't supposed to happen.
I
Uh-oh.
wonder why that happened.
I didn't click the button. It just happened. Are you ready to spread Christmas cheer?
Jesus Christ, the static noise hasn't changed.
Are you ready for Christmas cheer?
Is my mic working?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
I didn't know what the static noise was. I was like, oh god, is this fucking up again?
No, it happened as the scene changed. At
Okay.
least on my fucking view, which is funny.
Yeah, I'm inherently a cheerful person. I don't have to emote or act happy because my natural joy bleeds through everything I do and everything I say. So
This guy is always positive.
Very
Ask him about
positive.
Puppet Game. He's never said a bad
That was my developmentally delayed dog that I keep in the corner as a tribute to charity. I forgot what we were saying.
Do it for text.
Carry on.
I've lost the plot right a second ago.
We were talking about E2.
Yeah, E2 in general, missed connections.
Yeah, I would
missed the
argue that
connection.
Misconnection isn't E2.
Yeah.
It's E2 adjacent only because I've heard people say differing
Five?
things. What was that?
0.5. 2.5.
Yeah, 2.5, 1.5, you know, something like that.
It is 2.5. They're a little bit better than they are where they were in 2.
It's-
Well, because it broke apart in a unique way. I think Nerd confirmed that like E2 is what would have happened if Anon didn't show up with Fang. And even that I feel is open to interpretation because the E2 panel endings imply that Reed and Trish are right alongside her. And looking just as bad, which I don't know. I don't think they would have lasted 4 years as a shitty band. I think they would have exploded.
Yeah,
And, that's
like-
what I, spoiler alert,
I
intend
think
to have
Reed would have
happen.
died of an overdose by that point. Just keeping
Yeah,
him
like-
stressed, and then Trish would go somewhere else.
They couldn't have kept their dynamic, and yet that's the implication, you know?
The band would have imploded within a year with how Fang acted, Breed's in action, and Trish's control-freak nature.
I mean, they were already about to
Yes.
fall apart. If they had one more bad show, like Worm Drama would have exploded spectacularly. It's hard to imagine.
Did Worm
years.
Drama explode mid-year for Misconnection? Did they make it to
Uh,
mid-year?
So, I think in the most recent chapter, this isn't too much of a spoiler, Fang basically says, in a very simplified version, but this, they had obviously a shit year, everything happened without Anon the same way, and then they played at prom, because Trish was able to secure it, it went fucking terribly because they never changed up anything. Still did the double bass, and she lost it. Like you can only get booed off the stage so many times.
The double bass should be played by one person.
And exploded completely on Trish and by extension Reed. But again, Reed is just kind of there, like, hey man, let's just be chill. I'll expand more what happened to Reed and Trish, but she basically dropped off. She never saw them after high school.
Yeah, I've always described Reed as a chronic coward and pussy. He hates conflict. He doesn't want conflict. That's why he takes Carthay. It's a crutch, something to numb the pain of conflict.
And I wish that Snoot Game, in even a small way, sort of addressed that again, because, like, in the debatably worst ending, E3, not only because it's bittersweet, I'll admit that the ending itself isn't too bad, though people who say it's the best, they need to be checked out by a psychiatrist.
Mm-hmm.
It's total character assassination. It makes Reed this, like, violent proponent who literally headlocks Anon to do something that is objectively a bad decision. And then Trish goes on the biggest fucking, like, out-of-pocket tirade you can imagine against Fang. It ruins both of them in a way. It's why people hate Trish more than, like, anyone else, in my opinion. I think E3 poisons the well because that's a part of her character. It doesn't matter if it's not canon. It was within her potential. And I don't think it is from everything else we see. She, like, goes like, you want to be a cum dump for this human? Like, where is this coming from? Why is that what she goes for? It's like the writers, like, had her prophesy the, like, trad wife part. It's not something Trish should have jumped to.
Yeah.
That's something that might have been said earlier in the story, I think.
What do you mean?
It would have fit earlier in the story, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways they could have integrated.
Like, if they have to
even
have
parts of that plan.
And I think it makes sense for Trish to attack Fang's relationship just because the band's dynamic only exists because of their identity crisis within the school and Fang's relationship with her parents. And if she's not uncertain in those relationships, she doesn't look to Trish for guidance. So if Fang has found security in a new relationship with Anand, that's the thing that Trish actually needs to attack and destabilize in order for her to gain any semblance of control over Fang again.
Yeah, I think it's just, God, it's such a, like, violent... I think the scene itself could have worked. I could have done with, like, Reed just blocking the door, because he's clearly stronger than Anon. That would have done.
Not fucking
headlocking him super hard. And then Trish going off on Fang is perfectly fine.
Hold on, like, died for a second.
She could have, like, harped way more on, you're just going to be a loser, is that what you're going to do? Because Fang's whole deal with the band is she wants to be recognized. When she realized she doesn't need weird, like, anonymous adulation, and she can be comfortable with herself and know she's good, she doesn't need the band. So plucking on that would have been way more effective.
Music becomes just a passion instead of a coping mechanism.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like, she would have railed on Fang for abandoning the band and her vision of the band.
Exactly.
And Reed, he wouldn't outright hold Anon back. He would try to play the defensive, trying to just make him go on a wild goose chase while this happens. Because, like I said, he's a chronic coward and pussy. He wouldn't go for a direct conflict.
Hey, Anon, bro, I
He
think
would-
she broke her guitar string. Go find it.
Yeah, like, he would try to delay
Give
as long
another
as
task.
practically possible. Not outright throw him into a headlock, because, like I said, the man hates conflict. He would not do that.
It's a really weird, like...
If they made
Out
him
of
like
character
a
move.
wrestler guy, I could have seen it because I do know wrestlers who have like a very similar body type to Reed, and you know that would have worked, I guess.
It still would have gone against the fact that, yeah, he doesn't like conflict. That's the whole reason he enables Trish. Because Trish is the one likely to throw a bitch fit, not Fang. So he's like, well, Fang can take this L. If she really wants it, she can fight us on it. That's how I read it.
I always view people as people who claim they are the most opposed to violence, or people who might be opposed to violence. They're always willing to commit absurd and atrocious acts in the name of good or non-violence because they believe that genuinely what they do is going to feed to a peaceful resolution. And I think that given that Reed is, the way I interpret it, you know, we could be seeing shit in the time skips or missing just context of the time skips in general. Reed's spending most, if not all, of his time with Trish, and he probably has a fairly Trish sympathetic view on the whole thing. Maybe there's a part of him that genuinely believes that if the two sat down and talked, it would squash 90% of the conflict. And if that was something that Reed authentically believed, and he's simultaneously opposed to a direct confrontation with Annan, I think he could walk himself into a corner into doing that.
Yeah, it's just Reed isn't like a self-professed like I don't want to be violent, bro. It's more like his just sort of vibe if he doesn't like conflict in general.
No.
And it's just such a weird
He's one of those
departure.
guys that-
You're absolutely right. I think Reed genuinely believes, well, if Trish and Fang get in the same room without Anon, they'll hash it out because they're bros. It's gonna work. And he just maybe even Trish led him to believe that in that like
there was
month,
writing on the
several
wall,
months
but
time
he was
span.
illiterate.
Yeah.
He refused to like believe any other because it was the path of least resistance.
Well, he doesn't-
trusted his friends, you know.
I don't think he takes his own advice. Like when he criticizes Annan that Trish and Annan could have talked this out with Trish. I mean, where's the Reed trying to talk it out with Annan component?
And that's what's so weird. I feel like again the scene itself isn't so bad. There's just like the few minor things where if Reed just positioned himself before the door and like held Anon at an arm's length, Anon can't do shit. I mean, we've already established Saurians are like stronger, and Anon's a lanklet. And then maybe Trish just doesn't go so hard in the paint on just like blatant. I'm forgetting the word, but just like ad hominems that like again are in line with E3, but she shouldn't know that. Like, it should be much more about, like, you want to be a nobody, you want to be a fucking loser one day with him, like, something like that. That would make more sense, even if it is, like, God damn, Trish, it tracks.
I do want to backlight this whole scene and say that I think this is only as frustrating as it is because E3 is in a weird spot where it ends. If it had ended a little differently and it had answered or made commentary on that scene as it had unfolded, I think we'd all appreciate it a bit more. But as it stands, it's just lost, missing something.
It's a little disjointed. I think it's a symptom of originally, I don't know to what degree, that was the good
That
ending.
was the original good ending, yeah.
So I think they sort of just they didn't.
E4.
Yeah, I think they made E4 after the fact, and they might have done some touch-ups, maybe even made Trish more severe during the argument because it wasn't the quote-unquote best ending, and they didn't want it to be. But like, hard to say. There was definitely something there where they should have done another pass.
I'm sure somebody's gonna write a fake word. What if Reed didn't put him in a headlock?
I don't know if there's much to be gained from it other than like setting that context would probably make a post E3 reconciliation better. Mind you, I haven't read Bonds, by the way. I know that's like the
Bonds is
definitive E3
really
pick.
fucking good. You got
It's so funny because it's so memed in the community. Like,
What, Bond's like the artist?
no,
Yeah,
not
Bond-
Bonfire, but
Yeah,
Bond,
Bond's
Rio,
Bond is the
yes.
greatest of all time.
Huh.
Who the fuck is the Starman character?
I haven't heard of him.
Yeah, neither have I. I haven't heard anything about him. Must not be important.
But yes, I haven't read Bonds. I know it's memed. I've heard some things that the pacing's a bit weird on the back end, but overall I've heard it's good. At this point, again, it's just my reading procrastination. It feels like it should be, I guess, signed reading for this new community.
I mean, what, you want me to read it to you in bed?
Yeah, get over here, man.
I'll fucking do it. Yeah, I'll do it.
I got my warm milk.
It just feels like one of those where, like, if you're in the community, you gotta read this one. Bad Apple's another one, I'd definitely say so.
Bad
Inko
Apple's so
noted
fucking
for
good.
warning. That's the thing,
That-
though. I
that's
think
where it all
with the
started, I think.
non-canon, endings, there are sort of definitive, and that's arguable, definitive fix for here's how it could hope max, or here's how it could logically play out, even if it isn't, and it's a good fic. Bonds, I'm assuming, is for E3, of course.
There's two
there's-
events that bring us to today, and that's Humanoto taking a vacation, and then me just fucking running into Umbra, talking about some Stella shit. That's the only reason we're sitting here in this little log cabin with the fire.
That sounds about right. Like I said, man, there's some like weird butterfly effect shit going on. If Farian hadn't been so vocal about the Ben and Nia direction in Wani Kiss, I don't think our relationship would have kicked off the same. You know,
I don't
Money
think
Kiss.
I'd be writing, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, I remember you saying that was a big point. You were like, maybe I do have good ideas. Maybe I should try something with that. And then I'm glad I fucking noticed that you'd done Puppet Game and read that.
I'm glad
God
that was
damn.
extra cryptic in your comment section. Both of you, obviously.
Yeah, that
Both
worked.
of you got that. I'm glad you couldn't glean my initial view just from what I wrote.
I thought yours was just funny. I would have overlooked it, but I'm glad that Farian was like, who do you think you are, buddy? What does this mean? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, pretty much that last part, because it's... I mean, I read all the comments, and I probably shouldn't. I should genuinely just turn off the fucking comments. Not because they're not good, but they just, half the time, they don't do me good.
They mean
It's like... No, it's just like if you leave a toddler in a room unsupervised, there's certain shit you don't give him so he doesn't hurt himself. Comments are like that for me. It's like, how am I can misinterpret this 7 different ways. Only use it constructively once. I'm going to pick one of the 7, like just sleight of hand, luck of the draw sort of thing. So when you left one, I couldn't interpret either way, and then I just saw you in the wild. It was like, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Listen, all I know is the Toucher added me to a list, and then I got a DM later from this guy called Farian.
Those two are not correlated in any capacity.
Those are unrelated. We just discern that in the
That's
case
by
of
the
the
way.
touch note.
You will be touched, by the way. I have that on good authority.
I've used that as a threat against 2 other fic authors when I bookmark their shit. I said, "You will be, or I will touch you." Threat.
Listen, all I hope is that the other people I've left cryptic bookmarks on come to me as well when they run into me.
It's a good end. I mean, clearly it's working.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently, being cryptic and liking Columbo do a lot for attracting people into a group with you. Bring people into my little cabal. Well, I got like some of the more famous, I'll say famous, people in here listed as my micro celebrities, so you know.
Yes,
We're famous.
internet micro celebrity,
Right.
which I did not make up, but I think I did use on Humo's on the stream that I did with him.
Well, yeah, you've been one for such a long time in here. You just haven't been. I haven't put you in the chair.
Yeah, you didn't give me the fucking. You didn't give me my role, my earned badge.
You saw this and then you used it. You're like, well, shit.
And I'm
we
like,
were supposed
yeah.
to be a month ago. What
Real,
happened there?
I had a friend who is currently deployed to the border. He got some leave and dropped it on me last minute. Otherwise, I'd never do that. I have pretty open schedule, but if it's time sensitive like that, I figured, we can always be retarded any time of the year. And now it's Christmas.
Yeah. And now you get the first of the Christmas set, so congratulations.
And now I've gotten more under my belt. I've done more devlog we could still talk about. I've not disconnection
I've not played
chapters.
Devlog. Should we switch this into a Devlog stream?
Killing you with a hammer.
Should we switch this into a Devlog stream? I can download
You mean
the
touching
background.
him? Touching
I'm
him.
cool if you want to play devlog chapter 2. It's one I've actually touched.
Fuck it. Let's
When you what?
all of it that's out. Grab me the link. I will download it and we'll just switch gears fully.
Hell yeah.
Fuck it. Let's pad for runtime a little bit more.
Yeah, we'll still talk. It'll be a quick download anyways, and you just have to get it up.
Yeah.
And I can do commentary on it. Hell yeah.
I can do all the silly voices. I actually gotta take a piss.
All the silly voices?
I'll be 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Start counting. Can you piss on Mike, please? Thank you.
I know you can talk about how much we hate that goose guy. What is wrong with him?
I don't know where to start, man.
He acts like he's doing me a favor. No.
All I can say is, they refer to mentally challenged people as featherbrain for a reason, and I think he exemplifies that.
Real. All right, Scorpion. Now you say something mean. We're all going down together.
Yeah.
He walked away. He's
Thinking about it.
He's contemplating the worst slur he can use.
Shoot, I don't know what to say here.
Obama? I'm gay.
My fellow Americans.
Hold on, I gotta... Oh, fuck, hold on.
Hey guys, it's me, Joe Biden, the current president of the United States. If you want to play a song called Snoopy, maybe some out, Jack. You should read this other one. It's pretty good, literature. They call it Puppet Day. and it's got this fucking.
Oh, this is live? I thought this was pre. Oh, you fucker. What the hell, man?
What do you mean this is live? They've all been live.
I thought that was like some sort of AI thing that you had like just saved so you could drop like a generic. Oh,
I got a fucking AI voice. It's pretty good. It's not the best. I got a Trump one too, but funnily enough, it sounds nothing like Trump unless you do his inflections.
well, yeah, it's like half the.
It's just weird that the AI does that too.
Well,
You think it'd be trained off.
So
Highly
it's
intelligent
asking
AI.
me for a decryption key that I don't have.
Okay, so don't click the mega like link button. Click the URL itself.
I don't like getting into political commentary too much, but
I love getting into political commentary.
no, don't do this. This one's like sort of derivative of a political climate as opposed
This
to being
is,
direct commentary on it.
So I haven't touched chapter 1 either. So is this going to be spoilers?
That's
or
it.
is everything?
There's both in them. Yeah.
All right, cool. So I'm going to take this in. I might transfer us into the bigger room. Maybe.
What does that do?
It just gives us a bigger screen. It's
I see
the
what you mean.
desk and the other chair. I have downloaded it.
Sorry, you were gonna threaten the president of the United States, Farian. What was that?
Oh yeah. No, it's there's this big old gun show once every year where I live, and they have like an entire building just full of high-end stuff, and there's a small circle of like arms dealers that I shoot the shit with and rub elbows with, and I was anticipating them being like just celebrating and dancing, singing, and all that based on the outcome of the most recent election. They were actually disappointed because they were selling more firearms under the Biden administration.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, so it's like what the fuck do you people want? Like it, just weird culture shock depending on where you go. But
Hold on, let me get everybody into the gamer room real quick.
Black screen.
There we go. Listen, I'm working on it. I don't.
I'm working on it.
I'm working on it.
Working on it. Farian, your Carl impression is fucking insane. I didn't even realize yesterday because other people were doing it, and then you started doing it, and I couldn't even tell it was you.
it takes me a couple sentences to get into it. I don't know.
That's how any good impression is.
All right, I have all the gamers in chat here. Put up on
Oh. By the way,
You
if
like my
really-
little guy, Farian?
which one? I don't know how to respond to that
Oh,
question.
my little guy on the stream. I don't know if you actually have it pulled up. Here, I'll
The
post
shrimp and
it.
ain't easy shirt. It goes pretty hard. Where am I?
I told
where
them
am cross?
I don't have I don't actually have Photoshop, even torrented or anything. So I used an online one and it kept breaking, and that's why I screamed like the Dark Souls guy yesterday. I lost
Yep.
it 20 times.
But I wanted to say
Alright,
before you get
alright,
this,
here we
if you want to irritate Jake Parade, he hates Carl Weezer impersonations. So you just gotta
Does?
drop
Oh,
that.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
weaponize that
Listen,
so
I
hard.
don't-
Any
know
single
that-
time. If I'm in an argument with Jake Parade, I just bust out the Weezer impersonation.
I don't know
Oh,
that
dude, I'm
Jake Parade's
so
a big fan of mine, honestly. I mean, I think we're on friendly terms, but I don't know that he gets my humor. How dry it is. One of my largest inspirations, I guess, is Leslie Nielsen. I like how his dry humor works. You know.
Don't know if you guys saw the creator roundtable, but Ace kept going for fucking Jake's throat, and it was funny every time.
Aren't they dating?
Are they? I don't know.
I think so.
What?
I don't know about that.
I believe
I didn't. I was armed for several
Let's
conversations.
spread misinformation.
The romantic inclinations of other literary figures was not one of them.
Yeah, I don't.
Mine's easy. I get no bitches.
Hold on. Let me
Yeah,
ask.
right, get
Stream-
real.
Let me ask Stream if everything's getting hurt, okay? Because this specific scene that I have in OBS is kind of broken sometimes.
I get my penis caught in firearms.
Let me ask my buddy Keith.
I don't know if there's intro music. I can't remember like on this
It's-
title screen.
it's
I hear
here.
you and us. I don't
Um,
hear the music though.
I don't know what would be causing that. I hear the music.
Are
that-
you, I
is
don't know
that
what
a
you,
little bit better?
I don't know. Let me see.
I'm not gonna put it to full screen because I would fuck up the entire thing in here.
Yeah, that's it. It's just so the music at that level works. It's a little light, but maybe like 50% would be best.
How much of this coding was stolen from Caveman on? Full screen.
I'm legally not allowed to say, or Zach will hunt me down and kill me.
Go grab Zach for me. Bring him in here.
80%. No.
Go grab
Zach is insane. I don't know if I've said. We have a very small team, as far as I'm aware. I mean, we get people like Shido and stuff to do some of the CGs, which I'll point out.
If you need extra artists, might I put Blake forward? She is very talented.
I've got Blake now in the back, and then Kevin Jorg also.
Kevin, I love Kevin. I love Kevin. He just has so much work ahead of everything. Kevin is just fucking phenomenal with his work ethic and how much he can put out. But the issue is that everybody wants him.
Yes, real.
And that's a good problem to have. I actually need to move you a little bit.
He volunteered for tiny stuff. I was gonna say, because we have a small team, it's basically Zach and I doing most of the stuff, and then having some people come on every once in a while. Mm-hmm. First 3 chapters, I only edited 2 and 3. So this first chapter you see, not only did I not see any reason to touch it, it is before I was even associated.
Yes. Now, this is Dev's narration, right? So is there any specific idea that you want me to narrate his voice in?
I think Dev's just pretty much an everyman type of guy. I don't even know if we've said.
Listen, are you gonna tell me no if I bring out a Midwestern accent? Or are you gonna fucking be like, hell yeah, brother?
Based on some things he said, again, I'm not even sure where the fuck he's from. I think Midwestern would work.
You know, I never was too keen on the idea of going to college. Sure, it might be nice to go, but what for? I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life. I still don't. Not really. And practically speaking, my grades limited me to only certain professions. I wasn't going to be a surgeon or some nuclear scientist. That's for sure. But I knew I still needed to do something with myself. Else my parents would drag me to the nearest Army recruitment office. So I applied everywhere I could. The place I really hoped I would go get into was...
So with this choice, the college choice, it actually affects quite a bit. Zach and I were both on the same page early on that we fucking hated the fact that if you chose something in Wani, you never got any new dialogue. I mean, aside from key choices, which you maybe get one or 2 new lines. Unique. Every one of these does. In fact, if you choose any one of these,
his interests are. This sets his interests.
Yes, and you'll actually have different points throughout the game that will have a new part unlocked. I'm trying to think which the best would be in this case.
So you're building Dev in this. That's nice to know.
Yeah, you basically get to sort of affect his backstory, his interests in small ways. The best option would probably be Arthur University for Chapter 2. There's a lot more in Chapter 2 that revolves around it. It's like music stuff.
But what if I want to go to the Stegatech University of Innovation?
Oh, no.
You could choose any of them. I just don't think we've done anything with Stegotech or Institute for Digital Arts in the first 2 chapters. They'll all eventually have something said.
Yeah. It has a whole bunch of really cool courses on music and sound. I've always loved music, and I could play a mean trombone in band, so it seemed like a good pick. I haven't sent a few public applications to some of the fancier colleges, even if it was more as a joke. One of those joke applications was CCC, Cretaceous College of Computing. The punchline is that CCC accepted my application. I'm not sure who was more surprised, me or my parents. After looking into it, it turned out that apparently a bunch of humans won some big court case about unfair enrollment practices in higher ed in colleges or something like that, and now they're all scrambling to get as many humans in their school as possible. Well, I sure wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth, especially not a full scholarship boarding and a monthly commissary allowance for any store-on-campus shaped horse. So here I am, on the bus, heading straight to CCC campus, with only a duffel bag's worth of things to my name. The driver interrupts my thoughts. We're now arriving at the Cretaceous College of Computing campus. If you're getting off, please remember to take any personal possessions you may have brought, as well as any trash.
That dino to the left is non-canonically Men, cousin of Ben.
From all of us at Blue Alberta Soul Bussin', we thank you for choosing us. Is that what you always envisioned for the bus driver?
You're canon now. You're hired. I think Zach was mentioning, if we had to get voice actors, he'd probably, I forget what he said. It was something yesterday. Probably, Fiverr people and stuff. People in the community who actually cared to.
I'd do it.
Yeah, you'd probably be on the top of the list.
I'll throw my hat into the ring on that one.
Throw me in as like a bunch of background characters. I think that'd be fun.
That'd be fun one day. Like probably, I mentioned that it could be like a DLC type thing once the game's actually done. You know, there's something for shits and giggles.
Rude. No other humans. Figured there'd be more that got that same scholarship. Oh well, maybe they took some other bus or got here early. Cretaceous College of Computing loomed before me. It was wide, big, mostly squarish, boring to look at except for the many palm trees and other plants all over the place. The starting place for countless success stories. If you can do well here, then you're basically guaranteed success in life. You know, I'm not gonna fucking funnel myself to voice every character, right?
Coward.
You know what? That's it. You voice Rebecca now. Fuck you.
I'm not seeing this live, so it's not my responsibility. Also, I gotta go soon-ish, so...
Oh, hold
sorry.
on. Let me fix that so it can be seen live.
My second excuse is still load-bearing.
No, I actually killed whoever you're meeting, so you have infinite free time.
There. Now my computer will explode. Cool read. I don't know where that came from. At least that's what their brochure said. I squint against the sun, taking the light of students milling about. My hometown was populated by mostly humans. I've seen other dinos before, but not this many at the same time. Same place? Their scales shimmer in hues that my hometown's limited palate could never have imagined. I wonder if they'll think I'm an oddity. The lawsuit thing was it was about no humans going here. Maybe this is the first time they've seen a human before. Only dino-towns, as far as I know. Some raptors in Letterman jackets snicker as they pass by. The excitement has bubbled within me during the bus ride now gives way to an unsettling apprehension. I try to shrug it off. I was told someone would be here to greet me, but as minutes ticked by, nobody came. I scan the crowd again, looking for any sign of a welcome committee, but I'm only met by the indifferent gazes of pterodactyls chilling up on the benches and by spinosaurs chatting animatedly in groups. Then a green parasaur cuts through the throng and, with a purposeful stride, his eyes are creased with annoyance. I don't know who he's reflecting the sun more, his gilded golden hair or my bald head. I hate this guy already.
Wow, that's fucking everyone's reaction. God damn. I mean, he's supposed to look like a douche, but like, I don't know if he did too well.
I want him dead. Alright, Farian, this is you do this guy.
I'm not him, I don't know what he sounds like.
His expression is sour enough to curdle milk.
I don't know the
Approaches
canon,
with
bro.
an air of someone who has far better things to do. Just do your fucking turtle from Sly Cooper.
Okay, fine. Dev A. Loper.
His voice has an authoritative ring in it that
Yeah,
makes you stand up
that's-
straighter.
I must respect this man.
Well, that's me. I try for a smile.
I'm the student union president, Elliot.
He
There,
thrusts-
hold this.
He thrust a stack of papers into my hands, schedules, maps, and pamphlets.
The dean made me your welcome committee, but I have a million other things I need to do, so let's get this over with quick.
He pulls out a paper from his pocket and begins reading it.
Hello and welcome to the Cretaceous College of Computing and blah, blah, blah. Next slide here.
He actually says blah, blah, blah. I feel my eyes getting bigger as he continues talking, trying to soak up all the info he's given me.
We're happy to provide young and underprivileged humans, such as yourself, a chance at becoming the best selves, blah, blah, blah.
It's not much of value, sadly.
The papers you've been giving include detailed descriptions of our facilities, a map of the campus, your schedule, blah, blah, blah.
He seems to be scanning the paper, only to put it aside.
Look, I'm sure you can figure all this stuff out on your own. I'm sure you can if you're planning on making it here. I know the skinny literacy rate is pretty bad, but it can't be zero. If you have any questions, like I said, I need to get going.
What? I realized a moment too late that I'd blurted that out. His claw taps impatiently on the top sheet, pointing out, not remarking to my very insightful response. My eyes dart across what turns out to be my schedule. Most of it seems normal, but musical theory? Advanced world history? I don't remember picking these. He gives a confused expression as he grabs my shoulder and looks over the page before going through several other papers he is carrying.
There may have been a mix-up. What major did you pick?
General studies. With a roll of his eyes, he tosses my schedule back.
So you're the one that...
Elliot shakes his head.
This isn't a community college. You're supposed to have a major. We don't even have a general studies course. Well, we didn't. Somehow, no one noticed the issue until 2 weeks ago or something, so they had to scramble to throw one together before the semester started. All for you.
Well, that's a promising start.
Well, if that's all, I'm going to get going.
He gives what could be best described as a sarcastic wave before he starts walking off. He barely gave me any information at all. How was that orientation?
We don't have to choose all the options, but he does say different stuff for each one.
He turns towards me but continues walking away backwards.
I gave you a map, genius. You can figure it out on your own.
Press the circle button.
Press the circle button to check out the map slide. Dev.
He turns towards me but continues walking backwards.
Talk to the dean, but unless you have a good reason, you're stuck with them. You're the only human here. You figure it out, skidbag.
He completely ignores me. I'm not sure he realizes being sarcastic. Or maybe he doesn't care. And with that, he's gone. Great. I am left amidst a sea of strangers. I should probably start by finding my dorm, but the map looks to be useless. It's made up of nondescript boxes with little dark lines indicating roads or paths without any details or landmarks. How is one supposed to find anything with this thing? Whatever. How hard could it be to find one building?
Always fun to have you here.
Thank you for having me. I wish I could stay longer, I really do. I love you! Say it back!
I love you! I love you too!
I'm
All
going
the things I do for love! Oh no, Muriel! With the sun falling towards the horizon, my spirit falls with it. Years of gaming and surfing obscure websites have given me absolutely no useful abilities to decipher these symbols on this so-called map. I check it again, trying to convince myself that I was going the right way. Yet, looking around, I find myself right back where I started. I'm not even sure how I managed that. Well, a loud whooshing noise makes me look up just in time to see a blue of red and blue heading straight towards me. Sierra, are you still there?
Him?
Oh, do you want to do him?
Sure. Watch out!
Boom. They can fly? They fly now?
They glide.
Oh, what the?
Sorry.
The dinosaur entangles himself from me and stands up, extending a clawed hand out to help me up.
Didn't see you there.
I took his hand, wincing as I got back on my feet. Yeah, clearly. The dinosaur in front of me was a pterodactyl with red feathers and a sheepish grin. He rubbed the back of his neck, looking genuinely embarrassed.
Super sorry about that. Was practicing gliding. It totally didn't see you walk into my path.
You think you could maybe practice somewhere that's not right in the middle of frickin' campus? His wings drooped by a bit, his grin faltering. You know if Dev's parents ever show up, they're getting the Hank and Peggy Hill voices, right?
Yeah, you're right. My bad. You okay? Did I hurt you?
My shoulder hurts a bit, but I'll live. He looks relieved, but still concerned.
Let me make it up to you. Need help finding something? You look kind of lost. Theo, by the way.
Dev, and you could say that I'm looking for the dorms?
Dorms? Didn't orientation show you all that?
If by orientation you mean dumped a bunch of papers on me then bailed, then no.
Well, lucky for you, I'm an expert navigator, so consider me your personal tour guide.
Theo clapped a wing on my back, almost knocking me off balance.
Come on then, let's find your place.
With Theo's guidance, the cryptic map began to start making sense. He pointed out the various landmarks that could be found on it, a statue here, and particularly gnarled tree there, and eventually found our way to the dormitories.
That's the common room, great for all-nighters. Over there's the laundry room, would recommend going early if you don't want to start the battle for a washer. And here we are.
We reached what looked like to be the right building, 2 stories of brick and stone standing sentinel at the edge of campus. Theo pushed the heavy door open with a flourish.
I will say also, as far as I'm aware, there's probably contributing artists. They're all in the credits, but for the most part, Zach does streams of every single sprite. So as far as I know, he's done all of those. And then the backgrounds might have been someone like Shido.
Do you want me to fucking throw his link up on the throw a link up on the stream?
We could do a link to like the server if that's all right with you.
Yeah, I'll link it.
There. Because we've realized we need to find a better way of doing that as well. A lot of people still think that the server is like Patreon exclusive. It's not. Anyone can join. You do get special benefits if you do Patreon. We also have a Ko-Fi, so more shit there, I think.
I've not touched that. Let me go on and put that in the description.
This is it. What's your dorm room number?
Give me a fucking second. I'm trying to fix
Come on,
this.
Dev, are you retarded or something?
Yeah, very. No, not customized channel. Hold on. Content. Live. This is live now. Edit. Fucking hell. They really streamlined this.
Yeah, so sprite art is by Zach and Azadar. Background art by Azadar and Arik Althaf. And then GUI art by Zach, Neterdato, and Watto the Board. Contributing artists.
I know Watto.
Disco Demon. I'm not even sure what he did.
Disco
and
offered to
Shido.
work on the Columbo mod.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Damn, that's a lot of people fucking offering for that.
There's people are coming to you offering?
No, I said that's a lot of people are offering in general.
I mean, I do what I can to scout people where I need to, but I don't know if I need extra people at this point. I think we might have enough artists, maybe. I'm not.
If
fully
we need something by the end, we can always ask someone.
Yeah, I don't think they'll turn down. Just be like, hey, we need some Sprite. I can send you some money. I double checked the paper. 42. We navigate through a massive collection of dinosaurs milling about or talking with friends.
478, 480, there, 482, you're home away from home.
The room was larger than I expected. 2 beds on opposite walls with a desk beneath lofted bunks.
Guess this place is all yours.
Seems so.
Lucky.
Here they saw who they're rooming with and bailed. Theo shrugged off my self-depreciation joke with an uneasy smile.
Their loss. More space for you. Besides, who needs roommates when you've got neighbors like me?
We're neighbors?
Well, no, but I'm only 1 floor down. That's practically neighbors, right?
Well, can't argue with that logic. Do you have a roommate?
Duh, everyone does.
I gestured to the other half of my new room.
Almost everyone.
What are they like?
He's an acquired taste kind of guy, but grows on you eventually.
I tossed my bag onto the nearest bed and glanced around at the empty space. The place is kind of depressing as is. It would certainly liven the place up a bit. Plus, I'd only have to worry about decorating my side. In any case, I should get some posters or something.
Hey, you hungry? Cafeteria food isn't half bad if you know what to avoid.
As if on cue, my stomach roars. Starving. We walk side by. I need to fix this audio. Hold on.
That's probably ambience. Yeah.
Inside, the hall buzzes with 100 conversations, the scent of sizzling meat and overcooked vegetables heavy in the air. I didn't expect it to be this lively.
Wait until you see the feeding frenzy during finals.
So you've been here before?
Yep, second year.
Oh, neat. I take a look at the prices next to the food stuff on the menu. Sweet raptor Jesus. $5 for a single bottle of water? $7 for small fries? Well, crap.
What's up?
I knew the prices would be bad, but not this bad. I'm running on fumes here, financially speaking. One meal's gonna wipe out all the cash I have on me. I think I might just hit up the vending machines. Gotta wait for the allowance to kick in. Oh, hold on, my bad. Oh, Theo claps me on the back.
Don't sweat it. My treat.
I can't let you do that. We only just met. I don't like the idea of owning a stranger. Theo gasped dramatically.
A stranger? After all that bonding we did together? Finding your room, entering your room, exiting your room.
Yeah. Finding the cafeteria, entering the cafeteria. He laughed too. I feel a knot undo itself in my chest. Socializing. Not that hard, right?
But no, I get you. You know how to read.
What kind of question is that? Yeah?
You can pay me back by helping me out on my next history assignment. Barely pay attention during class.
I guess it's a fair deal, but I don't know.
So it's basically split up here. You just choose whatever you want, really.
It's split between reject or...
Yeah, if you reject, the rationale is different, but it's essentially first two options, you get something like from the cafeteria. Second two, you do vending machine. Or, hold on. Yeah, it is. That's how it is.
Well, I mean, I'm not above take food from strangers, so... I'm a goose at the park, obviously. Yes, please. Theo is visibly taken aback by my outburst. My ears start to burn. Oh no. I was gonna think I'm some kind of deadbeat or freeloader. I'm already a full scholarship student. Does Theo know about that already? Is this affecting his image of me?
Okay, dude.
My stomach rumbles and my shame increase. Theo, on the other hand, starts to laugh so hard he's gotten a hold of his ribs. Sorry. He's smiling again.
No, dude, I get it. Come on, I'm starving too.
We walk over to get our food when I notice there are two serving areas marked as herbivore and carnivore respectively. The herbivore side is full of leafy concoctions, towering salads, steamed veggies, and grains of every flavor. But then there's this carnivore side, burgers, strips of bacon, sausages. Theo heads straight for the carnivore section, grabbing a tray and piling it with a bit of everything. I grab and fill my tray with...
So, real quick, you could choose anything here, but the option, if you choose the culinary school, Dev, I can't remember what he chooses, but he makes a choice for you because he knows better. It's something bougie. I think, I can't remember.
I kind of feel the spirits connection here with just cheese, but...
I think in Chapter 4, there is... Chapter 4
There's a check for
3.
the cheese?
There's a check for the cheese.
There's a check for the fucking cheese? Is it for like
There's
a weeb?
Cheese check. You'll have to wait and see. I can't remember which chapter it is in, but there's going to be... We keep jokingly calling it cheese route. It's just going to be like 1 or 2 checks later based on the cheese thing.
I'll take a mix of everything. Theo's already stacked his tray with various meats, and by the time I join him in the line, he has his huge drumstick in one hand, nibbling on it as we move forward. You know, I've made all of the main characters have a Midwestern accent. They all have like a slightly different intonation. Like this. This is
I'm
coming.
trying to remember where this is even set. I think this is supposed to be like set in.
I mean, I was thinking like fucking East Coast.
I think it's more like small town Appalachia, like at the foot of the mountain, something like that.
Yeah. Oh, like Virginia.
Or Rockies, maybe. Sorry, it's one of those. It's like a small mountain town.
Yeah. No, I've just noticed, like, I've done all of the main characters Midwestern, just it comes in a different part of my mouth where the sound starts. Like, this is happening, like, under my tongue if I were to, like, choose a place where the sound comes from for Dev. Versus Anon talking from the top of my throat and Inko talking off my lips. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I get you.
They're not identical. They're not just my regular speaking voice, obviously. And because of, like, I'm doing it now, it's, like, grading into my regular speaking voice because I've put phlegm there now. Like, if I clear it, it goes away. Theo's already stacked his tray high with various meats by the time I join him in line. He has a huge drumstick in one hand, nibbling on it as we move forward.
Yeah, this is good stuff. You sure you're good with only that? Grab more if you want. I don't mind.
No, I'm good. He shrugs and continues eating. I take a bite of my meal with only one hand while the other holds the tray. The food tastes slightly bitter because it was a gift, no matter the supposed payment I would give in the form of helping Theo with his schoolwork. For all I know, he might just be messing with me about how bad his history assignments are. In any case, the food finds its way to the battle pass, the bitterness, and fill me with comfort, and so does Theo's happy mood. We reach the cashier, and Theo flashes his credit card for both of our meals, gesturing for me to follow. Follow him, as Defiance eats in the crowded dining hall. We maneuver through the crowd, and Theo lands me into the quieter corner where a girl with spiky hair and spikier clothing sits alone, her eyes glued to her laptop screen, half-eaten sandwich lies forgotten beside her. Is this like a Katawa where, like, you don't really necessarily choose the girl, your decisions choose the girl for you?
Yes, I don't want to get too much into the system
there's
of how
not
it
like
works,
a fucking,
but
there's not one screen, it's like, alright, I'm hanging out with you now. It's just,
there's a couple
it
of choices
figures out
that
what
will
kind of
decide.
person you are and who's gonna fit you best.
Well, there's a
Really,
couple of
Japanese-
choices. There's a couple of choices that you will make that'll sort of assign a point system, but it's not going to screw you out of it. It'll let you know at several points, like, hey, I've already spent time with this person over everyone else, sort of giving you a check on where you're going.
Hey, by the way,
End of Act 1 is going to see you locked in.
End of Act 1 is locking in, and this is just Chapter 1 of Act 1.
Yes, I'm not sure how many are going to be in chapter or in Act 1, but I know the final demo is going to be 4 chapters.
I see you. A half-eaten sandwich lies forgotten beside her.
And this here's my amazing, awesome, beautiful sister, Rebecca.
The dino snaps her head towards Theo in an angry snarl, her fangs even spikier. I don't know, what's the voice I can do? Hold on. Theo, I swear, I don't want to meet another one of you new. Her eyes flick up briefly before staring at me. I should probably say something. Hi, I'm Dev. Smooth Dev, real smooth. You're human? An uncomfortable laugh escapes my mouth. Last I checked, is that an issue? No. And with that, she turns away, her fingers already dancing across the keys. I sigh.
Don't worry. The fact she's even talking to you means she likes you.
Judging by that absolute death glare she has given Theo, I question whether that is true.
You don't really see humans here or even in town. It was like that even last year.
Really?
Yep, you're a bit of a rarity at CCC.
I remember Elliot's comment about me being the only human here. Huh. Did no one else apply the same scholarship I got? Well, no one really seems to care if that's the case. People have far more to worry about than there being some human wandering around. I don't know how sustainable Valley Girl is. Harsh but fair. Despite her
It's
comments.
funny, just to cut in, when we were playing Snoot Game Encore, Zach actually fucking was really, like, I don't know, like, jokingly mad, but he was very frustrated that Sage, their delivery and how they acted is exactly how Rebecca should be. So that gives you a mental conception of what he thinks Rebecca's like.
I'm not getting that same vibe at first look.
They're not quite as energetic, but, like, the sort of intonation, you'll see. I agree with him, but it doesn't show itself right now.
Despite her comments, her gaze remains fixed on her screen, and the steady click, click, click of her typing somehow cuts through the noise. I try to focus on my food, but my thoughts keep drifting. It was weird to be sitting here, sharing a meal with two near strangers, one of whom seemed as though she'd rather be alone, and another who couldn't wait to spend the rest of his day dragging me all over campus. I've really never been this far from home before, and this is gonna be my life for the next several years.
So, Deb, what brought you to CCC?
Scholarship.
Really? That's sick, dude.
Lucky you.
What was the scholarship for? You some sort of genius or sports star?
He gives me a playful nudge. For being human, I think. I don't really fully understand it myself, to be honest. They both look at me with a confused expression. I looked it up, and it seems something that to try to get more humans into these fancier colleges. There was even some big lawsuit about it.
But you're the only one here.
I know. I mean, it's weird enough nobody else got the scholarship, but you'd think even without it there'd be more humans here. Not really. Dinosaurs are just better suited to colleges than humans.
Rebecca.
It's true. Our memory and attention span are better. Makes cramming for SATs and entry exams a breeze compared to humans. I don't think that's true.
It's not. She's just messing with you.
Am I? Right, well, it doesn't help that it's all so different here, and I don't really know anyone. Thea laughs, momentarily confusing me.
You know me, and now you know Rebecca. Are you saying we're no one?
He nudges his sister with an elbow, but earns only an annoyed glance. No, of course not. But there's more to college than just meeting people, isn't there?
Making friends is just the beginning. You'll find your groove, dive into projects. Before you know it, you're part of the fabric here.
Rebecca suddenly stops typing and looks up at her brother with a scowl. He just met us, so just stop acting like we've known each other for years or something. I mean, she isn't wrong, but it still seemed to be a bit rude.
Don't mind Miss Grumpy. She gets like this sometimes, but she doesn't mean anything by it.
Stop acting like I'm not here, or like I'm a child.
Becca, your warm and fuzzy welcome is exactly why I brought Dev here. Wanted him to feel right at home. Anyway, all I'm trying to say is not to let college scare you. You'll find your way.
Rebecca snorts but says nothing.
Or Becca. Don't let her scare you either.
I don't know if you're coming through on this, actually.
What do you mean? On
the stream. I can't see...
Oh, that would suck.
That would be awful. Hold on, let me check real quick.
I'm lighting up.
You are lighting up. Let me check. Let me open it on my phone real quick. Give me but a moment. I will put the headphone pin on the phone.
I'm coming up. I'm a little loud.
And I will instruct you to...
I'm definitely coming in. I'm just a little loud.
Alright, it's working fine. Yeah, I know. I had a smooth brain moment. It happens periodically, but it seems to be working okay. Periodically it happens. Alright, we're good. Let's shoot.
I said, Rebecca, don't let her scare you either.
Theo, if he runs off because of me, he's gonna last here long anyways. She seems... Actually, I don't know what to make of her. She's been focused on her laptop nearly this entire time, typing up a storm about something. Not a good angle to see really what it is, and I don't want to seem like I'm spying. Maybe I should ask. It's sort of an icebreaker, even if she doesn't exactly think seems like she likes me. So, what are you writing? Becca's eyes flick up, a wide moment before turning into a sharp scowl. Mind your own business. Okay. Guess I struck a nerve there. I shrug, focus on my food, and I can't help but feel a little stung. I was just trying to make a conversation. Theo's done with his plate, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. He leans back in the chair, eyes catch mine for a moment before they shift to Rebecca. He gives a sly grin. With cat-like stealth, Theo slides up behind Rebecca, peering over her shoulder.
The Chimera launched themselves at you once again, a writhing mass of bodies holding you in place, the strength of half a dozen arms finally overpowering yours. Monster porn.
Rebecca's cheeks flare red as she whirls around, shoving him away. Theo, get out of my stuff! Her voice is half an octave higher than before. I don't think I can do that.
Oh, don't be like that, Becca. It was just getting good.
She glares at him with intensity enough to start a fire before flickering him on the snoot.
Ow.
It's not for you to read, or anyone else here for that matter. She slams her laptop shut, her gaze now fixed on the table between us. I can't help but feel a twinge of guilt having sparked this exchange. I clear my throat. Well, I thought it sounded pretty cool. I didn't mean to pry. Rebecca shakes her head, and after a moment of hesitation, reopens her laptop. It's fine, just forget it. As I poke at the last few crumbs of my meal, a new face suddenly strides up to our table.
I'll do him now. Here's what I think he sounds like. Raptor Jesus, those assholes can't give me one moment of...
I can do the Goo Goblin. Raptor Jesus, these assholes can't give me one moment of... You can take him though. I'm not sure which one of us is more confused about the other's presence.
Elliot, what's up, man? Have you met Dev yet?
Finally breaking off the stare, Elliot's face drops with a grimace. Of course, my newest friend would also have to be friends with the guy who left me to get lost on campus. And all things considered, it makes sense that the overwhelmingly friendly Theo would be friends with basically anyone.
What the hell is he doing here?
He was invited, unlike you. Rebecca coming to my defense surprises me. She must dislike Elliot more than she dislikes this random human her brother dragged along.
So you two do know each other.
He was in orientation. I mentioned to you when we met.
Really? You know he spent like an hour trying to find the dorms, right? You really just left him hanging? I gave him a map. Elliot. Look, I had stuff to deal with. Elliot. Okay, fine. I'm sorry. Damn. Well, the important thing is you learn from your mistakes. Sure. Thanks, Dad. Anytime.
Why are you even here?
Because Theo texted me he was eating, and I always sit here.
Unfortunately. Truthful, I'm a bit annoyed about what Elliot pulled. However, not only has the conversation already moved on, but Theo's eyes light up like he's just had the best idea.
I think it's time for proper introductions. Theo, we've all met before.
Yeah, what is this? Elementary school?
No, this is different. Dev's new here. It's only fair.
I glance around the table. Despite his enthusiasm, it's clear he's the only one on board with doing this. Not to mention, it's a bit childish. I mean, I already know your names. Theo waves a hand dismissively. He points to himself with both thumbs grinning.
I'm Theodore Chase, but you can call me Theo. Second year here at CCC and future creator of the next big indie game. Our dad is a Microraptor and our mom's a pterodactyl, which I take after both of them, which is why I look all funky.
A genetic freak is what you mean.
You're just jealous you only took after Dad. I like meat, video games, programming, FND Let's Plays, and, I think that's it.
For all the hassle he caused by introducing oneself properly, he sure gave the rest of us a pretty underwhelming presentation. I give it a 6.5 out of 10. Sufficient, but won't be entering any list for the best of anything this year. He looks to his sister. The glare he receives in response could melt steel. Elliot is just picking at his food, completely ignoring Theo. Finally, he turns to me. Crap.
Come on. Show these two how it's done. Don't hold anything back.
I would really prefer not to.
This is safe space, Dev. You can be honest with us. Also, please throw me a bone. You can't leave me hanging after revealing all my dark secrets like that.
It's becoming increasingly difficult to say no to the guy. Fine. Well, I am Dev A. Loper. As you know, I'm a freshman here, and yeah, I got in on a scholarship for reasons that are still kind of beyond me. I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing here, to be honest. I like games, tech stuff, but there's no grand plan or anything. I guess you could say I'm sort of winging it, which sounds really bad out loud now that I'm saying it. Back home, I wasn't exactly well. Let's just say social circles that I had didn't really overlap. The fitting in part of life's always been a bit of a challenge. And here, well, it's like that with a new side of, oh, hey, you're different from literally everyone else, so there's that. Honestly, sometimes it feels like everybody's got their act together but me. Like, there's a secret of life that everybody knows but forgot to tell me about.
Okay, that was good. Really took that everything to heart.
Yeah, thanks for trauma dumping on us. It was great.
Wait, is he done? I zoned out there for a moment. I think he was messing with us. Whatever.
Oh, right, I forgot to add, I'm human. We noticed.
Are you actually asking us if you are?
No, because he... Never mind.
I fucking love that spreader, Rebecca.
That's fucking great. I'm capping that. I'm saving that for later. There's a moment of silence. Rebecca sighs and some kind of disappointment you hear from your parents when they tell you they're not angry, but again, disappointed. It's just as discouraging. Theo looks at Rebecca and Elliot expectantly.
Come on, both me and Dev did it. Fine, if it'll get you off this bed.
He clears his throat rather sarcastically.
Hello, class. I'm 23 years old. My name is Elliot Reddington of the Reddington family. Nothing? Really?
I look around and find both Theo and Rebecca also looking at me. Wait, was I supposed to know who the Reddingtons are?
People typically have a reaction when they find out I am a Reddington.
I shrug.
You know, like the real estate company. What about Red Origin? The freaking space company?
Rebecca seems to have lost interest in the conversation, but Elliot and Theo continue to stare at me. I shrug again, thinking of how much I'd have rather the earth swallow me up right now.
Whatever, that's all you'll get. Okay, that was good. Rebecca?
She sighs. You know my name already, and you know I'm his sister. And that you're a fast typer. Rebecca stares at me, bemused. That too, sure. You know that. Guess I'm done with my presentation.
Right. Well, now we're no longer strangers.
Small talk fills the rest of her lunch. It's still awkward, but maybe not as much as before. It's mostly Theo driving the conversation, with Elliot occasionally jumping in with a sarcastic remark or two. Rebecca stays mostly quiet, only offering a word when directly spoken to her when she has a sharp comment. I find myself chiming in more than I expected. We talk about classes, professors known for their impossible exams, and the best spots on campus to grab a midnight snack. It's pretty mundane stuff, but it feels good. Normal, even. Maybe Theo had a point, after all, when he forced us through those introductions. As the cafeteria starts to empty and the noise level drops, Theo slaps his hand on the table, startling me.
Hey, Deb, you want to come over and play some games? I've got a pretty sweet setup back in my dorm. Elliot can vouch for it.
Elliot nods, grinning.
Yeah, he's not lying. Well, except about being his. The games are mine. The TV and console are his.
Rebecca snorts. Only reason to ever go to their room.
Oh, so you're the. Oh, sorry. That.
Oh.
I got so excited about that line.
Oh, so you're the acquired taste roommate.
The what?
Theo blanches. Elliot looks alarmed. Rebecca simply snorts again. I hesitate for a moment. Sounds like fun, and honestly, I could use a break from all the stress of today. But yeah, that sure sounds great.
Awesome. You're gonna love it.
Theo, Elliot, and myself all shuffle into the dorm room while Rebecca goes off to do her own thing without even saying goodbye. I asked Theo about it, but he said she does that when she's had her fill of socializing for the moment. The rooms mirror mine in size, but feel entirely different. Posters of old school video games plastered to the wall, and there's a vibe here. 2 vibes, actually. Elliot's half is meticulously clean, with everything in its place, while Theo's side of the dorm is sketches of scattered game keys where one can't even take a step without looking down first. Well, I guess he can try walking in blind, but stepping on those kids would be just as bad as stepping on a Lego. If not for Elliot's tidy half, you wouldn't know the color of the floor. I'm not sure if I've ever seen anything that demonstrates the duality of order and chaos so purposefully. Theo grabs a couple of controllers and tosses one my way.
Get ready to get schooled.
Elliot settles into his desk chair, swiftling to face us.
I joined, but I've seen how this ends. I'll just enjoy the show.
Theo launches a game I recognize but haven't played in a while. Hyper Punch Sisters. Everybody in the middle school had it.
Super Smash Bros.
Yeah, I gleaned.
That one took me a while because at first, I don't know, I thought it was like Skullgirls or something. Yeah.
I think we even had the fighting game club where it was the only thing anybody ever played. It's all quick reflexes and strategy. 2 things I'm decent but rusty at. I choose
This is the only option where, because you're so rusty, you'll get the same answer no matter what you choose. I'm gonna try not to do that, unlike Wani and Snoot.
We dive into the first match, and Theo's character is the non-stop flurry of movement, twitching back and forth while randomly crouching. I may be in over my head here.
Okay, warm-up round doesn't count.
I'm grateful for the mulligan that as I try to shake off the nerves and focus on the screen. There's a rhythm to the game that feels familiar even when you're out of practice. A pattern of attacks, dodges, and counters that you start to feel the more you think about. Dog, just fucking grab Meta Knight real quick. Fucking hold A. Elliot watches us with an amused smirk, calling out pointers that are half helpful, half trolling. The match ends with my character face down on the virtual battlefield. Theo whoops in victory, but offers a good-natured nod. After we play a few more rounds, all of which I lose spectacularly.
He's yeeking. Not bad for a newbie.
Burger King! The purple hoodie girl! I'm not. I used to play this all the time. I was one of the top players in my middle school.
Rough. Oh well, you'll shake the rust off eventually, I'm sure.
I'm less convinced about that than he is, but I nod anyway. What other games do you have? He motions to the floor around him.
Loads. Naming it, I probably have it. Got a bunch downloaded too.
Do you have Rock Ring 3? We could play co-op.
No, I don't.
Oh, well maybe.
But I do have the MGC.
Master Drug Collection?
You know it. Isn't that broken? Nah, they fixed it. We should play Rock Ring Harvest though. Way cooler.
Personally, I would still prefer 3, but Harvest is also good. Anything but 4, and Raptor Jesus forbid 5. I can't help but involuntarily shudder. That's fine.
Elliot, you joining now that I can't whoop your butt? Yeah, sure. A mission or two.
The room hums with the low buzz of the console as it springs to life. The screen flashing the familiar logo of Rock Ring Harvest, the bombastic orchestra of the opening theme filling the room. It's been a while since I've played any Rock Rings, but I still have nostalgic memories about the franchise. Dog, he is as old as me. Reach came out when he was like 8. No, he's younger than me. He was like, what, 18 now? Fucking 5 years old when goddamn The Reach came out. Whatever. Theo's animated as ever, while Elliot sits more reserved, but with a spark of anticipation in his eyes. We dive into co-op mode.
Okay, guys, which difficulty? Hunter or Gatherer? Both of those might be a bit advanced for Dev. We should do Weaver.
I've played this before. Pick Hunter.
Oh, watch out. We've got a badass over here.
What's the lowest difficulty called? I'm sure Weaver is what's called the middle.
I'm
Did you
not
not
sure
think of
what
the
Zach's
lowest
conception
difficulty?
is.
Go. You should ask Zach that. I need to know. I'll ask him myself at some point, maybe.
You could do it in Devlog Q&A.
We charge the first few enemies with surprising ease. My shots are off a little at first, but it doesn't take very long to find my groove. I have played a lot of HPS, but I breathed Rock Ring. Theo's character bounds ahead, fearless, sometimes too much so. He gets taken down more than once. Elliot plays far more defensively, always behind cover and only using precision weapons.
Watch out!
Thanks to his call, it only takes me a split second to spot a group of enemies ambushing us from the sides. So my character in open fire. The controller vibrating in my hands with each shot. Theo lets out a whoop as he tosses a rock at a large enemy's face, killing him instantly. Rocks were always a bit OP, but that's part of Rock Ring's charm. By the third mission, we're perfectly in sync, moving as one unit through the map, covering each other's backs and sharing ammo when it runs low. The game scores well around us. The game score swells around us. The soundtrack to accompany us victory after victory.
Not bad for a human. Question mark?
I hear a ping from Elliot's direction. His face sours as he checks his phone.
Damn it. I gotta leave. Now? It's like 10 p.m. Where are you going? My parents are here. Hoping to avoid this, but they want to meet up with me before they leave. That way you've been stressed all day?
He doesn't answer, simply shrugging.
I'll probably be gone for a few hours. Don't wait up.
The door clicks shut behind Elliot, and the room suddenly feels quieter, even with the game's action-packed music still playing in the background. Theo pauses the game and turns to me, his expression shifting from focus to something more thoughtful. Sierra, don't think you've escaped voicing a character just because you haven't been talking.
I'm waiting to do the professor during the next section.
Theo pauses the game and turns to me, his expression shifting from focus to something more thoughtful. I assume I'm better off not knowing. Thea shrugs.
Family dynamics can be complicated, even more so when your parents are big-time CEOs.
There is an awkward pause, but thankfully Theo fills it soon enough.
You know, I've always wanted to make games, not just play them.
I accept the change of topics with a nod. Who hasn't dreamt of making their own game?
I want to create that next big something. Not just for fame, but that new mechanic or system that pushes the whole industry, you know?
His expression tones are serious, but I can tell it's not because of what happened with Elliot. It might have started just as a change of topic, but clearly this is something he really cares about. I think I do, yeah. He leans back into his bed frame, arms crossed over his chest as he looks up at the ceiling.
It's like this big dream I've got. What about you? Was making games always just a passing interest or something more?
The question catches me off guard. I pause for a moment to think. Life, like with so many others, the idea of making my own game has crossed my mind more than once, but I've never stopped to think about why I'd want to make one. Honestly, I've never really thought too hard about it. It's definitely never been about becoming rich or famous or anything like that. So I guess if I had to say something, it'd just be the same as you. You know, creating something, leaving a mark on the world, something lasting. Theo's eyes light up, his energy shifting as if he's just downed an entire pot of coffee.
Really?
He's practically shouting and knocking over his soda can in his sudden enthusiasm. I nod. You know, I think this is like a missed opportunity for him to have a more extreme Sprite. You know, more extreme
you
emotion in it.
should tell Zach that, and he'll spend 3 streams in a row making it. There's one in Chapter 3 that he did for a single gag for Rebecca. He's not averse to it.
I mean, we have it recorded here, but yeah. He needs to, like, when he's doing... Hold on, let me go back. It's bolded, and a really short thing. It should just, like, have, like... there should be more emotion than just a smile, because this is a very relaxed-looking smile, I think. Really? He should be fucking flabbergasted that somebody's, like, sharing the opinion or whatever. Like, he should have more emotion displayed, I think.
He's not, like, flabbergasted. Definitely, yeah, more enthused.
He should be excited, I should say. I'm sure... I haven't checked source files or anything, obviously. I just downloaded it, but... You know, like, I think there might be another Sprite available that's more excited than this. But something...
Probably,
like,
but there's a few like that we still have to iron out. There's 1 or 2 that don't quite fit in Chapter 2.
Even if I don't remember to tell him personally, you at least somebody has my opinion here. A, sitting with me, and B, just whoever sees this afterwards, they can see it and know what my thoughts are. And there it is, like, even more proof. He needs to be more excited, I think. He's practically shouting, nearly knocking over a soda can in his sudden enthusiasm. I nod.
Dude, we should totally do it.
The guy can go from 0 to 60 and nothing flat. Whoa, slow down, man. I'd laugh trying to temper his excitement with a dose of reality. It might be awesome, but this is a lot to put on somebody you just met. Shouldn't you, like, ask Elliot or somebody you know is able to contribute? Even if I don't know what I'd bring to the table.
We tried before, but... Nah, forget about that. Listen! We share the same passion, right? We both love games. We could make something amazing together.
I can't help but smile at his conviction. It's infectious and sort of makes me believe that maybe, just maybe, we could pull something like this off. And even if not, it still might be fun. We do have similar interests, I suppose, but is that enough to start?
Dude, great games started development with less than that.
But where would we even start? What would it even be about? More importantly, how would we even make it?
Don't worry about that. I've been programming since I can remember.
I knew I should have learned to code for real the first time an internet rando told me to.
Told you, don't worry about that. All I need to know is what it is, and I can promise I can make it work. Which, as for what, it could be an epic adventure, chill walking sim, or something. Anything. Those are just details we could figure out along the way.
Theo claps his hands together with delight, grin stretching across his face. I leaned and run a hand over my bald head. The idea is wild, but how hard could it be? Theo continues to rattle off ideas, barely pausing for breath between each thought. My mind is too focused on the practical problems to pay enough attention. Eventually it starts to get late, and I head out, promising him I'll think about it. As I leave Theo's room to walk back towards my own, the halls of CCC are quiet. But given the storm of problems and potential solutions raging in my head, that suits me just... You know there's a real college called JCCC in my state, but everybody just calls it JUCO.
That's funny.
Yeah, oddly enough. I'm no programmer. Heck, I've never designed anything more complex than a custom character in a game's character creator. And yet, as I walk down the corridor, my mind races with possibilities and doubts. Making a game with Theo? I thought it was daunting. It's not just about coming up with an idea, but building it from scratch, debugging it, stuff I know nothing about. But Theo seems convinced we could do it. It's not completely impossible, I guess. You read about a viral hit of a game that's made by one guy every now and then. And half of those graphics look like a child made them. Have some royalty-free music as its soundtrack, if even that. If it's both me and Theo, then we have like twice the chance of success, right? And then there's the time commitment and the effort. What if it fails? What if we spend months on this and nothing comes out of it? College is already gonna be tough enough without me adding game development to my schedule. I open the door to my dorm and flick on the light. The room greets me with emptiness. I really need to get some posters or something. I pace around the room. Pros and cons to bring my ping pong in my head. Or begin to ping pong in my head. Pro, it could be cool working with Theo. His passion for this is certainly infectious. His passion for everything is infectious. Con, I've got zero experience. What if I drug us down? Pro, if we actually pulled this off, it would be amazing, a real achievement. Con, it's risky. Games flop all the time, and even those made by professionals. Man, it's supposed to be about figuring out your future, not jumping headfirst into some crazy project day one. I glance at the empty bed on the other side of the room and stare at it for a while. There's silence. It's late into the night. Not even the other students have been making much noise at all, and I'm left alone with my thoughts. You should still be awake. I'm alone. Period. Flashes from my brief time with Theo and Elliot appear in my mind. I realize in the last 24 hours I haven't given one thought to my life before CCC beyond thinking of my parents, my indecision, my hobbies. Not the name of one school pops up in my head. Let me enter my chocolate drawer real quick. Trust me, it's necessary. I've been alone for a while, haven't I? But not this afternoon. I wasn't alone with Theo, Elliot, and Rebecca. That was fun. Maybe. I add another item to the pros and cons list. Probably be fun.
I think I'd already agreed to it at this point, but this chapter 1, was released like right as I had before I did any work, and it sold me on wanting to work for Devlog.
Yeah. It's pretty good. So is this moment?
Yeah, I think after this line, maybe one other, once it fades to black and then it gets to the next one, that's the chapter divide.
Let me coat my throat in chocolate so I can be more buttery smooth. I need to sleep on this. Maybe things will be clear in the morning. Or maybe they'll be exactly the same. But I'll still have no clue. You also, didn't you agree to Columbo mod before Devlog?
No.
No? I swear
Nope.
you did. I swear it brought
Devlog
up
was
first.
first.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to say you hadn't brought up Columbo mod maybe a couple weeks after the Humo thing, and then literally the day of the Humo spotlight, I had been given the opportunity for Devlog.
No, it was like the next fucking day I said we should make a mod, I thought.
No, there's
when
no way.
we were when I was streaming Columbo all day.
Yeah, so I think you put the idea out there, but I hadn't agreed to it, because it was just kind of a thought at that point.
It's not important. It's not important why or what, it's just important that it is. And that's really the most important thing. Sorry, Santa Claus is blocking the screen. I look over and see her just... I put him in the middle of the fucking text. There we go, that's better. I need to sleep on this. Maybe things will be clear in the morning. Or maybe they'll be exactly the same. And I'll have no clue what I'm doing or what I'll want to do.
This is the start of the new chapter.
Wow, these dorm room beds are actually surprisingly nice. I figured that dorms here would be simple and functional as possible, but this is probably better than my own room back home. The walls are perhaps a bit plain, but I've never found a band I liked enough to get their posters, and even action figures and cars are more my dad's thing. Still. I appreciate the sturdy carpentry that has gone into making these beds solid. I try to shake myself awake and find the mattress doesn't shift at all. No matter how much I thrash around. Makes sense, considering the very different bodies and species that are supposed to fit these things. Man, they must have spent like half their budget on these beds. It's like lying on a cloud that's made of softer clouds. I could get used to this. Seriously, no wonder these dinosaurs almost went extinct. They probably spent all day lounging around, too comfy to notice the meteor. You can just sink into the mattress and just let go. Wait, something's wrong. I'm comfortable. Too comfortable. Alarm bells triggered my brain. Holdovers from one too many talks my boss gave me back when I had a summer job. The type that came from with a deep frown and a stern warning about coming in late because... Oh crap, I slept in! I grabbed my phone off the nightstand and looking at the time. It's like being punched in the gut. 9:48 a.m. My first class starts at 10! How did this happen? I know I set my alarm for 8:30. 8:30 p.m. Whatever, I literally have no time to dwell on it. I sprint across the room, clothes flying in every direction as I search for everything I need for the day. The day also happens to be my official first day as a Cretaceous College of Computing student. No pressure. Usually I wouldn't care too much about this, but my phone displays a text I received just minutes ago from Theo. My sleep-deprived brain needs a few moments to process the text. First day tradition. How come I haven't heard about it before? It's ridiculous.
Go with it.
I'm gonna go with it anyway. In the midst of my search for clothes and reputable condition, I quickly scrawl Theo's suggestion on my smooth forehead. Well, it's not so smooth this morning. My hairline's starting to grow in again. Looks like I'm gonna shave it before it gets too long. Looking closer, I'm finding it increasingly hard to tell what the scribbled symbol on my forehead is supposed to be. Why did I do this? I idly glanced at the marker that set it down at my desk. Wait. Permanent marker!
I think all
no.
of, but especially those CGs were Shidotara.
No time to fix it. Just gotta hope I can find some way to get rid of it later. Dry erase marker will take off. It'll reactivate the permanent ink, and you can wipe it off. And the same goes for reverse.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's actual life hack. If you get permanent marker that doesn't need on something that doesn't need to be on it, grab an Expo dry erase marker and go over it. It reactivates the ink, and you can wipe it off. It's a trick that saved me so many times. Trust me. This is why I am plumber extraordinaire. Teeth, no time to brush them. Grab a stick of gum instead and shoot until my jaw starts screaming for mercy. Phone, wallet, keys. I shove them in my pockets as I rush out the door. The hallway is empty. Everybody else is already where they need to be. The last chat is still alcoholism from Varian.
Yup.
I run down the stairs out in the building only to find the colorful campus outside is already buzzing with activity. I dodge a couple Triceratops playing frisbee and nearly trip over a Velociraptor on a bike. My lungs burn as I push through the quad, sidestepping students and jumping over benches like some sort of parkour athlete, or at least that's how it feels. The Mathematis building.
Yeah, we know about that. There was some sort of issue, we think in the code, that caused that, and then some later words to be, like, fucked up. It did the same thing with academics later. Those were fixed. I don't know why that one still isn't, but we know.
I wasn't even a question. I thought it was some fucking reference to the fucking Mathematiply. That one dude's rap. I was willing to accept that was on purpose.
Nope, unfortunately not.
You could have fucking lied to me and said, yep, totally nailed it. I'm glance at my phone again. It's 9:57 a.m. Almost there. I'm inside the building, but now I've got to find the right classroom. I'm so close to the finish line. I'm so close. Breast. I made it. With the entire 2 minutes to spare, and that, now if only I could stop the fiery pain in my lungs and legs. Stepping into the first class of my college life, it's not exactly what I was expecting. I assume all the classes being a large auditorium-style rooms, gigantic whiteboard dominating the whole back wall, semi-comfortable seats, but this is a simple room with wooden desks and chairs, complete with metal legs that you know probably aren't balanced. These desks even have a cubby hole beneath them to hold books or whatever else you can fit. At the very front there's a teacher's desk, a blackboard. Not a white one for markers, a black one with tiny pieces of chalk under it. This just looks like high school. Cringe at the thought of all the chalk scraping. Come to hell, as if the math couldn't be bad enough on its own. Would I sit anywhere? Or is this actually like high school? You have assigned seats. You know, I need to consider that some students have wings and actual horns, so I should sit at the front and make sure I can see all, or hide behind them to avoid standing out so much.
You must be the human eye.
Ah! I jump at a voice right behind me. Feeling my heart escape one too many beats. Turning to its source, I find the short, heavy-set Pachyosaurus. That's wrong. Pachycephalo. Pachycephalosaurus.
It's the shortening. Like
That
calling
is-
a Paralophosaurus a parasaur.
That's not the same, because a parasaur is different than a Parasaurolophus. Parasaurolophus is its own species. Parasaur is it's not genus, it's the group above genus is parasaurs.
I don't know, looking Pachysaurus, it's what he is.
Yeah, his hair's kind of patchy, yeah.
No, he's got the bone thing on the top of his head.
It's
I mean, it would just be
Pachycephalosaurus.
Packy. No, it'd just be Packy. That'd
Yeah,
be the
but if you're gonna have
abbreviated.
the saurus, it's cephalo. Bone-headed lizard.
I don't know, I think you guys are just using synonyms, because there's also Pachysauricus, so...
That's something else. Trust me, I have dinosaur autism. I have it on good faith that it should be Pachycephalosaurus, but you know what? I'll go off. Turning to its source, I find a short, heavy-set Pachysaurus looking at me with a stern, tired expression. Based on the way he's dressed, dress pants, a tie, and a well-ironed shirt, I'm guessing he's a professor. Either that or a really old student. Which is not an entirely unreasonable assumption. This is a college, I remind myself, not a high school. No matter how much it does look like one. And even if it was a high school, it would be okay for anybody of any age to get their education done. Commendable, even.
Kid, are you listening?
Crap, I spaced out, didn't I? Yeah, I mean, no, sorry. What did you ask me?
Your name, you're the only human kid around this year.
Oh, yeah, I'm Devlog.
Julian Hawthorne.
Mr. Hawthorne speaks in a surprisingly deep, gravelly rumble. His eyes suddenly narrow, honing in on the marker on my forehead.
Are we enjoying the college life, are we, Mr. Loper?
Is his dad's name Inter? As in he's an interloper?
I'm gonna kill you with a hammer. I don't know what his fucking parents' name are, honestly. I don't know if we have them.
Well, I mean, it's a good thought to have him be called Interloper.
I hope you take your academics seriously, and college is more than a place for partying, marking each other up when you're passed out.
No, a friend told me it was a freshman tradition. Mr. Hawthorne looks around, prompting me to do the same. Not a single other student has a number 1 on their head.
If you insist. But as for academics, I will be your professor for this class. Just pay attention, you'll do fine, I'm sure.
You mentioned the only human kid this year. Have there been other humans before then?
No, but we're hoping to have more varied student body in the coming semesters.
This is good. It feels like I'm making a good impression, I think. Now I'm talking to him, I'm still wondering about the seating, so... Thanks, I'm new to this whole college thing, so do we have assigned seats here? Chuckle at the question. My ears grow warm out of a slight feeling of embarrassment.
No, kiddo, you're all adults, sit where you like. I must warn you, though, it's first come, first served, so if you want good seats, you'll want to get here early.
Thanks, Mr. Hawthorne. Out of courtesy, and to get on his good side, offer a handshake, which he accepts with a smile. This is an adjustment. With how similarly this place looks to high school, I was expecting more of the same, but he is right. I am an adult now. That'll be an adjustment to wrap my head around now, too. I hear the clamor of voices approaching the already half-filled room. How does this work? Is this like a guy code where you don't, and I emphasize, you don't choose a seat next to one already in use? Or don't people care at all? Take a random spot in the middle. Ideal. Won't make me look too eager, but also won't make me have to squint to see anything important. Yeah, the professor clears his throat. Silence sets in. Hello, Arsenic. You're stiffing my head.
As some of you have had me in the other classes might know, my name is Professor Hawthorne. For the sake of those that mistakenly walk into the wrong class, which happens far more often than I would hope, this is College Algebra, an introductory course to Advanced Algebra.
A few students sheepishly stand up and walk out, to which Mr. Hawthorne just rubs his temples in frustration. I double-check my schedule just to be sure. Yep, my adrenaline spike brain didn't fail me. This is the right class.
Anyway, for our first week, we'll just be doing a refresher on what you should have been taught in your senior year of high school. After that, we will be jumping into the more fun stuff.
Mr. Hawthorne gives an awkward, toothy smile, despite his forced attempt at enthusiasm. No one in the class seemed to be bothered to offer so much as an uninterested grunt.
Right.
The rest of the class is exactly as he said, just a bunch of stuff I only half remember from high school. I have a feeling use new and other people's notes are going to be a necessary resource for the year. Maybe from Theo, and if that fails, then Rebecca or Elliot? Not sure if they'd like me enough to help me, but worth a try, I guess. Difficult to stay focused in class, all the things considered. My mind begins to quickly drift, and the fact that Mr. Hawthorne talks in such a monotone voice doesn't help. It actually becomes impossible to stay focused. I need Fabian to teach me algebra. It does give me time to think, though, about what Theo said last night and make it a game. It's a neat idea. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with my future anyway. Maybe game design, is it? I haven't tried to do anything like it before. What would it even be about? What kind of game would it be? I like fighting games, and they're not as frustrating as an open world adventure game with busy work. I have a love-hate relationship with those. Open world type games usually have either great stories and the most slapped on cardboard tasting excuse for a plot that fetch quests end up being more entertaining. And almost no one likes fetch quests, so I'm not sure if I want to meet anybody who does. Visual novels are out of the question. I mean, reading in my video game? Wait a minute. Hold on.
Trigger game!
God, it's
Hold
Trigger
on.
Patero.
Patrigo. Is that Reed
Trero.
combined into Anon?
It's not Reed combined. It's fucking Zach actually lamented. It shouldn't be a red shirt because that's already too close to Dev. It should have been like purple or like I forget what other color he wanted.
Call it yellow.
It's a little too close to her sweater. I don't know what he would choose.
I don't know. Fucking just give it black. Give him a black shirt. Fuck it.
In the alpha version, there were placeholders. For Smash Bros, it was an actual Smash Bros one. Then it was a like Breath of the Wild Horizon Zero Dawn one. For this one, it was actually just that frame from Wani when Inko is tripping, and it's like the sketchy Olivia.
What are you talking about? That's not that frame. That's from Snoop Game, dog.
In the alpha,
Oh, I see.
that's what was there. They were placeholders.
I
Obviously,
see.
we couldn't use them, so we had to make new ones.
Illumina's shooters could be a boom clone, a linear narrative focused one, or a competitive shooter, and ultra playable. Not that many assets required. What I fear most about those is the balancing part. We'd have to make sure that every character offers a fair chance for anybody to win, but also to make them feel different because first-person SOV doesn't really help at making them stand out at first glance. It's a matter of objectives and gameplay. We can't just have a deathmatch mode and call it a day. I hummed myself, thinking that if I have this many thoughts about shooters, maybe they're the idea I like most. I write most of this down, and in the empty spaces by margins, my notes. Regardless of my feelings about it now, I have to discuss this with Theo later. I can't deny that I'm excited about having an actual friend in college, and having something fun to talk about with them. Something that... He fucked up. My thoughts are interrupted by what could be best described as the absolute unit of an individual trying their best to enter the classroom as quietly as possible. Fortunately for them, however, it seems the world wishes to play the cruelest prank on them by making the door ear-gratingly squeaky as possible. It even eclipses Mr. Hawthorne's shock sounds. Creaks loud, long, and clear, making sure everybody's head turns in her direction. Hard not to be distracted by some guy with shoulders that could reach 6 feet on their own, and a neck that's easily twice as long, if not more. The professor looks at the late arrival with a bit of annoyance.
Miss Bennett, I'm glad for you to finally decide to join us today.
That behemoth is a girl? I feel like this will be the favorite for a lot of people. I feel a need to slap my own face for a stupid assumption.
Well, it's surprised how many people, even before, chapter 1, we only see Rebecca, there were still a lot of people, like, evenly distributed across who, the best girl is.
I feel like this is going to be the choice, unless there's 4 of them, unless either of the other
3.
2 wow me. Unless the last one wows me, I think this might be it.
They'll each have their own charm, so it's going to be basically down to, I guess, more than anything, the next few chapters.
I also get the feeling at least you know each other. The larger girl looks around the room as all eyes are on her, and her face turns red at the attention. I see her mouth something to Mr. Hawthorne, but I don't hear anything at all. He just rolls his eyes and gestures for her to take a seat. So, interesting thing here. Larynx is right here, right where my mouse cursor is. Would that have something to do with why she is so quiet? Or what I think she's mute, actually? I've heard.
She's essentially mute. She has I think that there's something like a real.
She would probably have a weak larynx, and having all this fucking neck probably wouldn't help.
It's something definitely birth defect wrong with her larynx. She has a device that can help her that will show later, but she doesn't like it.
Yeah, so the larynx is right here at the bottom of your fucking throat. So it's established, it's already weak. This isn't helping. This all up here isn't helping her speak at all.
Well, no. In fact, I think the implication is that motherfuckers with longer necks have like a higher propensity towards it as a defect.
Yeah. Well, even if like she had like a larynx comparable to his, she would still.
All right. Well, no, you're getting too into it now because like now there's literally no way a dinosaur could talk with a neck that long. But like the point is, it is a birth defect.
Listen, you've known me long enough, and you've talked to me enough to know I get into these things. I love talking about biology, even if I'm not going to. I didn't want to go to college, but if I did, it would probably be something like either studying biology or going into law.
Well, there's also another design issue that we only realized recently. There's fucking no way she can use that hood.
Yeah.
There's shit you overlook or have to make concessions of.
Um,
Technically, she could like coil her entire neck down into her body, but it would still be poking out.
If somebody's asking me for a moment to talk, if it's text channels. Whoa. Sorry. I stopped reading for a moment. There are people trying to get my attention. Alright, okay, read. I guess he wasn't joking about the seats. The one left is the one right next to me. Does that say something about me only having... about that only seat left is beside me? It's not a bad seat. There's someone on the other side, but now that I take a look, they scooted close to the seat to the left, conspicuously a few extra inches farther from me. The chair creaks too. There's the brontosaur girl. Ah, not a brachiosaur, a brontosaur. You actually branched out besides what they put in the existing games. Hell yeah. Now, hold on. Is this a true brontosaurus, or is this what
we also
now
don't,
call
we
an
also,
apatosaurus?
I don't know, motherfucker. I was gonna say we also don't really have a Pachosaur. Technically, in Snoot game, fucking Jin, whatever his name is, the English teacher is one, but he doesn't have any traits of one.
Suki? You're talking about Suki?
Yeah, Suki.
He has
He's
the
a Jin,
fucking...
Samurai Jin reference.
Yeah.
He has a
I'm
beak,
aware-
that's literally it.
For a Pachycephalosaurus? He has the fucking dome, dog.
No, he doesn't.
He does. Hold on. Hold on. One of us is gonna feel really stupid when I go into my screenshots folder.
I ain't trusting your fucking screenshots, I'm checking the game. Other?
Listen. Sierra. Could you... No, hold on. I have a screenshot of it. I'm being asked questions.
There we go. I could do the actual WebP too.
Yeah, there's a dome. Like, look how his fucking skull is elongated.
That's his fucking hair. I'm not gonna hear other.
There is a goddamn thing under the goddamn plate. Also, that could be a wig. The rest of this is
There
a
is
fucking
no
cosplay.
distinction between his scales and not. Nope, not accepting it. L design. They wanted to make Samurai Jin. They should have made him something else.
Whatever. I will. Then what is he? Pray tell.
I don't know what the fuck he is. That's not my job. Go bother caveman on.
What? Pray tell. Oh, bother caveman on. They said he's a Pachycephalosaurus.
Yeah, they're wrong. L.
All right, sorry. I had to. Somebody's asking me a question in my DMs. I had to take care of that. The chair creaks too as the bronzer girl tries to adjust to the desk beside me, all while failing to make herself seem smaller. Her long neck bends down at a painful angle and rests on the floor, not wanting to obscure the person behind her's view of the board. When she's done accommodating her head, the professor gets back to his lecture. I too get back to my battle against passing out, and from the boredom, I decide to write down any game-related idea I have. I draw an asterisk on every topic that I can't remember anything about. Math isn't my forte, never was, but I do remember most of the topics Mr. Hawthorne lists on the blackboard. And I wasn't half bad at it in high school, so I don't feel like paying that much attention anyway. Back to thinking about other things. Maybe I could just start simple, like a basic platformer, point and click game. Mr. Hawthorne claps once, and I jump into my seat at a harsh sound. Sierra?
Yep. And that'll be all for today. For the rest of the class, just study the material and be sure to copy all the NORs on the board. All the information about the upcoming tests will be posted at the end of the week. All the topics, too. A list of references and suggestions below fee can be requested at the library. Just mention my name, the name of the course. The library will get it to you.
Oh shit. I realize I haven't listened to a single goddamn thing he said, besides some random tidbits I don't really connect to one another. The value of X will forever remain lost to me if things stay this way. I quickly copy everything on the board. It's only the first day, I'll figure it out or something. The bronze-sword girl next to me seems to be writing quite a bit down. Bennett, was it? That's a sure name, surely. I wish Mr. Hawthorne had called her by her first name earlier, or it would sound weird if I tried to get her attention with Bennett, or hey girl! Maybe a quick peek at her notes, then I don't need to bother her. I glance closer and see she wrote nothing down. Even though she came in late, she hasn't even written down the notes from the board. Her notebook is covered in detailed doodles that extend from one page to another. Huh. I think she's pretty good. Like, jaw-droppingly good. On the mantle, especially, it looks like some sort of demon. And the shading is uncanny, uncannily realistic despite only being done in pencil. Although, look more closely, is that? It's Mr. Hawthorne, but some weird Japanese demon thing? A big club on his back? An expression of anger, like those old Japanese samurai ink drawings. I guess she didn't take the dressing down he gave her too well. Can't blame her for that. Had it been me in her place, well, I don't quite know what I would do. Probably drop dead from shame, to be honest. The drawing looks pretty cool though. Glancing up at the Bronto to make sure she hasn't noticed me staring, she looks sad. Does she not like her own drawing? But it looks so good. Maybe I should compliment it. Would that come off as creepy? Like I'm spying on her? I guess I can ask her if she's doing alright, and it's more like I'm only concerned about her. But I'm also just a random stranger, so would that be overstepping?
So this is something that does have a point value associated. First option is the point.
Yeah? You can't just tell me. You shouldn't just tell me.
L.
Hey, that's a cool drawing. She freezes like a deer caught in the headlights. Slowly she lifts her head, but her eyes remain hidden beneath a curtain of messy hair. I push on, hoping to break the ice. Seriously, it's amazing. Did he draw that just now? Her face flushes red. She nods slightly, but doesn't want to meet my gaze. Okay, so far so good. I couldn't help but notice it. I wasn't spying on you or anything. She was just staring back at me. It's really detailed and neat. She's giving me nothing to work with here. Her face is completely obscured by her hair, and she hasn't said a word since she sat down. It's, Mr. Hawthorne's a demon or something, right? She gives a slight nod. A reaction. Progress. I mean, I'm not great at drawing or anything, but I can tell you've got talent. Her shoulders relax a bit. She tilts her head slightly off, as if considering my words. I'd love to see more of your drawings if you don't mind. Her head darts from side to side before she slowly turns the page of her sketchbook. There are more drawings, landscapes, creatures, abstract shapes, all meticulously detailed. Those are awesome. She glances at me again, and this time there's the tiniest hint of a smile on her lips. Point to one of the drawings, it looks like some sort of futuristic cityscape. Whoa. This one's incredible. The details are insane. I can't even imagine how long it took you. Her face lightens up with a shy smile as she gestures towards another drawing, as if to say, look at this one too. I lean closer and I notice the intricate lines and shading of each piece. It's clear she puts a lot of thought and effort into her work. Do you do this often? She shrugs, nodding lightly. Well, if you ever want to share more of your work, I'd love to see it. I'm Dev, by the way. She nods and closes her notebook before she pushes it towards me. On the top of it is the name, Emily. Nice to meet you, Emily. She gives a small smile and nods again. Suddenly, I'm acutely aware of her gaze as it drifts up to my forehead. So this is gonna plague me all day, huh? Fucking Theo. She writes the margins of her notebook. Why is there a number one? Hold on. Is it disrespectful for me to do a Mickey Mouse? This is where you respond and say no.
It's written. I mean, if you want to do Mickey Mouse.
Hold on. Let me see if I can raise an octave and do a mini. Why is there number one on your forehead? It's a freshman thing. No, it isn't. I facepalm and try to hide my growing shame before the sound of wispy chortles draws my attention back to Emily. It's okay. It doesn't look too weird. Somehow I doubt that, but thanks. Now that we're actually on a first name basis, I realize I can still use any help I can get, so I take a deep breath for preparation. Maybe she took some notes, better than nothing I currently have. Yeah, I know it's been long since it came in late, but you won't happen to have any notes on what the professor went over, do you? I kind of zoned out for some of the class. Most of it, honestly. She mutely snickers before digging through her book bag. After a moment, she pulls out a weathered notebook and flips deftly through it to reveal the very notes I need. Yes, she did take notes after all. Great job, Dev. Even the girl that came in late is more prepared and focused than you. I got my phone, snapped pictures and notes. Work smarter, not harder and all that. Thanks. I appreciate it. Still have quite a while until my next class. Might as well use the time. So, you majored in art? She tilts her head. I just assume based on those drawings and doodles, they're really good. She looks down at her notebook again. Her face briefly shows a bit of sadness before she turns back and shakes her head. Yet again, she digs around her bag and she pulls out a sheet I recognize the college schedule. She points to several entries. Animal science, agriculture, business, horticulture. She is a farmer. You're a farmer? She nods her head enthusiastically.
Goddamn right.
That's cool. I worked on a farm before too, you know. Nothing all that fancy, just a summer job. I was hoping I could get to drive one of those big tractors, but all I ended up doing was cleaning up messes and getting half my pant leg eaten by a pig. She lets out a mousy laugh, and I frown in mock annoyance. Hey, all those things are terrifying. Can't help but notice something off about her laugh. It sounded odd, more like she was choking than chuckling. Yeesh. She must have a cold or something. Well, at least that explained her lack of speech. My stomach growls loudly, putting me out of my train of thought, and I cringe at the inopportune silence, or the inopportune noise. Emily glances at me, her lips twitching in what I can assume is, in what I swear is amusement. Oh, sorry about that. I kind of skipped breakfast this morning. Probably go grab something to eat before my next class. Stand up and start grabbing my things. And a moment later, Emily does the same. It's only now that I notice that we're the only ones left in this room other than the professor. As we're both about to leave, Mr. Hawthorne's voice calls out.
Miss Bennett, could you stay behind for a moment? I'd like to discuss something with you.
Emily freezes, her shoulders sagging slightly. She looks over at me. I can see the embarrassment in the set of her mouth. I gave her a sympathetic smile. Well, see you around. She nods her head again. Her head bobbing up and down slowly, I hesitate for a moment before I start walking on ahead towards the door. It appears that Shiny has now found Pons and Stegos and is reading it. I can't stop winning. No, I didn't write it. Lunch is another part of college I hadn't accounted for. Back in high school, we followed a strict schedule. I could always rely on being able to eat at the same time every day. Now, though, my jumbled schedule is scheduled and set in such a way I have to find time whenever I can to eat. This place isn't holding my hand when it comes to fending for myself outside of class. The wide dining hall and all its stations and cooking staff is open during regular class hours only. I guess college must see dinner as a business left to students to solve either with the vending machines or local dining establishments. Some nearby restaurants offer students like me discounts of some of the menu items. But I'm as new to college as I am to the area. I have to ask around for any opinions on whose pizza lasts the longest in the fridge or which place's tacos won't make me sick. Better for me to focus on the long-term issues, right? Pull out my phone as soon as I get into lunch line. Of course, the college computing has an app to track classes, grades, important notifications coming directly from administration, some forums for official clubs and events. It's also a great place to set a calendar with test dates, but I figure that those change so much that they won't bother to update it. Too bad. I bet a lot of students would find it helpful, myself included. I can feel my nose start to fill up. I can hear her Sly. Huh, looks like I have a request from the counselor to come to a meeting today. I can probably make it before my next class. Hope it isn't anything serious. Oh look, there's Rebecca. Hope it isn't anything serious. It brings to mind how Elliot said that something about the entire general studies course being my doing. Then, a quick browse through my college account tells me my funds made it into my virtual wallet sooner than I expected. That means I'm able to buy a warm meal without relying on handouts anymore. Second I'm in line, I fill my tray with today's special. Scan the packed cafeteria when I notice Rebecca sitting alone. Again, she's the only familiar face I see in a set of dinosaurs. Once I've paid for my food, my feet start moving towards her. Wait, do I really want to do this? She wasn't exactly friendly yesterday. Take a step back, nearly bumped into somebody behind me. Sorry. Rebecca hasn't noticed me yet. She's hunched over, tapping furiously on her laptop. At the same time, she's idly sipping soda through a straw and eating strips of bacon with chopsticks? Interesting choice. Alright, do I want to try and see what the girl who wanted me to get lost yesterday? Maybe she was outside. It's a sunny day and trees have benches under them. I feel the surrounding foliage gives me a scenery zen feel. But the exit takes me right past her table anyway. Go on, Dev, it's just lunch. Not like she's gonna bite your head off. But again, she is a raptor. Do raptors bite heads off? Is he even thinking that racist? Not to self-rule that later. Take a deep breath and start walking towards her table. Either way, I need to make a decision quickly. Alright, so I assume Emily is outside.
Oh, you don't want me to fucking tell you anything, asshole.
Becca!
I'm going outside.
No!
What do you mean, no? This is
Rebecca!
my adventure. This is my adventure. I can do it however I like.
Fuck you.
Oh, you listen. The way Santa's sitting right now, he looks a little bit drunk.
Yeah, I am
I'll
drunk.
just let
Fuck
you know, wrong choice.
What do you mean wrong choice?
Wrong.
Wrong moves.
Negative
my man.
points.
I can literally like change it at a whim.
Maybe that's the wrong choice. Maybe I'm duping you. No, just choose what you want.
Start walking towards Rebecca's table. Try to look casual. Maybe if I try to act normal, she won't notice me. I'm just another student heading outside. Nothing to see here. My heart's pounding as I get closer. Just a few more steps and I'll be past her. Home free. Because the universe hates me. She takes that exact moment and she looks up from her laptop at the exact moment. Our eyes lock. Crap. I freeze mid-step, my tray wobbling dangerously in my hands. My brain's screaming at me to keep walking, but my feet aren't getting the message. I'm just standing there like an idiot staring at her. She raises an eyebrow, looking annoyed and confused. Did you want something? Great job, Deb. You came casually, you were not. She sighs, closing her laptop. Look, Skinny, if you want to sit here, just sit. I'm not going to bite your head off or whatever. Skinny. Well, now I'm stuck. If I say I wasn't planning to sit with her, I'll look like a total ass, but if I sit down, her mouth opens and closes a few times, no words coming out. I probably look like a fish out of water. Very confused, very awkward fish. Rebecca's staring at me like I've gotten a second head. Seriously, are you going to sit or not? I clear my throat. Yeah, thanks, I'll sit. Slowly. So you fucking railroaded me into this, huh?
Did I?
Huh. I'll blame you. I'll blame you because your hearing is convenient.
Choices still matter. You can call it railroading, but...
What? You walk over with confidence that impresses her?
Well, no, she'll still be a cunt to you.
Take me now! The tray chattering loudly on the table. Rebecca winces at the noise. Sorry. She shrugs, reopens her laptop, and continues typing, leaving me to poke at my food in silence. So, what's with that stuff on your forehead? I gesture to the rough number 1 I'm scribbled on this morning. Your brother's idea. He texted me I should do it, and well, I just did it, I guess. Rebecca's eyes become thin lines of curiosity and doubt. Her squinting makes it difficult to read what she must be thinking. Surely she sees me as the fool I am. I stare down at my food. Maybe I can bury my face in this plate and hide from the whole world. You really are gullible, huh? If all your friends jumped off, I know what you're gonna say, and no, I would not. Rebecca gives me a toothy grin. I feel like this needs more exaggeration for a grin. Like, it's describing it. I feel like this fight needs a little bit more exaggeration. A sharp, toothy grin. You would jump off that bridge so hard. Probably do a backflip, too. First of all, nope. You second, if I did, it would be the sickest backflip. Dream on, dude. With a roll of her eyes, she continues picking away at her bacon with the grace and speed of someone accustomed to handling chopsticks. It's a curious sight. So, why are you eating like that? She raises one eyebrow at me. You know, with the chopsticks. Keeps my hands clean. Can't risk getting grease on my laptop. Alright, that makes sense, I guess. Why not use a fork? She looks at the chopsticks in her hand for a moment and shrugs. I just like them. We continue to eat our food in awkward quiet. The science is killing me, so I try another approach. The laptop looks pretty sturdy. Was it expensive? Rebecca's eyes light up. Clearly this is a topic she's interested in. Expensive? This isn't just any laptop, it's a top-of-the-line gaming rig. It's a freaking monster more than anything. Cool. This baby can run any game at max settings. It's got a 790 Ti, that's not real yet, 64 gigs of RAM, and a 4K OLED display. It's well beyond cool. It cost me a fortune. I nod, pretending I understand half of what you're saying. That's impressive. Of course it is. I thought you played games too. Console games, and even then, only ones I could find used at game place. My family really never had the cash for anything too fancy. That sucks. Bravo, Dev. Way to throw such a downer into the conversation. I shrug off in an effort to ease the tension. It is what it is. We lapse into another awkward silence. I take a bite of my food, desperately thinking of something to say. She goes back to typing. Her fingers fly across the keyboard, piquing my interest. You know what? Today I'm letting my curiosity win twice in a row. So, what are you writing there? Rebecca's fingers freeze over her keyboard. She looks up at me, her eyes narrowing again. Why do you care? I shrug, pushing my food around my plate. Just curious, I guess. Then prepare to stay curious. It's nothing important. Come on, it must be something cool. Both times I've seen you here, you were pretty focused on it. She lifts uncomfortably in her seat. It's just stuff. Stupid stuff. Hey, if it matters to you, it's not stupid. Rebecca scoffs. You don't even know what it is. True, but if I know it matters to you, that's enough, isn't it? She stares at me for a moment and shakes her head. It's just writing stories and stuff. Like I said, nothing special. That sounds pretty neat to me. What kind of stories? Becca looks away, her claws tapping nervously on the table. Just fan fiction, mostly. She shakes her head. Never mind, I told you, it was stupid. No way, that's awesome. I wish I could write stuff like that. Never had much talent for it, though. She looks back at me surprised. Really? Are you screwing with me? I shake my head, brushing aside a twinge of envy. Not at all. I mean, you have something you're passionate about. That's a hell of a lot more than I can claim. It's really cool. Honest. Rebecca tilts her head, studying me with an inscrutable gaze. You don't have anything you're passionate about? I've got a hard time believing that. Everybody's interested in something. I shrug, suddenly feeling exposed. Not really. I've just tried a bunch of different things, but never found anything that really clicked, you know? She nods slowly, her expression softening a bit. Yeah, I guess. So would you be willing to show it to me? Your writing, I mean. Who knows, maybe seeing your work might spark a deep passion for writing in me. Fine, if you really want to read it, I guess I could show you. Really? That's awesome. She rolls her eyes, but I catch a hint of a smile. Don't get too excited. You'll probably think it's terrible. I doubt that, but even if it is, who cares? You're doing something that you love, and that's what matters, right? Yeah, I guess you're right. Look, consider this a vote of confidence, okay? Close your eyes. What? Just do it, Dev. I do. I hear her take a deep breath before she begins to speak, her words rolling out like the opening lines of a long forgotten epic. The great hall of Castle Elfenheim stretches out before you. A long red carpet runs the length of the room. It pushes fibers thick and warm beneath your feet. A massive open balcony spans the back of the hall, casting golden sunlight over everything. I picture it immediately. The red carpet feels rich and inviting. The warmth surrounds me as I stand there, taking it all in. Silk curtains flow from high ceilings, billowing softly as if stirred as by an unseen breeze. They shimmer with every flicker of light. You gather your bearings around all shapes and sizes, tall and regal, others small and nimble. My eyes dart around the imagined space, filled with countless faces, each one unique. I feel as though I've entered the presence of something grand and profound. At the far end of the hall stands a massive throne occupied by an enormous red dragon, scales glistening like jewels under the golden light, much of its body cast in shadow from the bright light at its back, only piercing eyes visible. A chill runs down my spine at her description. Confronting such a beast almost defies my imagination, but with Rebecca's words, it's as if I'm standing there at its mercy. A smaller dragon walks forward on shaky legs. It bows low before the towering figure. The air is thick with anticipation. Silence blankets the room. The subsequent Drake speaks in a shaky voice while lowering its head further. Oh, correct verbiage. A Drake is a dragon without wings. Her words draw me in deeper. As it speaks, a rumble resonates in response from every massive beast on its throne. A sound that shakes the very bones of every being present. I can almost feel the rumble vibrating through my chest. The smaller dragon lifts its head slowly, daring to meet the most fierce eyes filled with wisdom and power. Becca's tone captures me completely. I've been hanging on every word. And for a moment, time seems to stop. Who is this? Miss Chase, I'm here to talk to you about some matters brought to my attention.
Yeah, that's not too bad, I guess.
What do you mean that's not too bad? Huh?
Well, as long as we have a canon voice, but you could have gone way fucking out there, but you didn't.
That's not it? That's not the canon voice? Oh, do I need you fucking put some more fucking lips into it so it sounds like he has braces?
I think it is something more smarmy, like shitty. I'm a good student, you see.
Suddenly the magic's gone and I'm yanked back into the CCC cafeteria. A large saurian stands before me. Her neck is... What is she supposed to be? Is she like... Hold on. Where's her tail? How do I... what's the button to...
Mouse 3, I think.
Self-voicing.
Okay. What are you? Let me try if I can... Let me see if I can figure this out. Because I can see the top of her... What? No.
She's a banana.
Yeah, obviously she's
banana sword.
I'm just trying to fucking figure out. It's a sauropod, but it's a lesser sauropod. Is it a true sauropodomorph, or is it just
I don't
false?
fucking know. I didn't make the art.
Listen to me! A large saurian stands in front of us, her hands on her hips and foot tapping in consideration. I said I need to talk with Miss Chase about some things? Oh, hey, aren't you in the same... My name is Santa Champy, assistant to the student union head, and I'm here to inform you of several complaints against you. Is that right?
I mean, there's no canon voice, but yeah.
What? You were disrupting most of Miss Harper's class. Not only did you play music throughout your speakers, I had it at a low volume. Not only did you play music through your speakers, but several other students claimed to use some choice words during a disagreement with them. You mean the two meteor dodgers I called cunts? Kinda deserved it since they were acting like, well, cunts. A sneer crawls across the larger girl's face. Right, well, I'm fine with keeping this out of the ear of the counselor or worse, the head of the student union, so long as you apologize to the students and at least use ear pods. And since the student union head is in the ear of the Dorn, I assume we can both agree that it would be best if you didn't hear about this. Are you threatening me? Don't expect this much movement out of Columbo Mod. That's a lot of programming. Columbo isn't that agile. Why is everybody asking my opinion right now? What the fuck? Are you threatening me? Well, go right ahead, bitch. Tell him. The guy's like best friends with my brother. And as if I would care what some college counselor has to say. I'm not apologizing to those cunts! And the large girl walks away with a huff. What do you... Yeah. Sorry, people are asking my opinion on things, on weird lore things. Wasn't that a bit much? I know her type. A goody two-shoes that thinks she can make anything perfect by getting on people's cases. I forgot to do the accent, but whatever. Right, and those two girls, the ones you called them cunts? Meteor dodgers? Yeah, them. What did they do? They wouldn't shut up. All class they just talked and talked and talked. Part of the reason I turned my music on. If I couldn't concentrate, then neither would they. And neither would the rest of the class. Look, Skinny, just because we shared one moment that gives you the right to lecture me? I don't know what she keeps calling me that or what it means, but I'd find ways of getting annoyed with how much she's pushing back on this. I'm not trying to lecture you. It just seems like a bad idea to lash out because two other girls are being rude. Her jaw tightens and she sits in her seat. I don't lash out. I mean, I've been trying to be nice, but you keep snapping at me too, insulting me. Rebecca's expression quickly shifts between a myriad of emotions: annoyance, frustration, and sadness. You see, I like these expressions. I think the smirk needs a little bit more. Maybe. I know that's like I know that's high criticism of me just saying it needs more, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, well, these are also still the demos. Zach at this point is just trying to get the main ones that we absolutely need.
Mm-hmm. I get you. I understand that. That's just like, that's my main thought, is like there's a few sprites that like need to be more extremely, like more energetic. More energy. Faster, harder. I didn't mean anything by it, I just was joking around. Joking or not, it feels like you're just waiting for an excuse to insult me. She looks down at her bacon bites, sharply jabbing them as if they've personally offended her as well. Look, it's not personal, I joke with everyone. Well, it doesn't feel like a joke to me. Rebecca huffs and glances back at her screen, avoiding eye contact. You're way too sensitive then. I feel my irritation bubbling up inside. It's hard enough trying to fit without being treated like some punchline. I'm just trying to get along here. You don't have to make it harder. She opens her mouth like she wants to respond, but then just shuts up again. Whatever, I guess I'll just leave you alone then. I really did like your story, by the way. I wish I could have heard more. That's a good one. I push back my chair and stand up. Tray in hand, her silence hangs heavy between us as I turn away. As I walk towards the exit, I hear a voice behind me. Dev? If I don't turn around, the cafeteria buzzes life around me while Rebecca is left there in silence. For a moment, I feel bad for leaving things this way, but I just don't feel like dealing with her right now. In the middle of my walk to the counselor's office, I realized I never bothered to ask anybody for directions. Should have asked Rebecca, but going back after I left, the way I left, I can't imagine how that would work out very well. Plus, I have another class in less than half an hour, so I can't backtrack now. Looks like I'm gonna have to ask some random student for directions. The thought alone makes me want to retch. That's a new one. I eventually stop as Psittacosaurus. Oh wait, no, it's Psittacosaurus. There we go. Walking towards me, scrolling through her phone. I blurt out my question as fast as I can. They can give me a weird look for bothering them out of nowhere. Do you know where the counselor's office is? The weird look doesn't disappear from her face, causing me to squirm. After the awkward scare, they eventually give me directions. It turns out I'm closer than I thought I was. I also get a snarky comment at the fact that the school app has a detailed map. I open it, double check, and yep, it's there. Feeling horrible, I apologize for wasting time. No problem, dude. They start walking away before throwing one more weird look at me over their shoulder. By the way, you should chill out, man. It's just college. Leaving me with that odd nugget of wisdom, they turn and briskly walk in the other direction. Right, just college. Somehow I doubt that will radically change my approach going forward. Before I'm able to put too much thought into that little bit of wisdom, I feel a familiar ping from my phone. Don't recognize the number. Yoink! Who is this? Rebecca? Theo, give me your number. Okay. And the picture you sent? Just a little goof my roommate made of you. I've been sending these to like everyone. I just don't get her. At all. First she acts like she hates me, and then she's nice to me. Then she hates me again, but now she's being nice again. Every time I interact with her, I feel like I understand her less. Unless... Did I fuck up? Thinking back, I did kind of lecture even when I didn't intend to. Huh. I hate that. I don't like this. I don't like the thumbs up responses that people give. I'm gonna be honest. It's really hard for me to understand.
That's the point. Dev is
like
a retard here.
I don't like it. I listen. I don't really use emojis generally. Don't look at my server emojis. Don't look at those. Most of those weren't made by me, and most of those were made by Reed. I swear. Don't look at my list of server emojis that I'm definitely not thinking up right now, and that I'm definitely, especially not sending to other people as we speak. There, that'll show I liked her image. Maybe now things will go more smoothly. You fucking tard. No! That's my waifu.
Devlog Ridge.
I continued until I reached the counselor's office. I raised my hand and knocked before noticing a sign that says, "Come in." With a little smiley face, I open the door and slide inside. I am now being sent to Feral Stella. Yep. The counselor's office is a cozy room. Comfy cushions, motivated by... The counselor's office is a cozy room. Comfy cushions, motivational posters, and stacks of papers decorate what would otherwise be a rather cramped space. However, the homely vibe ends with the Pleurodon leaning back on her. Is there a route for her? Can I have that one? Is this an Asuka from
You're not the
reference?
first. You're not the first person to ask.
guarantee I'm
Also,
not
not
the first
Asuka. They are surprisingly not a reference to anyone, but they did end up looking like fucking Undyne from Undertale.
Yeah. The homely 5 minutes at the Pleurodon in the back of her chair behind the desk, eyes tightly shut, an expression of frustration and a can of soda held to her temple. Even without opening her eyes, she gestures to the pair of chairs on the other side of the desk. You want to take it?
You, Dev?
Oh, you know my name. Well, she sits forward, her messy hair bouncing around her face as we both get a good look at each other. To say she doesn't look like a college counselor type would be an understatement. Her rather casual, messy clothes, stern, intimidating look on her face, and conspicuously a number of scars patchworking her scales tell a different story altogether. She was in the army. And there's that eye patch covering her left eye. Not to mention that as I move closer, I can't help but notice a smell that sadly reminds me of a part of home I wish I'd forget. A frown reflexively appears on my face as she shuffles the papers on her desk.
You are the only human around this semester. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't know who you were.
My ears start to burn and at the familiar answer. I wish that wasn't simple. It wasn't that simple, but it is. Till the novelty wears off, I'm gonna stick out like a sore thumb among my peers.
Mind if I smoke?
No, that's your office. I cringe along with the motivational posters. There's a no smoking sign literally right behind her. I don't see it. The irony seems lost in the counselor, who fishes around her desk before withdrawing a large cigar. Is she Big Boss?
When you can't say
my name. Are the memories gone? Are you feeling numb? Or have I become invisible?
But I believe Zach did say, I don't know how important it's going to be in the story later. I guess it's going to be down to me if I reference it. But yeah, they were some sort of like black ops type shit in the military. It's a woman big boss.
So just the boss.
No, woman big boss. I think it is still, supposed to be. I think of the eye patch.
I mean, I don't think.
I'll see if I can work in some references.
I don't know if eye patch denotes necessarily it has to be Big Boss. It could just be the boss.
Why does the woman have to be the boss? Sexist.
Well, that's because she's a
Cancelled.
motherly figure. Your mom is the boss of the household.
Cancelled.
Your mom is the boss. Your father may be the head, but your mom's the neck, and she points the head wherever she wants.
I'll see if I can do some fucking later Metal Gear references whenever they're on screen.
There will be wheel!
I'm gonna say.
Yeah!
Oh,
My
pretty
legs
good.
are broken, my kneecaps are stolen! That's I love that the original singer came in and fucking sung the new lyrics for that. Broken leg Jetstream Sam. I love it. It's great. No one lights her. Typo.
Yeah, we know that too. That's because Zach, after the fact, replaced it with cigar instead of cigarette, and then he fucked that one.
That's a
up.
cigarillo.
Blamed him entirely.
That's a cigarillo.
I'm fucking calling it a cigar. Same shit. They're interchangeable.
No. I'm
They
joking.
are.
I don't mind that one so much. It's whatever. But I like my cigars thick. What do you mean? I'm like Columbo.
Rory, no, you're
Nice
when
and
you do
fat.
it, you're gay.
What, huh? You can't just call me gay. I like women. No one lights her and blows a perfect circle of smoke towards the roof where I notice a clearly disassembled fire alarm. She follows my gaze and gives me a toothy grin. You know, if you're so intent on this being Big Boss, give her your best David hater.
Okay. Sorry, I forgot I was doing her for a second. Don't worry about it too much. Most of the campus is new, but this building's got so much asbestos in the walls you couldn't burn it down if you soaked it in gasoline first.
Seeing my worried gaze flick to the wall, she coughs, bringing my attention back to the conversation.
My name's Samantha Parker. You can call me Sam, since we're all adults here.
Counselor Sam seems to notice the glaring numeral on my face. She reaches for one of her cabinets. Intrigue plays across her face before deciding on ignorance for the sake of keeping the conversation going.
It's nice to meet you. Would you like some tea?
No thanks. Not much of a tea fan. I also don't see a kettle of any kind.
Good, me neither. I think I've got some soda cans in the drawer somewhere. Here, have one.
She rummages around and pushes a room temperature of canned soda into my hands. A room temperature can of soda into my hands. With a much more force than I expected. Thrown for a loop, I can't do anything more than give her a blank stare.
Sorry, used the cold ones to take care of my hangover this morning. That's why I didn't get your message sooner. Or why I didn't message you sooner.
I crack open the soda can. The fizz hisses in the silence and fills the silence. Sam sits across me, taking slow drags from her cigar, smoke curling towards the ceiling. The air feels thick with it. I glance around, unsure of what to do with my hands. This is getting awkward. She's called me here for a reason, right? Was it Sandra just sitting in silence as she nurses a cigar and I sip soda hospitably forced onto me? So I get the ball rolling, hoping Sam will illuminate the meaning of our meeting. Instead, she takes out a long drag and holds it in. As I go to open my mouth again, Sam finally breaks the silence.
So, how's it going so far? Adjusting to college life?
I blink. Despite being a perfectly reasonable icebreaker, I find myself scrambling for a way to put the last 2 days into words. It's okay, I guess. A bit overwhelming.
Yeah, that's common. Lots of new faces, new freedom, and new responsibilities. What do you think about the campus?
It's big. It's different. I mean, I used to work at a place where everybody was human. This is a whole other world compared to home. She nods, leaning in her chair, the smoke swirling around her head like a lazy cloud.
That can be tough. Have you met anyone yet? Friends?
I take a moment to recall the colorful characters I've met in my short time here. I think so. I met this guy Theo, who's been nice, and his sister Rebecca too, but I don't know if we're actually friends yet.
Making friends takes time. Gotta find your tribe, right? Tell me a bit more about these Theo and Rebecca characters.
From the back of my neck. We're fine, I guess. Theo seems very enthusiastic about basically everything. Certainly a lot different from my high school friends back home. We barely know each other, and he already invited me to work on some big project. She raised an eyebrow, intrigued.
What kind of project? A Metal Gear?
A weapon surpassed Metal Gear. Gosh. I'm not the regular voice actor, gosh. I have to talk through my nose. We're more than just war dogs. We're diamonds. Keith Sutherland kind of has a slight lisp. And you can't deny me this. He wants to make a video game.
Do you like video games?
Yeah.
Then why not? Maybe it'll help you figure out what you want to do with your future.
What did...
Kid, you joined a tech college with no major. You didn't even sign up for any electives. Doesn't take a mind reader to figure out you're a bit lost. Take it from me, these things take time. Play it by ear, I say. Last thing you want to do is overcommit and end up hating what you do for the rest of your life.
I swallow down the nerves, unsure if one situation is better than the other. I just want to get through my first semester without completely embarrassing myself at this point. Sit back, sipping on my soda, waiting for the next question. I jump as the alarm on my phone goes off. Looking at it, I run about how my next class is coming up soon. Class which happens to be on one on the opposite side of campus. Great. I'll have to book it or I want to make it on time. I get up to leave.
Before you go, I wanted to ask you about your home life.
Why exactly?
In both my questions, you mentioned something about home. Your old town, your old school. Just wanted to make sure if you're know if you're homesick.
I miss the boss.
I miss the boss.
I miss my mommy.
I miss
Colonel Campbell. I miss my mommy. Mommy, breast milk, mommy. Breast milk. We are now big boss. Sorry, my nose is full of snot, so I can't do fucking David Hayter, but I can kind of do Keith Sutherland. Just a little bit. She shrugs.
It's a normal feeling for freshmen like you. You got those rookie eyes.
I don't feel homesick.
Have you talked with your parents today?
No, I haven't talked with them since I left home.
Really? Any reason why? Family issues?
I really need to go. I don't want to have this conversation. No, just I've been pretty busy the last 2 days getting settled classes and stuff.
Sure. Give them a call, kid. Sure they miss you as much as you miss them.
Sure, maybe. My thumbs circle each other. Her innocence shrug suggestion burns my mind as I go to leave. But now I have neither the time nor the mindset to meditate on it right now. The smell of smoke and alcohol radiating off her as she reminds me of the worst parts of home, lessening my desire to spill my life story, even if I had the time. Is that all, Counselor Sam? I should really get back to my next class. She nods tirelessly and dismisses me with a slow wave of her hand.
Yeah, you're good to go, kid. And don't be a stranger. My appearance might make it seem otherwise, but my door is always open.
I nod and leave her office. Turning back, see her return to her papers and old computer by her side. For the second time my first day, I'm running late. Any reasonable person would realize there's no hope in just sauntering to class. Upon recalling how Mr. Hawthorne had welcomed Emily, I don't want to test how well I'd hold up in such a dressing down. I run as fast as I can, skipping steps and trekking through stretches of grass, bellowing right by several signs that instruct me clearly to keep off the grass. I'm gasping for air by the time I find myself standing before the door of the music room. My hand hovers over the knob, and I'm about to turn it before my ears perk up at the gentle melody of violin inside. Damn it! Class must already be in session. My arm moves on its own to pull the door open, revealing rows of chairs in a semicircle centered around a podium and a whiteboard. Is this number 3 for dating?
Yes, this is the final option.
No, thank you.
Racist.
What do you mean racist? I'm not compatible with the classical crowd.
Yeah, looking visibly at them and saying you don't like them. I wonder if it's because they're a trike.
No, this is just not.
That's Jake's reason.
No. It's just this is not my preferred style for violin. You see, where I'm from, we call it a fiddle, and we fiddle with it a little bit.
I think you'll change your mind when you see. You'll see.
You promise? You want to take bets?
there's an inclination in this chapter here that they're not quite what you're expecting, and they do have an arc of their own in mind.
Do they? A gray Triceratops girl stands alone beneath. I said, no thanks. They all have aspects I like so far, so hey, maybe. They're all creatives in their own capacity, wanting to make their own way for whatever projects they're on. Also, the text box matches the little fucking stuffed animal I have so very closely. I've just realized. Oops. Every time I light up, I start hiding. She'd love when me hold the violin, one hand letting the bow travel gracefully across the strings. Her eyes are closed, and a small smile dances across her lips. Her body slowly sways to the rhythm of her melody. I recognize the song. It's Lee Bolanger's Nocturne Violins. Is this because I chose the music college choice?
Yes, and one other thing that happens.
Moving piece becomes more and more colorful, more and more full as it continues. It builds upon itself, melancholic, beginning, swelling into a nostalgic triumph, never speeding, only expanding until softly begins to trail away into silence. Is that a beetle? Is that? Hold on. Is this guy?
You'll know who in a second.
Is this supposed to be a Doctor Who reference? It kind of looks like the guy who came after what's his face? 4 Doctors ago.
No, I feel like you're gonna.
Or is this Bach?
No, you're gonna get it as soon as you see anything about them.
Am I? Do I look like a guy who gets things?
I think you will. I'd be surprised. Well, we'll see. Go on.
I walk close. I walk to the closest empty seat as the girl reaches the finishing notes. An older man stands beside her, or walks to her, begins to applaud. Everyone else joins in, me included.
I'll do a voice for him that might even help you. Awesome, Abigail. Completely awesome. That was freaking perfect.
Jablinski. Thank you, Mr. Jablinski, for letting me do a demonstration. Yeah, I don't get it. Her accent is strange. She rolls her R's and her H's are ultra silent, making her think sound like tank. Any word with an R sounds like a purr of a kitten as she speaks it. I'm not doing it.
You don't have to fuck around with it. It's finished, just so you know.
Moon runes!
The teacher, Mr. Jablinski, turns to the rest of the class. No one seems to notice or care that I'm late.
Oh, you must be Dev. Good of you to join us.
Is this John Lennon?
No. I said it was not a beetle.
I spoke out too soon.
Why don't you show us some of your skills? You are the last to arrive, after all. Already digging the confidence, amigo.
Is this supposed to be some famous music guy that you expect me to know?
No, it's not a music guy. I'll tell you in a second if you still don't get it. I feel like there's something you're going to hit on, you're going to notice. To be the best, you got to think you're the best.
Is this the guy from Rocky?
It's Jack Black from School of Rock.
Okay. I did just watch that, I'm just not fucking cluing in. Do I look like a guy who gets... I'm an awkward fellow, after all.
In this case, you're a fart smeller, not a smart fellow.
I'm an awkward feller, after all. To quote, again, Takamura. Oh, well, you weren't even... Hold on. To be the best, you gotta think you're the best! You weren't emphasizing enough point for School of Rock.
Whatever you say.
Much to my chagrin, Mr. Jablinski points to my forehead, drawing everyone's attention to the ill-conceived mark on my head. The teacher grins and waggles his eyebrows.
And musicians always save the best for last.
You gotta work on your Jack Black intonation.
No, that is how Jack Black sounds. You're like taking it to a fucking 11 when I'm not gonna read every line at an 11. No.
And musicians always save the best for last. He punches the air and makes air guitar gestures while whistling. It seems like my reputation as the only human will continue to precede me. And considering the kind of character that the counselor is, I am wondering if Mr. Hawthorne was the exception and that I should just expect all my professors to be this eccentric. Okay, I guess.
Go get whatever you want from the back of the room. No electric anything yet. The electrician's still got to do some fuse fixing or something before we plug in the real bangers. Kind of make the other teachers write complaints about me again.
There we go, that's better. I'll walk around the other students, pointedly avoiding their inquisitive looks. Sure enough, there's a pile of drums, many stringed instruments, a keyboard plopped against the wall, and many, many cases of varied shapes. There's also amplifiers, pedals, soundboards,
kind of behind the scene.
neatly folded and
I didn't decide that he'd be a Jack Black School of Rock reference, but I did choose the name Joblinski, which is very close to his YouTube name, Joblinski.
Is there an accordion? With nowhere to currently plug them in, I'd kick an acoustic guitar. Dog, listen, you gotta give a taste in instruments, man. You gotta give me an accordion to work with.
No, this is actually entirely dependent on if you chose the music school. If you didn't choose the music school, Dev did still play trombone, and he does it quite poorly. In this one, he plays guitar because he actually knows how to.
I'll pluck at the strings and turn pegs until I tune it correctly. I'm more than accustomed to what it should sound like, even if the instrument of my choice during my music making afternoons had been its electric variant. Electric or acoustic, though, this is the instrument that got me started on music when I was much younger. My fingers rasp against the strings, letting the familiarity settle back in. It's almost has a taste. They're turning into an old place I miss. The smell of Grandma's cooking, my grandfather teaching me to play. Of sweat and small garage concerts with an audience of zero, or vinyls and CDs paid with cash from cutting neighbors' grass. I'm deep into my thoughts as I make my way to the very front of the classroom. The chords for Walk Away to Heaven bloom from the tips of my fingers, inundating all of my senses, bringing me comfort. This I know. The acoustic warmth of that guitar gives the melody it turns wistful. It gives it a note of yearning and respite that reverberates on the walls. Once I'm finished with the guitar solo, I receive a round of short applause. Mr. Joblinski is clapping energetically, and Abigail looks approvingly at me.
Your frat work was a little jank at the start, but you did pretty good, Dev. Can't really go wrong with the classics, eh?
He winks at me as he gives me a thumbs up. My ears go warm, and I take the guitar with me to an empty seat. It's what in the humo chord there is I believe a Finn is in there.
A what?
A Finnish person.
Yes, Zach knows one personally as well. We actually needed it.
I think.
I'm not sure who it is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yee.
One of Mormon's friends. Mr. Jablinski uses the very first class to go over the schedule for the rest of the semester. The class is otherwise uneventful. This time I take notes, though. Mostly upcoming expositions and events. Students are supposed to present a piece by the end of the course, either a composition made by oneself or an arrangement based on someone else's music. It could be a solo presentation with a teacher at the piano or a duet with one student taking the helm of the keys. That or go through a 20-page long written exam. The class ends an hour and a half later. I'm left with a treasure trove of information on the upcoming semester, feeling a little overwhelmed for the first day, honestly. Abigail's trying to have a short talk with the teacher while the rest of us prepare to leave. Then Mr. Jablinski jumps up.
Shucks, I'm late for a meeting. Gotta scram. Don't take anything from the class without my permission.
Then he makes a break for the door, disappearing around the corner. Only for his head to reappear, peeking past the door frame, and his hand making I see you gestures at the student still remaining.
I will notice if someone took anything. Consider this your only warning of my bodacious wrath when it comes to my babies. Behave.
Then he leaves us for real this time. So he's supposed to be a Carnotaurus, right?
I have no fucking... You're asking the wrong dude. He certainly is a dinosaur.
If he's a Carnotaurus... Ask Zach real quick. Go grab Zach.
Oh, fuck. I'll get an answer for you later. I think he's, let me see. Might be busy.
I'm in the middle of returning the instrument I used for my demonstration when I overhear a couple students mocking Abigail's accent. They mock her strong R's and the silent H's while saying goodbye to her, calling her a little Miss Perfect. She turns her nose up at them and packs her violin. It makes my blood boil. I guess I was right that this place is just like high school. I rip a blank page from nearby, unattended notebook, and I hastily ball it up and throw it in the direction of the mean-spirited group. Hit smart, bouncing off the main taunter's spiky head. I'm quick to cross my arms and turn away and feign my innocence. They mutter more insults my way now, but it leaves with sneers on their faces. I cough once the mean group leaves. Abigail glares at me. I actually like your accent. Abigail squints, but I reconsider my words. What I mean is, it's sophisticated sounding. Don't let them get you down. Something inside her skirt pocket begins pinging repeatedly. She ignores it. She continues looking at me. I wasn't. But I suppose. But thank you. I suppose I liked you playing. Thanks. I'm a bit rusty, but I used to play guitar all the time when I was a kid. Even had dreams of being some big rock star or something. Had? You do not anymore? No. Why not? Fine, I'll go for it. I'll try to fucking do it. Fuck it. I'm here for the art of the craft. I wasn't all that good, to be honest. There were several kids at my school that were far better than me. I guess I just kind of figured out it wasn't gonna be my path in life. That is a shame. You seemed quite good to me. And that song you played, it was certainly interesting. What is it called? Who was the composer? Walkway to Heaven, and I guess Led Blimp. Ooh, and who's that? Led Blimp, the rock band? You never heard of them? Her face drops. I did not listen to music much outside of the classical music growing up. But better late than never to broaden my knowledge. Taking a good look at her now, she's prim, proper, and elegant, staying ramrod straight with a perfectly combed hair. I have no idea how to reply. This is not a triceratops, by the way, but is a ceratopsid of some sort. You see, she has distinct lack of these two fucking big horns on her quest. But you see these smaller ones. Listen, I'll go into my dinosaur books and get you better knowledge.
Well, people are still calling her a Trigga, so...
That's incorrect. Hold on, I need to go see your Dinosaurs Are On catalog real quick, because they have a video on what she is. Because this will bother me, I assure you. I know they have a video on it, on what she is. Videos, this is actually gonna start to bother me. I know Steven has a video on it. But ceratopsid is correct. Sorry, the autism. It's too strong sometimes. I have no idea how to respond to the ensuing silence. Her phone keeps ringing off the hook, notifications ping one after another. It's giving me anxiety at this point. Are you gonna pick that up? No, I'm not. With her phone continuing to chime, she looks up and down, now her frown deepening as she focuses on my shirt. You're close. I look down at myself. Sure, my shirt's a bit wrinkled, my jeans have seen better days, but it's not like I'm planning on walking down a runway. What's wrong with them? She begins digging around her bed before pulling out some sort of spray bottle. What are you? Without a warning, she spritzes a few sprays of some sort of mystery liquid on my shirt. Oh god, I've been acid attacked. What the hell? Oh, we jump apart, her embarrassment, me in shock. Sorry, it's a drink over release spray. Let's see, watch. She grabs the hem of my shirt and gives it a slight tug. When she lets go, it's noticeably smoother than before. Afterwards, she wilts in embarrassment, her cheeks turning pink. I find myself just as bashful for freaking out over something so small. Something helpful, even. Well, thanks, I guess. Sorry again, I just thought they would help. It's fine. Maybe just a warning next time. She shakes her head fervently before holding out the offending spray bottle in both hands. No, it was rude of me, but please, take it for yourself. I have several more back in my room. Think of it as my apology to you. I gently take the bottle from her, inspecting it. I mean, I wouldn't have thought of it myself, but it would clean me up on days I found myself rushed. Alright, yeah, thanks. Your name was Abigail, right? Killa, yes. And you were Deb? It's Deb, actually. Nice to meet you. I timidly hold out my hand. Not sure if it's proper etiquette or not here. She lightly accepts the handshake with a smile and a nod. It's just good to meet you too, Def. I was not going to ask to not be rude, but by all means ask. I wouldn't think you're rude. Why is there a number 1 on your forehead? I sigh aloud at that. I can't delude myself anymore. I got. But Abigail does not need to know that. We just met. I don't need the image of me being a dork branded into her impression of me. It's a freshman thing. A freshman thing? Yeah, it's a tradition or something. Oh? She seems to light up at that. I can't believe I haven't heard of this. You Americans are so unique. Dev, help me find a pen. Oh, no. She looks back at me in confusion. Damn it, I have to save face here. My day's almost over. It wasn't really that big a tradition. You see anybody else with it today? Oh, no, I suppose I didn't. She actually seems a bit disappointed at that, but she doesn't need me literally painting a target on her forehead, so it's for the best. Her phone beeps again, and this time a flicker of annoyance shows in her face. She fidgets with the strap of her violin case, clearly trying to ignore it. And I can only guess why. Maybe I should ask about it. Is everything okay? Kind of hard to ignore all that ringing. It is fine, just my parents. They can be rather, how you say, clinky? Ah, gotcha. Can't help but remember my talk with the counselor about my parents. I'm sure they just miss you. You should answer them. I offer a supportive smile. You are probably right. She sighs, finally pulling her phone and scrolling through it for a moment. Seems they wish to talk. Oh, one moment, please. She moves her phone to her head. Hello? Yes, Mama? No, I was in class. I still am. I did not hear the text. Yes, I'm fine. I was not ignoring you. She kind of was, though. Abigail glances at me before turning away. Her voice even lower now, speaking in a foreign language. Asko minua, men olin van lokasa inka Kulu in mi tahala.
I do have the translations for you if you want.
Vastamata mi sanoin jo mi olin lokasa.
And they're more like huddies, but points for trying. That line is, I swear I was just in class and didn't hear them. I was not ignoring you. As I said, I'm still in class.
Jew,
yes.
Jew,
the Jews.
You.
It is, yes, I will call you when I get back to my dorm. Yes, I love you too.
Sorry. It's preposterous language. I've angered at least 3 million people, but they account for less than 1% of the population, so if there is a census error, they could disappear. They exist entirely within the global census margin of error, the Finns.
I have heard that before.
It's real. So Finland might not exist. She hangs up the phone, still turned away. Trouble? No, as I said, they can just be persistent. Anyways, I should hurry back to the dorms before they try to reach me again. Alright, don't let me keep you. It was very nice meeting you, Dev, and thank you. What for? She shrugs at that. She shrugs at Tat. For just talking to me, I suppose. Our peers haven't been so friendly. Right, I noticed. But you're welcome. See you in class tomorrow? She nods. She gives me a nod as we both leave the classroom and part ways. Even though it was short and kind of awkward in interaction, she seemed nice. I checked my phone to see that Theo had texted me earlier saying that the library, he'd be in the library until it closed. Stopped by my room before heading there, figuring he could use some help with whatever's keeping him so late. History homework, I imagine. Despite how Counselor Sam's whole vibe rubbed me the wrong way, I think she was right about seizing the opportunity I have and making a game with him. Before any of that, though, I figure I should at least try to call home. First thing I do when I get back to my room is scrub my forehead hard enough to strip chrome from a bumper. After enough time, my skin is left spotless, save for the aching bright red spot of skin left in its wake. I then get, I hope there's a Sprite where it's just fucking raw skin.
There's not.
God damn it!
We're not fucking doing everything, dude.
Do it! Then I get to think about Abigail's change of mood earlier. That coupled with Counselor Sam's advice, I find myself pulling my phone and dialing my parents' number. Someone picks up the line, a beat of silence passes before they answer. Hello, who's this? Hey Dad, it's me. Another beat of silence, my palms begin to sweat. Hello, can you hear me? Huh? Oh yeah, who is this again? It's me, Dad. It's Dev. Oh, hey Champ, how you doing? Me and your mom haven't heard from you since yesterday. I didn't call you yesterday? What? Oh yeah, you did. We talked about we definitely talked about his words are slurry syllables of crashing one another. Is he really? Dad, we didn't talk yesterday. Yeah, well, it took you long enough to call. You know, I heard about those cold-blooded girls go crazy for us warm-bloods. You bet you were drunk. Dad! He is... Dad, are you drunk? What? I'm not drunk. You sound like you are. Dad? What's up? Are you drunk? Again? Look, Dev, work was pretty rough today. I just had one drink to relax and unwind. Was that one drink before work or after this time? God damn it, Dad, you promised. Huh? Hold up 1 minute, Dad. I think your mom wants to talk to you. The sound of muffled static plays on the other end of the line as the line is stifled about. Sorry, Champ, it actually looks like she's asleep on the couch. Is she asleep or is she passed out on the couch? Look, Dave, me and your mom, we are not drunk, okay? We only had a few drinks. I fucking knew it. You know what, Dad? My day was pretty rough too, so I think I'm going to bed. Alright. Talk to you later, Champ. I'll hang up. That's kind of cold. I don't want to deal with this. I think I finally have an answer about Counselor Sam's question. I'm not homesick at all. I'm envious of Emily, Rebecca, and Abigail. I wish I could wrinkle my fingers on a pencil or keyboard or freaking maracas and be able to create anything. Make something of myself more than that child of a pair of drunks. Counselor Sam and all of her foul-smelling wisdom is right about something. I can't afford to let opportunities pass me by. I couldn't do anything about the situation back at home. Still can't, I guess. Why, Reed, I'm still streaming! I'm still streaming, Reed! I can't listen to that!
I love V8 directing, I love V8 directing, I love V8 directing!
Listen, I may be managing the entire project. I can't listen to every little thing! I couldn't do anything about the situation back home. Still can, I guess. Well, I guess I can do something about my situation here. I dialed Theo's number.
Hey man, what's wrong?
Why do you assume something's wrong?
Well, you are calling me rather than texting me like a normal person, so I only assumed.
Whatever, listen, you were right, so I want to do it with you. There's a pause.
I'm very flattered, but I don't think I'm interested in you that way, buddy. Thanks for the offer.
That came out wrong. The game, Theo. I want to make a game with you.
Oh, really? That's cool, man.
You don't sound as enthusiastic as last night.
Yeah, I am. It's just... I'm being serious this time. Is there something wrong? You sound pretty mad. If this is about what I texted you this morning...
No, let's just say families are complicated.
Right. Hey, Elliot should be back at the dorm, and I'm nearly done with this tower of books I got going on in the library. Want to meet us over at our dorm and hang out for a bit? Never did finish Rock Ring.
So you're still in the library. Do you mind me coming there?
Absolutely not. Come on down, man.
This is my lightest day of the week in terms of amount of lessons I have to attend, but my duties are not over. I have a favor to repay. Following the map on the CCC app, this time easily finding the library, and Theo tortured himself in the middle of a literal tower of books. As I approach him, I see that more than half the books on his table aren't even about any sort of history. He hears me closer. His eyes twinkle when he sees me. He points to my forehead, grinning ear to ear.
You got rid of it.
He shushs and I laugh at the expression of despair. They're gonna kick you out for screaming. It's the least you deserve for making me go through with this. He crosses his arms.
Worth it. Sis texted me about the number one. I asked her to get a picture of you too, but she told me not to be a creep.
At least one of you has a good head on their shoulders.
Yeah, me.
He flashes his wings happily. Yeah, you're all spun now, but just wait till I figure out a good payback. I only had permanent markers, so I had to scrub half my face off just to get rid of it. That makes him cough a laughing fit into a closing fist.
Sure, dude. Of course.
I pick up a random book. Advanced Quantum Mechanics! Theo, what the hell? Is this for one of your classes? Sitting that you're next to him.
Huh? Oh yeah, but that stuff was easy. History, though. Who cares what dead people did?
Okay, fair enough. But why didn't you put any of them away when you were done?
That's what the librarian and her assistants are here for.
I frown at him. Look, I'm going to help you as much as I can, that's a given, but we're putting these back in the rightful place because my grandmama did not raise me that way. My parents did, but I don't want to be that way. Mentioning her out loud makes me realize how much I miss Grandma, especially in the wake of my phone call home. I grab another book, this time about actual history, and ask Theo what was covered in class. Ottoman Empire. Easily enough located through the records. There's more than enough information about it to go through. And we don't really have to cross-reference many texts to find all the bullet points that will be in Theo's next test. I, too, have general history as one of my courses, so this will help me quite a lot. Theo hasn't mentioned if the tutor for his course is the same as mine, but we're too busy trying to overcome his poor information retention to focus on anything else. To be fair to him, this is an absurd amount of info, and I can see why Theo asked for help in the first place. I end up suggesting flashcards. He seems happy with those.
My sis once tried to help me that way. She isn't half as patient with me like you are.
He grins at me.
Seriously, thanks, dude.
Remembering how fondly Rebecca spoke of Theo, and how fondly he's speaking of her now, I feel another pang of envy. Although I am reminded of something that she once said, or called me. Hey Theo, what does skinny mean? He quickly silences me, looking back and forth over the library.
Can't say stuff like that out loud in here, not unless you want the librarian to bring campus security on us. And trust me, she will. You really not know what that word means?
I came from mostly human town. I never heard anybody use that before.
Who called you it then?
Your sister.
Dang it, Rebecca.
I'm assuming it isn't some sorry nickname for humans like I thought.
Oh, it is. Just not a very nice one exactly.
No, so she was insulting me then.
She has a unique way of talking to people. I doubt she truly meant anything by it, but look, I'll talk to her about it, okay?
It's not that big a deal, it's fine. I just don't want you two arguing on my behalf.
She shouldn't be talking to you like that. Trust me, it's fine. It's just, forget about that for now, okay?
Sure. He is right, I shouldn't dwell on it. I mean, it was a single argument, and despite it, I can't help but feel happy for how the date went. Emily showed me her drawing, Rebecca reading to me, and confiding in me, Abigail playing a beautiful melody. Each of them was great to talk to in different ways. Each of them is so talented in their respective craft, art, writing, and music. Makes me think of how they could all come together in a...
Dude?
I jump at his words. Yeah?
We haven't known each other for long, but if you ever need to vent, I'm here, okay? Well, maybe not here, because this is a library, and if things get loud, we'll get kicked out.
I smile. Now we're totally gonna do it. Theo blanches.
Again, Dev, I don't like you in that way. Sorry.
Not that, Dev, the video game. Now I'm the one who's getting sent some venomous shrushes.
Dude, I know, just messing with you. I'd ask though, what made you so certain? didn't seem to like that into the idea yesterday.
I guess you could say I had some revelations. I don't exactly have much going on, no hobbies, not sure what I want to do next. But what I do know is that I like games, and I can't just pass up on opportunities, so I guess that's why I want to give game design a try. Theo blinks twice, ear to ear grin appears on his face an instant upon hearing that.
Hell yes, dude. This is gonna be sweet.
Cue another volley of violent shushes sent our way. Both of us just laugh him off before we return to our silent studying for the time being. Game creation can always come later.
That's the first 2 chapters, baby.
My voice is awful and strained. Let's pretty good, except for some historical inaccuracies, we'll say.
I've already fucking told Zach that you're roasting the shit out of his dino acumen.
Oh, great! So I'm gonna get DMs about this, huh?
I think the only time that we called her. Well, no, I guess we did call her a Tricera during that, didn't we? Fuck. Well, we have to correct that, but...
Yeah, that's not a Triceratops. The crest is not right.
It's not the crest, it's the
No,
fact that there's no
there's
tri,
a lack of
and there's
horns.
oon.
There's a lack of horns coming out of her face, and her crest has spikes on it. That's something else. I will get you the accurate verbiage for it.
You do that. Same for Hawthorne.
He's pachycephalo.
Like, actually DM those to me, and I'll pass them to Zach. Or you can do them to Zach direct. You could roast him live in the devlog discussion if you want.
Listen, I don't know Zach like that.
Everyone knows him like that. Roast him.
I don't know. I'm not that mean. I'm not all that vain of a person.
You don't need to be vain. Roast him. He'll take it in stride. He's not that serious. Half of the devlog updates are him calling me, like, boy preggers, so he's not very serious.
I suppose. Mama just raised a very polite young man, you see. That's the way I am. Anyway.
Yes, first 2
chapters. That was a very nice treat. That was a very nice treat. We have fucking the jump scare of fucking Insane Clown Posse back up.
Yeah, so we'll end up having, I'm pretty sure it's going to be the first 4 chapters will be the full release demo.
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, unless you guys had any other last minute questions, I mean, I could talk about anything, but I feel like we've done a lot, you know?
Yeah.
Most of that was devlog.
A good portion of it. I mean, what was it? We didn't go for like 6 hours?
We're
only a third of it.
We're close to hour 6, but what if I told you I'm not done with you? What if I told you I want to just talk about Columbo episodes?
I don't think I'd have enough fucking mental wherewithal.
What do you mean? You're done? You're tired now? What's wrong with you?
Oh, eat me, boy. I haven't eaten today. I fucking woke up right before this.
Damn.
Yeah, and
I suppose
my brain has been fried VA directing.
I suppose
I still have to do OST selection.
No, that's something that we all have to come to, as I am the overall creative director in that project, after all. But yeah, I guess we can sign off. Is there any final messages? Anybody who I can use to fucking clout surf into their DMs or something? I don't know.
I feel like I mentioned someone earlier that you haven't had. Shit, who was that? Damn it.
I mean, I haven't had Arlock.
Arlock. Yep, Arlock he would do it. If you guys can find a good day, I don't even know if he has his weekends very full, so he'd like to.
Yeah, I'll see where I can get him in. I do have the
Very
next couple
easy to talk
plans.
to, dude.
Yeah. He carries a conversation well.
Yeah, he's very again. It's hard to compare anyone to Farian, but he's pretty high speed too. He can talk about anything.
Yeah. I love talking with Farian, but I just hate how he gets summoned off to different things. But I guess unless he has a closing
a
remark,
life or something.
Yeah, it's almost like he has a life. Yuck. Unless you have any closing remarks, I can go over and say, perchance, those magical words that end it all.
I'll just say that again to sort of wrap everything up. It's pretty amazing everything that's happened in the community. Get me included into it, and I'm always grateful for it. So thanks for having
And
me.
I will constantly have you around. And if it's not too out there, I'd like to call you that you are one of my friends.
Yeah,
You're
well,
not
I'm always
necessarily-
going to be chained in the realm of Geese Basement. Yes, I'd say the same, man.
Yeah, good friend of mine. Bonded over some weird shit, but you know what? It's fine.
Columbo and Dino Waifu.
Listen, I may have chained you in here, but it's not like I can exactly leave either. Mine is somebody put a talisman on the fucking door, so I can't actually open it.
I just want to remind everyone.
It's been officially endorsed by the President of the United States, Jack. Go play some game. Go be fine.
I want to put out here that this is the longest one yet. You've beat Starman by an hour.
Woo!
Congratulations.
Hey, fuck Starman! I'm coming for you in the hits ratings, brother.
I mean, considering like a third of it was Devlog, though, he did kind of cheese that.
I was doing commentary.
We were talking about work. Yeah, I mean, I think I might have broken my voice a little bit. It's my throat's starting to get sore, but here we are.
Yeah, I'm surprised I was able to do as well with the GVH thing last night. So I'm glad that we did get through it without either of us breaking.
I break my voice constantly, doing just stupid bits, so it's not out of the question. Eventually, I have to get used to it. Eventually, I have to strain up, and it's starting to break out now. I'm starting to get foggy in voice. So I can't do the David Hayter because my voice is starting to fog out. That it's the process where it starts to break, and it's gonna crack soon. If
You're
I keep
about
talking
to crash out.
No, I'm still full of energy. I'm fucking bouncing off the walls in here. It's only 9 o'clock.
Yeah, it's fine for me too.
Yeah, we live in the same time zone. You're just north of me, I think.
South Texas?
Wait, you're south? What the fuck?
I'm in like northeast Texas.
Are you? Huh. I thought I could have sworn you were from Montana or something. Or not Montana. North Dakota. I don't know. Oh, everybody in this new community lives in Texas, apparently.
Fucking Zach is combating me on the fucking Patchasoy thing too, and I'm like, he's technically right.
Yeah, technically right. The best kind of correct. Anyway, if you need like dinosaur corrections, I'm your guy. I will find out what the correct thing is. Because I do consume a lot of just fucking dinosaur-related media, as in I read some fucking paleontological papers for fun.
I mean, it's too. Whenever Zach does like a dino design now in devlog updates, just ping him, telling him what it should be. That'll save a lot. He won't be mad.
Listen, I'll have him say what he means for it to be, and I will give some direction of features that are just correct or incorrect.
There you go. Well, yes, do it that way.
Remember, a Coelophysis is a little tiny theropod, smaller than a Troodon, I believe. Hold on, let me fact check myself there. I don't
Like
remember.
the words, Magic Man.
I like your words, Magic Man.
Yeah, it's a little fucking guy. It's a little guy. If you want something smaller than a Compy, go for the Coelophysis. They're
That's
comparable,
what
it's just it's a little bit
needs.
smaller.
Alright, well, again, thanks for having me on, Oats. Oosman.
I'll see you later, but I guess for now I should yell out, see you, Space Cowboys.
Bye.
My planet needs me.
I ride the range in the Ford V8. EPI okay.